Coming to you live from the IBEW Auditorium here in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm your host, Kaylee Mansell, alongside of SCORE Atlanta reporters Najeh, Wilkins, and Craig Sager, and we welcome you to the first ever Georgia High School Football Media Days. Not just the first in the state, but the very first of its kind. We've got a lot of exciting stuff here in store for you today, so let's go ahead and get started. Craig, because it is the first event, tell us what we can expect from today.
Well, I just think it's been one of the busiest off seasons I've seen. We've got padded camps, commitments off the charts throughout June, throughout July. I just want to set the storylines today, get to know what they feel about all the 7-on-7s, who stepped up, get some insight on returning starters, and then we got to talk about these big week one matchups.
And Najeh, because this is a first event of its kind, this has a chance to impact not just the state, but nationally. What could this event do for states everywhere?
I think it just puts the spotlight on the players, it puts the spotlight on the programs, and it puts the spotlight on, what we're trying to do. And I think it'll be great because it'll kind of be that kind of test model, right? Okay, hey, we can do this in our state. Because you see less exposure to other places like, for example, in Alabama or Tennessee. But we put on a special event like this, they can kind of mirror that same model, and then they can also use it as well. So I think it's going to be great nationally. A lot of people can use this model and, adopt it as well. So I think what we're doing in Georgia is a great thing.
And Craig, obviously you guys have been working on this for weeks, a lot of preparation that's gone into this. So what have you guys kind of done to prepare for what today is going to be like? What does the setup look like?
Well, yeah, it's amazing. We've got 75-plus teams coming out representing all sorts of classifications. The SCORE team did a great job. Everyone came together. I just think it's going to be exciting because we got 45-minute segments. We got multiple teams at once. We're going to get an opportunity to talk to them all. And then they're just going to be coming in throughout the day. It's going to be nonstop.
Najeh, in this 10 o'clock spot, we've got 7 teams. Cass is our headliner. What are we kind of hoping to hear from these teams? What answers are we expecting to get out of today?
I think the biggest thing, just what did they work on in the offseason? Who are some players we should watch out for this upcoming season? Kind of walk through a little bit about their culture, right? What are some things they've been setting up in the offseason, right? It doesn't start week one when you play, right? It starts in the workouts. It starts in the 7-on-7s. It starts there. So I want to see what have the teams been working on, and I want to see what kind of insight they can shed on the program, and then what kind of confidence are they coming in. A lot of times you can tell how good a team is going to be with the confidence they come in. Not cockiness, but confidence, and that kind of say a lot about their team and what they're trying to build there.
Craig, one running theme that we are going to see today is everybody gets a poll question, and that question is, should high school players be eligible to participate in NIL? What are your thoughts on that, and what answers should we expect out of some of these players?
I don't want to be political. No, I'm just kidding.
Wrong person to
I think
ask.
it's a great question, and really at this point you got to ask yourself, what's stopping it from coming down to high school? I don't really think anything is. This is name, image, and likeness. If you have the rights to your name in college, you probably are going to have it in high school. I think it's something that we're going to see in the near future, and I don't think there's anything that's stopping it.
Craig, I thought that was a very mature answer from you.
Yes.
That was good. I think everybody in the room can agree with that. Now, Najeh, obviously this event is modeled off of SEC Media Day. It's very beneficial for the high school players coming in because they learn how to address the public, how to answer questions. Give me your thoughts on that and how it's going to help these players in the near future.
I think it's critical, right? You're going to go play on the next level, whether that be Power 5, Group 5, Division 2, Division 3, and you got to be able to express yourself, in a good way, right? And you got to be able to know how to. Sometimes you'll see a reporter or you'll see media try to get a certain answer out. You got to know how to be able to respond. And I think this is a good example of how to do it, how to be professional, how to conduct yourself in an orderly manner. And I think it's just good practice for them and good experience as they go forward. And I think they can just build on it in things like that.
Now, Craig, as mentioned, we do have 7 schools for this opening 10 o'clock spot. SCORE advised these teams to bring their seniors. Why seniors? Why that group in particular?
I think that's a great point and something I'm excited today. There's not really a bigger time in your upbringing that's going to shape you more than heading into your senior season. It's that one last varsity run. These kids have been working to get an opportunity to earn a spot on the field. Some of them have multiple years of experience, but really you set the team goals. We're 3 weeks out of the season, and so we get a really good insight into where their mindset is during just such an exciting point of their development and varsity careers.
And Najeh, we've got Corky Kell coming up in a few short weeks. I mean, it's been a whole year. It's felt like 10 years and 10 days all at once since the last one. We've got a lot of teams here today who will be playing in Corky Kell. So how does this event give us some insight into how Corky Kell is going to go?
I think just being able to talk to the programs, again, being able to know what players, they brought today or with the seniors. And I think that what this event is really about is just knowing more of the seniors, right? It's not, obviously we got the headliners and the major time players, but we're also trying to find the players that aren't talked about a lot, right? The underrated, the overlooked players. And I think this event's going to do a good job of that, learning about the seniors, learning about the players that are kind of underrated, and we can shed light and give them a little bit of exposure. So, I mean, I'm excited for that. And as far as the matchups, I mean, you get to talk about, to Cass about, potentially playing Rome, right? I think that's going to be such an electric game there on day 3, right? We get to learn a little bit about that. Good to talk to Kell a little bit about the Parkview matchup. I think, day 1 Wednesday, that's going to be super exciting. Like so many stars on both sides. I mean, that's going to be an electric game to kind of get us started.
Craig and Najeh, I appreciate your feedback. I can't wait to be with you guys up here all day long. A lot of fun coming up, but now let's hear from the organizer of this event, the man himself, IJ Rosenberg. What you got?
Hey, Kaylee, how you doing? Excited about today, Coach Pete Fulmanaya. All right, well, I got to tell you a story about Hiram football real quick. I started at the AJC back in, let me just put this up. So I got to tell you a funny story. So when I started the AJC in '85, y'all, of course, a couple years later, won a state championship. I think it was, 87, 88? And talk about your team a little bit this year.
Well, we're really fortunate. We've got 30 seniors, the largest group we've ever had. We're returning 18 starters, 9 on offense, 9 on defense, and we're headlined by 4 of the top 100 players in the state. So we're really fortunate with the group that we got coming back.
Yeah, talk a little bit about some of your personnel. And today, one of the things that we're trying to do is, obviously you brought most of your seniors, correct? I mean, you talked about it being your biggest senior class. So, we want them to get sort of the attention today because a lot of them, this will be their last football season.
Yeah, so we're really fortunate, like I said. We're headlined by a high-powered group led by both of our tackles, our Division I. Our right tackle, Clinton Richard, is committed to Wake Forest. Our left tackle, Jamison Riggs, is making his decision between which school he's going to go to, but has a lot of great offers. We have a wide receiver DB, Chase Tyler, who's committed to Duke. And then our tight end, who's one of the best in the country, is committed to Southern Cal. So we're really, really fortunate with the group that we have coming back.
Let's change the subject for a second and talk a little bit about NIL. Obviously, it's changed college sports, but it is slipping into high school, Coach. I just want to, what are your personal feelings on it?
Well, I think the market has been set, by these colleges, and it keeps evolving. I think these young kids have a lot of value. They bring a lot of value to the university. I think, schools are earning dollars off of them. So I think if the young men can find a way to balance that and have an opportunity to support their families and give back, I think there's value in it.
Talk a little bit about your opener. It's when you open week 0?
Yeah, so week 0 we play Paulding County. It's our big in-county rival. Our kids are really excited about this opportunity. We're right up the street from each other, and I think it'll be a great game.
Coach, good luck. We wish you the best, all right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Kaylee, back to you.
All right, Craig, Najeh, this next question goes to the both of you, and this is more so for our players out here today. Obviously, we do this for a living. We always are answering questions, giving interviews. We've been trained and prepped to do this. But if you could give any piece of advice to the guys out here today who might be speaking in an interview for the first time or addressing the public for the first time, what would that piece of advice be, Craig?
Don't do a TikTok dance. No, all seriously, I mean, we're on the internet now all the time. Just think about how you want to represent yourself, how you want to represent your team, and just go into it with just a goal set in mind. I think you'll be able to handle it. And a lot of these questions are tough because you'll get asked, hey, where do you want to go next year? They might not know. They might not have that opportunity yet, but just be honest about it. Say, hey, I don't know yet. I really would like to play, but it's going to come down to my performance this season, and hopefully I can get an opportunity.
Najeh?
I say the biggest thing, just be yourself, have fun, right? Obviously, as Craig alluded to, you want to, make sure you're prepared. You want to give, good answers, but be yourself, right? We're here to have fun, right? We're here to shed exposure and, kind of give you kind of the mic today. It's not about us. It's about the kids, right? We want to know more about what they have going on. So just be yourself, have fun, and, we'll probably ask some fun questions as well, like, what's a pregame snack you like to go to, what's a pregame song, things like that. So just have fun with it and enjoy being your time here right before the season kicks off.
I think I would say the same thing. I feel like when you've got the mic in front of you and the lights on, you feel a certain type of pressure, but at the end of the day, you just have to remember it's a conversation, and the more yourself you are, the more that's going to show on camera. And you talk about those fun questions. I like talking about superstitions. It's very interesting to see, what they do before each game, if it has to be the same thing every single time.
Right.
But I do want to talk about, we just got to hear from Hiram's coach. Can you guys tell me a little bit about what happened for them last season and what can we expect from them this season?
Yeah, so Hiram had a good season. They got, as Coach alluded to, they got a really good offensive lineman, I think, in Jamison Riggs. Still decided between offers, but they got a stud tight end in Walter Matthews, right? 4-star player, he's really, really good. So they had a really good run last year. I can't wait to find out a little bit more about the team.
I think it's the deepest region in the state.
All right, now here we are going to go back to IJ Rosenberg, who is with Marist head coach Alan Chadwick. IJ, take it away.
Thanks, Kaylee. So we've got an old-timer here, I guess. Alan Chadwick, the coach at Marist. And I'll have to say, when we started SCORE back in 2004, I think it was 2007, I think we were writing all kinds of stuff, and I said, maybe you thought it was time to retire, but you just keep on going. So how many years is this for you, 30?
I'm entering my 48th year at Marist.
48th years.
First 9 years was assistant coach. So
is this your 40th or 39th head coaching year? Talk a little bit how football has changed over the years.
Well, it's changed a lot. I mean, certainly the advent of throwing the football and spreading the field and quarterbacks in the shotgun almost every down. That's the primary offensive system that people are going with these days. We're kind of an outlier of that we stay in the wishbone to some extent under center, but we do get into the spread and try to spread it around a little bit as well. Athletes are bigger, faster, stronger, certainly the coaching has improved so much. We used to could out-coach people. We can't out-coach them anymore. So everybody's doing their homework. They got great staffs. They got great facilities. Like I just mentioned, the game itself has changed in terms of the X's and O's. So it's changed a lot over the years.
Nick Saban talks about the fact that you've got to just continue to sort of go with the flow. I mean, you have to change with what everybody's doing. You have done that partially, but still, I mean, your running game's still one of the best in the state.
Well, it is, because that's our bread and butter. That's what we know the best. That's what our kids have been born and raised to do since the 7th grade. So we kind of stay with that, but we feel like that, having both offenses, being able to change things up, makes us feel really difficult to prepare for.
Alan, talk about your team this year a little bit.
Well, we've got some good skill people coming back. Good playmaker type guys with the ball. They run pretty well. Good experience in secondary, running backs, quarterbacks back, fullbacks are back. A couple of receivers are back. Linebackers decently experienced, but we got to replace our whole offensive line, and we got to build our defensive line as well. So I think our kicking game would be solid. We got toughest first 5 game schedule we've ever had, with Gainesville, Pike Road, Savannah Christian, Woodward Academy, and Blessed Trinity right off the bat. So we got to try to find a way to come out of that as unscathed as possible. And if we can do that, I think we have a chance to be a pretty good football.
Alan, I was at Lakeside in the 70s, but a lot of people don't realize you and your family were pretty good players on the field. We started this new Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame, and your name has come up, and you have 2 brothers, correct? 2 brothers that play. Just take me through that a little bit.
Well, Walter was the older brother. I had an older brother, Don, that only played his senior year in high school, but then Walter had played his entire career, had 2 really great years with Decatur as a running back, then went on to Tennessee and played up there on a SEC championship team in '67. Played on an All-American game in that following summer of his senior year, was drafted by 6th round by the Green Bay Packers. And then Dennis was a quarterback in front of me. He was just a year ahead of me. He played running back as a sophomore and as a junior, and then became the quarterback as a senior. We had a really, really good football team that year. We went down to Columbus to play in the quarterfinals of the season, and a tornado hit about 5 miles away from where we were playing. I mean, water and rain everywhere, and it kind of affected our offensive productivity that year. But he went on to Tennessee, was a starting quarterback for a year, and then was drafted in the Canadian Football League. Both of them tried out, but didn't quite make it. But still, they had a chance to play at the next level.
And then talk about yourself a little.
Well, I was, at Decatur. I didn't play until my senior year. I didn't start until my senior year, and so I went on to Georgia and played 2 years up there. Freshman year, transfer year, or graduation. Redshirt year, and then transferred to East Tennessee State. Started up there 2 years. Had a couple of pretty good offensive years, and then drafted by the Bears in the 8th round.
Wow, and it's always good to see you. Good luck this season.
Thank you, IJ. Appreciate
Thanks. Alan, Kaylee, back to you.
I thought it was interesting right there that IJ called Coach Chadwick an old-timer, like he's not an old-timer himself. Now let's take a look at some highlights from Marist.
But peak performance takes more. It takes a surface that works as hard as they do. One that allows them to train effectively and safely, so that when the lights come on, they're ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
And welcome back, everyone, to the very first ever Georgia High School Football Media Day. I'm Kaylee Mansell with Score Atlanta reporter Najeh Wilkins and Justin Green from Mountain View. You're the first one up here today. You've got to set the precedent for everybody else that comes after you. No pressure here, but talk about how do you feel being here today? What is it like? You're the very first one of the very first event we're having. So talk to me about the atmosphere. What are you feeling?
I'm just excited to be here, support my team, represent. It's just nice seeing all the teams, some competition we got later in the year, but I'm having fun.
And I know you're headed to UGA this fall. Go Dogs. So how does this help prepare you for what you're going to face at UGA? You've got to answer a lot of questions.
Yeah, I probably got to, work on my media training a little bit, but, I think I handle myself pretty well.
Yeah.
And then what's your favorite thing, man, about playing football, right? Where did it kind of start for you? What do you enjoy most about being out there on that gridiron?
For me, I'm not going to lie. You remember those videos where it's like biggest hits ever?
Yes.
I used to
NFL,
watch,
right?
yeah. Yep. I used to watch those in like 4th grade. I was like, you can sign up to do this? And that's how it all started.
And not get in trouble for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. No, 100%. And then let's elaborate a little bit more, right? Last season, you led your team in sacks, right? You're the notable player on the team, the 4-star. So just tell me, what are some things you're working on of your game, this past offseason, just kind of prepare for the season and kind of, have a good season for Mountain View?
My coaches are pushing me to be a leader, on and off the field, because as you said, I'm the star player. Players look up to me. But, it's just been working this offseason, trying to end off high school with the bang,
Got you. And then do you take a big leadership role, like being kind of that notable player, or do you kind of let your play do the talking? Everybody's leadership style is different, but how do you like to lead? Do you lead by your play, or do you lead by, talking?
I like to lead by example most of the time, but, if I have to chirp up, I will.
Okay. And then give us a pregame, a pregame snack, and then give us a kind of a pregame song that you like to listen to and get in the mood.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't eat that much before the games.
Okay.
I eat the pregame meals, so I guess I'm just gonna go with banana, try not to cramp, right?
Okay.
But pregame song?
Yeah, I need it.
I'm going Line for Fun by Yeet, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So when you look at this upcoming season, talk to me about goals that you have set for yourself individually and team goals that you hope to achieve.
This year, I think I'm going for, have a sack every game.
That's a good one.
I think it's doable. And as a team, I just want us to, just communicate, just lock in for my last senior year, because this is a heavy, you see how many people we have over here,
right.
A lot of seniors. So, we're trying to end off our high school career with a bang. Get deep right into the playoffs, championship. You never know.
And then without going too much into detail, but kind of tell us, what's your go-to move when you're on that D-line, right? Do you like kind of a power, a finesse, use your hands? Give us kind of a go-to move.
So, right out the gate, you got to do bull rush, set the tone for the game, right? But then after that, first, third down, maybe do a little double swipe, just get a little spicy, right?
Right. Okay. So those are the go-tos.
So one of my favorite things to talk about is legacy. What is the ultimate legacy that you'll leave somewhere? Obviously, you guys have a lot of seniors. There's a lot of room for opportunity. What is the legacy that not only you want to leave, but you want your senior class to leave on Mountain View?
That's a good question. Okay.
That's the best compliment you could ever give me as an interviewer, so I'll take that.
Legacy. Let me think.
You take all the time you need right here, because this is a big question, so you got to take time to think about a good answer.
100%.
What do you want to be known for when you leave Mountain View?
I guess the thing I would want to be known for is just my work ethic, because I wasn't always, the 4-star huge player. My sophomore year, I only weighed 200 pounds. And that was actually, when I talked to Coach Scott at UGA, he said that was the reason he didn't offer me, because I was too small.
Wow.
But, I just like working on my craft, grinding. That's all I want people to know about me.
100%.
So before we let you go, one thing I always love to do in interviews, we get to ask you the questions, but for everybody out there, whether it's your team, whether you want to shout out your mama, this is your time. Tell the camera what you got going on in your life, whatever you got to say, this is your moment.
Hey, shout out to my mom, shout out to my dad, and yeah, that's it.
All right, well, in the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at Mountain View's highlights from this past season. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. We are joined now by second-year head coach Tony Lottie. You're a veteran coach. You've been in this business before, but you're taking over a program that is very brand new in Gwinnett County, playing its first 10-game schedule this season. Just talk about how the offseason's gone.
It's going really well. The kids have bought in. It's kind of a different change for them, 6 months after opening the school and getting used to me and our new staff and how we're going to do things there. But they've been great. They've shown up every day. The attitude's been great. Enthusiasm's been great. We're a very heavy sophomore team this year. I only have 5 total seniors, but it's one of those things I've just been really thrilled with the energy, building the community through our feeder programs and things like that.
And one of the things you said, just coming into the job in January, you didn't really pay much attention to watching film from last season. They were a young team, as you mentioned, but what have you seen just in terms of the player development throughout this offseason and just the personnel you're going to have this season?
Well, I think what I've been most impressed with since I got on campus in January is the maturity level has gone up, at which, we hope for. As their young people are growing, we're hoping they're maturing, and our guys are. They're embracing more of, what the work ethic is supposed to look like, how we practice, all those types of things. So I think the one thing I have been most impressed with is our maturity level is going up. It's not there yet, but we're making those strides, and I'm very proud of that.
100%. And then tell us about some of the players that you brought with you today. You mentioned the small senior class, only about 5 players, but I see you got some players with you today. Tell us a little bit about them.
Yeah, sure. I've got 3 of the seniors that are here with me today, Isaac Orocho, Jaden Verneau, and Isaiah Black. And I think the most important thing for them is not only what they're doing on the field, but what they're doing in the locker room, because the adversity they had to face in last season, with how everything went there. And then here you got a new head coach that's come in 6 months after you open a new school. And so we've spent a lot of time together, and they know that this is a process, especially with doing a new school. They understand it's a process, and they're part of that process of building the foundation. And that's what I told them. And so the way they've embraced the leadership role inside the locker room of keeping things positive, making sure we're moving forward, I've just been so proud of them. And that's why I talk about that maturity level. Because anytime you get dealt a deck of cards, we talk about it's about playing a bad hand well.
Yes, sir.
And so, I've been really pleased with especially those seniors, how they've embraced it. Because reality is we're not playing a region schedule, so there's no playoffs for them potential this year. There's no potential for anything beyond that. But they know they're laying those foundation blocks for a school that's a beautiful school with a great administration and has a huge future.
And talk a little bit about that. Just elaborate a little bit more about building that foundation, right? You're coming over, you're the new head coach. How you get them to buy into what you're trying to do. And then, 2, just like these seniors, these couple that you got, they can set that foundation for in a couple years. Your underclassmen that you were referring to, they know what the culture is. They know what the expectation is, and they can build upon that and have better seasons down the line.
Absolutely. I'm a big believer this is a relationship deal, right? And so your happiness is only going to be tied to the relationships you build and nurture. And so when it comes to us, everything's relationship building. And so the first thing I did when I got on campus, I spent 15, 20 minutes minimum one-on-one with every kid that wanted to play football, because I wanted them to get to know me. I wanted them to see, look, this is what this is who I am, this is how we're going to do things. And so what's been nice is watching them do that with each other. And so, the most talented team doesn't always win, right?
Right.
And so that's one of the things that we talk about too is the fact of you have to be willing to do something for somebody else. Okay. And so teaching that servant leadership and things like that we're doing, because at the end of the day in my career, I've been fortunate to have guys that, people said we couldn't win. We beat some people we never should have on paper. And so, that's the thing that I tell them. It doesn't matter who's the most talented team. It's who's the best team that night. And so we want to make sure that in our locker room and the relationships, we're building our lifelong relationships. There's 2 coaches on my staff that I coached in high school. One way back in 2007 at Union Grove. The other one when I was at West Hall, and he started out as my ball boy as an 8-year-old. So for me, That's just, watch him come through my youth program, the middle school, and then play in high school and then go on and play it shorter. And now he wanted to come back and he's coaching. So those are the relationships and I want these guys to be able to benefit from those types of relationships and see that that's what we're doing.
That's right. And you're going to have your first JV season too this year. I think it's so huge, though, you guys picked up those extra games, because obviously you guys are searching for that first win, but just to have 3 more opportunities, the full 10-game schedule, that has to be such a added motivation for the guys this season compared to last year where it's just that 7-game schedule.
100%, because, the work all year, it still happens, and when you're only playing 6 or 7 games, it feels like a letdown that it's over. 10 games, it's over pretty quick. So that was the big thing for us, and everything they know too is about getting us ready to play in region competition the following year. And so, like you said, getting the 10 games was huge. It's a very much a variety. We've got very established and great programs in Peachtree Ridge and Shiloh that were on the schedule. And so I'm looking forward to see how we're able to manage and compete and bring it each week.
Yeah, that's going to be some tough matchups early on. I think it's exciting, though, just to have the school come out and support the football team knowing it's new. And then you were just talking about some of the incredible facilities at the school, the
nice.
Artificial intelligence. And
It's nice. I mean, I even tweeted something out. I was walking around the school because teachers we started, and there's a robot dog that was following me around. I was like, my new buddy that's following me. So, but the facility is beautiful, and, please come by and see us.
Awesome. All right, well, go Jags. Thank you so much, Coach Lottie, for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll see you soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right.
Welcome back. I'm Kaylee Mansell with Craig Sager, a UGA commit and Pebblebrook player, Dwight Phillips. Dwight, I see your whole team out here staring you down. Did anybody try to give you any advice before you came up here, or were you just out here winging it?
Nah, they didn't give me no advice. They tried to laugh at me.
All right, well, we got a big season coming up ahead. It's your senior season. What goals have you set for yourself, not just individually, but for your team?
So you want me to say both? I mean, for myself, I want 2,000 yards, 20 touchdowns. But as a team, I just want to go to state.
And what have you seen from Coach Woolridge coming over? We talked to him after he accepted the job. He had a lot of success at South Atlanta, but he was really confident with the speed you guys have, the potential, and just that Mableton community coming out and having a great football season. So what did you think of Coach Woolridge?
He's a great coach. I feel like he's better than the coach we had last year. I mean, yeah, he can take us far.
All right, so let's talk about your UGA commit. Recently committed. I've seen you everywhere. I've seen some of your track highlight videos. I mean, I practically feel like I know you at this point without knowing you. But when you look at that, what was the ultimate decision that said, this is home for me, this is the school I want to be at?
Really just felt like home, and I would say the running back coaches.
And then I covered you throughout the track and field season too. What was that like? Just, it seems like you got faster and faster. Just each meet, you had national attention. You're setting all these marks, and that was your junior year. So what can we expect from you not only this football season, but just with the track too, and just where are your goals on that?
Oh yeah, on the track standpoint, I'm trying to run a 10.09 this year.
All right.
And you were close to that, wasn't it? Like a 10.1.
I ran 10.24.
10.24, okay.
Hey, at least he's being humble about it. Now,
yeah, only a 10.24.
Yeah, right. I mean,
fastest in the state.
Right. Let's talk about some fun things here. We love to talk about pregame stuff here. So, all right, talk to me about your favorite pregame snack. You eat the same one every time? You switch it up, just depending on what they've got?
I ain't even gonna lie to you. I don't even eat for real before the game.
Right.
I don't eat a lot.
That's a common answer that we've gotten up here. Is it the nerves?
A little bit.
Okay, now what about a pregame song? What's your go-to pregame hype song?
Probably Freestyle by Lil Baby.
Oh, I actually know every single word of that, but don't tell anybody else here. And last one, are you superstitious? Do you have a pregame superstition or a pregame routine that you have to follow down to a T? All right, talk to me about it.
I just don't talk 30 minutes before the game. I don't say nothing.
That's awesome. And then, I mean, it looks like you guys have a ton of speed out there. And so, I mean, it's got to be really fun playing football with the speed you have, knowing that you can pretty much break away any play. You're confident that you can get open. But, I mean, what about your other teammates? What's this Pebblebrook offense going to look like this year?
Hey, see, we got my quarterback right here on my side, and we got number 2. He runs 10-6,
Yep.
Keon. And we got number 13. I mean, we got a lot of speed, I ain't going to lie. Everybody runs it's like 5 dudes on our team that run 10.99. I mean, we got great speed.
All right, so when you take a look at this past season versus this year's team, you guys have been in summer practice. Y'all have had some time to mesh together. What makes this year's team different?
Because I would say the coach, he got us more locked in. We're in way better condition. We run every day. So, I mean, if we all buy in, we should go far.
Yeah, and I think he was talking about Pebblebrook is getting new facilities. Are those already in the works? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll probably get into it like mid-season because the school is still getting built.
Yeah, he said it was really next level elite stuff. So who do you guys open the season with?
South Gwinnett.
South Gwinnett. Okay, that would be a good one.
All right,
For
Dwight
sure, Coach
Phillips
Lamar.
Jr., it has been an absolute honor to have you. We cannot wait to not only watch you next season, but in the years to come. Now we're going to head to IJ Rosenberg, who's got Najeh Wilkins and Kobe White on set.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Out there.
It all adds up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, Your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
We are back. I'm your host, Kaylee Mansell, with Score Atlanta reporter Najeh Wilkins and our cast representative, Zacoby White. Now, Zacoby, this was a long time ago, but I did attend cast at one point, and while I was there at school, football wasn't the big thing. It wasn't a part of the culture, and what Coach Gates has done with y'all's program has been absolutely incredible. So talk about your time at cast and how you've seen the football culture change over the last couple of years.
Well, my freshman year I came in, and it was just, we had a lot of, Cass wasn't that good and stuff like that. And then Coach Gates came in and tried to change it and make us better people and better men. So that really was it. That's what changed us. Him putting us on a strict place. And my sophomore year, I came in, he was like, you got to be a big player for us. You got to make plays and stuff like that. And I had some help with Devin Henderson and Kevin Henderson right here. And they've come up with me, too, since our freshman year. And he was talking to us since our freshman year, just telling us, like, I'm going to need y'all these next 3 years to make big plays. And y'all are going to attract people to our school, which we did with Kayla Nellis and Barry McCorder and Brody McCorder and stuff like that. And just us getting better and us getting better players really helped us. And us going out and doing stuff in the community really helped. Cass really wasn't going out and probably picking up trash, helping people move stuff. Like this past year, we went to the shelter and gave stuff to people and stuff like that. So I know in the past years, people really didn't do stuff like that. And he's driving us to be young men. And I think that's his main goal, is to know that when football is over with, that you got to be a man. So
100%. And then let's expound kind of on that relationship you built with Brody McWhorter, the quarterback, right? It's highly rated, has several offers for the state, being a notable one. Talk about the relationship you and him have. What's kind of that time and that chemistry you and him have on the football field?
We see eye to eye. If he sees something on the field, I've probably already done seen it, and he's connecting with me to get a deep ball to go score or something like that. And same thing with Devin Henderson. Same thing with him. We all see eye to eye. We see the same thing. We help him out knowing that he's young and stuff like that. So we tell the coverages. Devin used to be a quarterback, so he knows a lot about the defensive coverages. And us just being older than him, us seeing the things that we've seen in the past years, he's new to, and he's adjusting to the varsity level, and he's adjusted well. Older than he should have, and he's faster than he should have, and that's just him coming up as fast as he did really helped us, because we thought that was going to take him some time, but he hit the road running real fast, so we just hopped on his bandwagon and we just went off running.
100%. And then to expound on that a little bit more too, right? Tell me about the relationship obviously you got with Devin Henderson. How cool is it to have a dynamic athlete along with yourself, right? Like defenses can't double team you, right?
Yeah.
And they got to worry about Devin, right? They can't run a certain coverage. You guys are going to exploit it. So tell me a little bit about how fun it is having an athlete like that alongside you.
It's basically just having me on the other side of the field, or having him on the other side of the field, knowing that we can get moved to different places in the field. Sometimes we get moved to running back. Sometimes he'll go to quarterback and I go to running back. So knowing that we're athletic enough to get moved to different sides of the field really helps us. And knowing that I have him to ask him about anything, he can ask me about anything. Having him on the defensive side, having me on the offensive side, something like that. He's really helped me a lot playing football. He's one of the reasons I do play football, because he asked me to play in 8th grade. A lot of people don't know that, but I should say without him, I wouldn't have been in the place I'm in right now.
So, Kobe, the last thing I want to touch on really quick, I've done this for a couple years now. I've interviewed a lot of players, and one thing I've never heard a player say is how their program not only made them better as a player, but as a person. That really touched me. So I want you to go just a little bit more in depth on how you've grown as a person, not just on the field, and what Coach Gates has instilled in you through this program.
Just respecting people, respecting elders and stuff like that. And just being a people's person. You don't got to be, if you don't like somebody, you don't got to tell them you don't like them. Just be nice to them. If you have something, give it to them. We try to help people at any chance we can. When Coach Gates brings us to these events and he tells us, like, if you don't have this, text one of the coaches or text one of your teammates. And us coming up and us learning makes us able to be like, okay, yeah, I have this at home. I can help you with this. you need this, I got you for this. Stuff like that. Just being there for each other that's really what football is about. Being there, being a team, and being a brotherhood for each other. That's really it. And then with the community stuff, usually Cartersville is a bigger school around the area, but we try to do little things to pitch in and help around the city with anything that we can do. And he tells us all the time that just football is going to end at some point. So at the end of the day, you got to be a man and don't leave when things get hard, stuff like that. So just stride through and you'll be straight.
Well, Jacoby, we appreciate having you on. Those were some of the most genuine answers I've ever heard. Can't wait to watch not only what you do on the field, but what you do as a person.
Thank you.
Now let's head to I.J. Rosenberg, who's in the midst of everything right now.
We got Drew Swick from Collinsville, new first-year coach. I know how long have you been on the Collinsville staff now?
It's going to be my 8th year.
So you won a championship 2 years ago under Lenny Gregory. Great football team. Talk a little bit about, some of the pressures. Winning a state championship at Gwinnett is very difficult. But talk about this season and sort of what you're looking for from these kids.
Yeah, so last year we were very young. A lot of those kids were part of the state championship team, but, what they got to understand is they had a small role with that. So, last year was kind of a struggle because we thought, it was just going to happen again. And it's not like that in Gwinnett County. You got to come ready every single week. But, this year our kids, a year older, what we're excited about is seeing all their hard work pay off and then us getting back to the, winning role and getting back on top where we've been the past 2 years and making sure that we stay there for a long time to come.
Over the years, Collinsville's put a lot of players in college and even several in the NFL. Talk about some of the group of kids, your group of kids this year. And one of the things that you mentioned to me was one of the reasons we do this is because we want to get the seniors out because some of these kids, this is going to be it. It's going to be their last season of football.
Yeah, so this event is awesome. I love this. Anytime you get to bring all your seniors, that's a plus for them because not every kid is going to be able to get recruited, and have that experience. But something like this gives them that opportunity. Talking about players coming into this season, we just picked our captains. So we have Chase Nash, Cortez Hayes, Logan Arnold, and T.J. Wilcox. And then, those guys have kind of proven themselves this summer, being great leaders, trying to flip the culture and getting back to that winning standard. Some of the young guys that we got coming back, Deuce Geralds, Cottrell Webb, those guys started as freshmen, will be sophomores this year. And we're looking for all those guys to make a big impact for us this season.
Yeah, 2 more questions. One, playing in Gwinnett County is tough. I went to Lakeside, played at Lakeside in the 1970s when DeKalb was sort of the big county for football. But Gwinnett's just incredible. Every week, you got North Gwinnett, you got Brookwood, you have Parkview, you have Grayson, you have Mill Creek, of course, who's coming off the state championship. And, you look at a team like Lanier, Norcross. So what's it like having to prepare once you get into that region schedule for a Gwinnett team every week?
It's the SEC of football in Gwinnett, so every single week you got to make sure that you're prepared like you're playing the best every single week. So, last year we kind of hit a row in the bump versus Tequila. We kind of maybe overlooked them in a way, and, we end up paying for that. So that's something that you never want to do, and that's something that we talked about with our guys, in the offseason is never overlook an opponent. Always prepare like it's the champion that you're playing. And if you do that, it makes you a better coach, it makes you a better player, and then in the long run, you're better off once you get to the long season.
One last question. NIL, it's just crazy what's going on at the college level, the transfer portal, but it looks like NLL is going to come down to high school. Wondering your personal opinion on that.
If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Kids, that are getting their image out there, they deserve to have their pension, I guess, from their image. So, if it's going to happen, you can't stop it anyway, so you got to adapt.
Coach, wish you the best of luck this year. Thanks. All right, Kaylee, back to you, or Najeh, back to you.
All right, guys, so on this segment, back with Georgia High School Media Day, man, I am with 3-star Justin Logan, linebacker, and I'm with a fellow underrated and overlooked player, but guys, a star in the making, Kyle Vaca. So, guys, first and foremost, tell me a little bit about yourselves.
Oh, you go first, Kyle.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm a 2024 wide receiver. I transferred in from John Street High School over in Fulton County. I came to Kell in February. Worked my tail off. I had a pretty good year last year, so I worked really hard this offseason, and I'm excited to see what myself and my Kell teammates can do this year because I think we're going to make a really good run.
All right, and like you said, I'm 2024 linebacker Justin Logan. I've been at Kell all 4 years in high school and just seeing the culture change, and I just appreciate just all the coaches that came to Kell and have helped me.
100%. Now, I'm going to throw it to you, Justin. Let's talk a little bit about the culture that Bobby May set in year one, right? 10-2, very competitive team. Tell me a little bit about what were some of those things he said as soon as he came in, right, in the spring training, in the offseason. What were some things he established to kind of have that good season last year?
Yeah, so one of the main things that he established is our motto, DMGB, doesn't matter, get better. And we just, every day, we just live by that motto in the weight room, in the locker room, on the field. And we just always make sure that at the end of the day, the answer is, doesn't matter, get better. We win, doesn't matter, get better. If we lose, we obviously got to get better. So that's just the main thing we go by right now.
100%. And Kyle, I'm going to throw it to you, right? I talked to your coach this past weekend, Coach Stephon Brown, right? And what really impressed me was he kept bringing your name up, right? He brought your name up like 3 different times in the interview, right? And he said, Kyle's a deceptive receiver because you might think he don't have the speed, but he could just blow past you, right? He's a good guy that could blow past a 4.3 or 4.2 guy. So tell me a little about the speed, and we know that you can get vertical and deep. Tell me about some things you've been working on with Coach Brown and just to kind of develop and harness kind of your game.
Yes, sir. Coach Steph really has honestly changed my life and changed my game in terms of training with him and being with him in the spring and him coaching me up. And like you said, talk about that speed. Everybody wants to talk about 40 times. And, I can go out and run a 40, but if you try on the tape, I've run past every DB I've played against. So I think that the tape really speaks for itself when it talks about when you talk about speed. And then in terms of Coach Steph, he's really teaching me how to move in a way that nobody can guard me and move in a body of a smaller receiver almost. So Coach Steph really has changed my game, and working with him has been a big-time game changer for me.
100%. And then I'm throw it back to you, Justin. Tell me a little bit about playing the linebacker role, right? A lot of times you have to be the coach on the field, right? You have to make sure the formations are correct. You got to make sure guys are lined up. You got to know the coverage. You got to know what the offense is doing before they do it. So how important is that, playing the linebacker role, and what are your favorite things about it?
Yeah, so a lot of times when college coaches ask me how do I kind of look at the linebacker position, I feel like it's the quarterback of the defense, Starts with a formation, getting the strongs right, and just relaying the call to all my teammates, making sure everybody's doing their job right. And I just like having the keys to the defense, basically, and having my teammates be able to just, lean on me.
100%. And then, Kyle, I'm going to throw it back to you, right? I think this offense, as I've been saying in my podcast, I think this offense has a chance to be special, right? You got 3-star Bryce Clavin. You got Peyton Zachary, who blew up as a freshman, multiple Power 5 offers. You got yourself, who I think is going to be dynamic across the middle of the field and on the deep routes. Just tell me, what are you most excited about this upcoming season with the offense, and what relationship have you been building with Bryce Clavin?
Yes, sir. I'm so excited for this offense. I mean, when you talk about Bryce, he's a different player. He's a top baseball prospect. And then he comes on the football field. He can run it. He can throw it. Reminds me of Kyler Murray a little bit. And then our receiver room, like you said, Peyton. Peyton's just a freshman, and he had a huge year last year. Nobody can guard him. Nobody can touch him. And then we have a lot of receivers that not a lot of people know about. And a year from now, I think a lot of people will be talking about him. Jaden George, Landon Mays, Luca Finelli, Darian Thomas, E-Man. I'm definitely leaving a few out, but we have a lot of big-time playmakers on the offense, and I'm really excited. And me and Bryce have definitely been building that connection since spring, and he's become one of my good friends, and I'm excited.
100%. Now, this question to both of you guys. Let's preview the matchup a little bit. I think this is the best matchup on Wednesday night. Parkview, Kell, a lot of stars. You guys got stars. You got Bryce Clavin, Kyle Vanka, Payne Zachary, Justin Logan. Your running back Elijah Washington. Parkview got some studs. Mike Matthews, Elis Hicks, Kyrie Spain. Tell me about what you most said about that matchup playing week 1 against Parkview.
At the end of the day, it's about doing your job. You can look at the rosters up and down. There's been plenty of teams that have lost because they haven't done their job. There's plenty of teams that won because they do their job. At the end of the day, it just comes down to the fundamentals. We doing little stuff right, making sure we preparing right, and just making sure that we get ourselves ready as a team.
Same for you, Kyle?
Yes, sir. I agree with Justin. It's definitely going to be a physical game. Parkview's got a really good team. They got a lot of talented people, but so do we. So I think it's going to come down to who makes less mistakes. I know everybody says that, but I really believe it's going to be a close game, and it's going to come down to that. We got 2 really good teams. So.
All right, and let me ask you guys a fun question, right? Tell me a little bit about, okay, so this is for you. I'm going to throw, what's your favorite pregame snack that you like to go to before the game? And then, Kyle, what's that pregame song that gets you in the mood and you're ready to go?
Pregame snack before the game. I just always got to I always get a bag. It's not the best for me, but I get a bag of gummy Skittles. Have you ever had those?
I have not had those. Tell me about those, man.
As soon as you don't hear, I need you to go to the gas station.
Okay.
And grab The red bag. It might be a little pink.
Okay.
Grab the bag of gummy Skittles. It's going to change your life forever.
Gummy Skittles. All right, y'all. So y'all heard that. Gummy Skittles. He said that's his pregame snack. And Kyle, what's that go-to song, man?
Dude, I'm a country man. All my teammates know, man. I'm going to go Up Down by Morgan Wallen, man. It just gets me going, gets me ready to go.
You can't go wrong with that one. You can't go wrong with that one. And then really quick, man, just how's your recruiting going, Kyle? I know you've been had some visits to UAB, Western Kentucky. I know you have offers from, Kentucky, Arkansas. Just tell me a little bit about the recruiting. What have you enjoyed most about the process?
Yeah, so I got 2 final visits coming up. I got Friday, I will be at the University of Louisville, and then Saturday, I'm going to be at the University of Arkansas. And I just really enjoy just the recruiting process, just having all these coaches believe in you, showing you love and interest, and just having you come out to the school and come see it. So that's been the part. Just really traveling has been my favorite part of the recruiting process, and taking my parents to colleges that they might have not been able to see or went to when they were kids.
And for you, Kyle?
Yeah, it's just been a blessing, honestly, to have all these opportunities, and I'm just super grateful to be able to have an opportunity to play at the next level at all, and to have a bunch of these opportunities come my way this spring has been special. And like Justin said, I really do enjoy the process and just feeling things out, visiting schools and seeing what I like, so it's going well.
100%. And last, I think we're going to throw it over to IJ now. Thank you guys for joining the segment, Kyle Vaca and then Justin Logan, man. So y'all check them out, man. Kell's going to be a team to watch out there in 5A.
Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Georgia High School Football Media Days. Have new North Gwinnett coach Eric Godfrey. Eric, you come over from Parkview. First of all, talk about how hard that's going to be. I mean, that's not an easy move right there.
Right. No, you're right. It's not. Parkview being my home, where I played ball, alumni, all the way to 9 years of great friendships of coaches and players and teammates and community. So that part was super difficult. But North being a great community itself and good football and great kids has definitely eased the burden on that.
How tough was the decision was that to do that?
Right. It was super tough when Parkview's got a good enough team to win state for sure. Hands down, got some of the best talent in the state, and like I said, a lot of great kids. Coach Stewart was a big encourager on really check out North Gwinnett, and he was the first. I'm like, what? And but like I said, it's a tremendous place, and it really is everything Coach Stewart talked about and said what it is. And
of course, Bill Stewart's moved on to Georgia Tech. We did our 7-on-7 with him, but that's some big shoes to fill there. He won a state championship there. Talk about that.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's the idea. I'm not sure. I got to find some things I can do better than Bill Stewart because he does a lot of things really well. He and I coached together a long time ago at Parkview, as a matter of fact, and so I've got all the respect in the world for him.
Talk about your team a little bit going into this season.
Yeah, so we're gonna be young. And I'm used to having young teams. Finally, Parkview's got a ton of seniors, and I leave. So we'll have just very few seniors starting on both sides of the ball, younger team. But defensive line wise, I feel it's going to be the best defensive line I've ever coached. And I've been coaching a long time, so I'm really excited about those guys. We got to grow up in some other areas. But we have a lot of very good young talent that we're going to rely on and lean on. So early in the season, we might make those early young mistakes, but I feel good about a long-term success of us in our program.
Talking to Eric Godfrey, the first-year coach at North Gwinnett, coming over from Parkview. Eric, talk about coaching in Gwinnett. The football in Gwinnett County is just tremendous.
It really is. I left the county for a little while to be a head coach, and really it was Gwinnett County that brought me back I wanted to play big boy football again and coach big boy. And it's Gwinnett County. It clearly is the best football, some of the best football in the country for sure. And so it's one of my draws of wanting to be here and compete against all these guys. It's every game. It doesn't matter who you play. Somebody's got some tremendous players, great coaches, and so it's a lot of fun week in and week out. It's stressful. But I enjoy that high stress and great football.
All right, last question. NIL. It's just gone crazy in college. Looks like it's going to get into high school quicker than we thought. What do you think about it personally?
Right, yeah, great question. I'm okay with people, making money. I love a free system, go get it. But at the same time, it is super scary. And, how do you regulate it? How do you make it right for everybody, make it fair for everybody? How do you because, we talk about equity in sports, and there's zero equity when you talk about NIL. It's, who has and who doesn't have. So I can see it making who has a whole lot better, a lot faster, and making it a struggle for who has and who doesn't. So I hate that part for high school coaches. who put their time. Some of the best coaches are 5-5, 4-6, 6-4 coaches. They don't get the notoriety, and I'm afraid the NIL is going to make it even tougher on those guys.
And that's one of the reasons why we're doing it today, because we want all, you brought your seniors. I mean, that was the key today. I mean, look, you're always going to talk about the 5, the 4, and the 3-star. But, these seniors, this might be their last season of high school football or football in general.
Yeah, and I fully appreciate that. That's one of the big grabs of us wanting to come. We have a lot of great senior kids that most of them aren't going to play college football. But then to have an opportunity like this and be around other guys and have a chance to be interviewed, it's been a really good experience already.
Coach, appreciate it. Good luck this season. Thanks. All right, Kaylee, back to you. All right, we're going to go to commercial, and then we'll be back with Kaylee.
And welcome back to the first ever Georgia High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Huddle. I'm Kaylee Mansell, here with Jaden Perlott and Dylan Raiola. You guys have been the ones that we've been waiting for all day long. No pressure here, just be yourself. All right, so Dylan, we're going to start with you. Put football aside, coming from Arizona to Georgia, has there been any culture shocks for you? Have you started saying y'all yet? What has it been like coming to this side of the country?
Yeah, definitely been saying y'all. That's been amazing. I'm from the island of Hawaii, so coming out here, this Southern hospitality, it's not really shocking to me because where I grew up, they kind of treat each other the same. You take care of your family, you respect your elders. I just feel like this culture fits me perfectly, and I'm happy to be here.
Now, Jaden, obviously he's coming in new, doesn't really know much about what the regions look like. So what advice have y'all given him about the teams that he's going to face, the level of competition that he's going to play? What insight have y'all given him in these last couple of weeks?
I always tell him just be you. I mean, he's the best quarterback. That's what I think. So just go out there and play ball. You can beat anybody you want to beat.
And Dylan, I'm sure you know, coming into this program, Buford's highly competitive every year. They're always bringing something different. What has it been like to play with a group of players that are this high at the level of eliteness and level of competition? What has that been like for you as a quarterback?
It's special to look left, to look right at the line, and to see guys you're like, well, who do I want to throw to? I think having that feeling is a lot of confidence. But it's also a big responsibility to get the ball out to the guys that you needed to get out to. But we have a tremendous coaching staff that allows us and gives us all the tools that we need. So I'm very blessed to be a part of Buford.
Now, Jaden, fortunately, I got to watch you guys a lot last season. I know what y'all brought to the table. The season didn't end the way that you wanted it to, but what makes this year's team different?
I mean, we're coming from it all. I mean, we got something to play for now. I mean, we're disappointed from last year. We got a lot of new people coming in, and we just been working hard.
And one thing I want to ask to the both of you is I've had the opportunity to interview Coach Appling lots of times. He's a great coach, but I want to talk about the impacts that he's made on y'all, not just as a player, but as a person. Dylan, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think being there just these three weeks to a month, just understanding that it's bigger than football for Coach App, and I think just becoming a better person is what he wants overall. And football is just a way to showcase those abilities. But you learn so many lessons in football, and I think Coach App does a great job of making sure that his players are great young men in the community. He's always preaching us to make sure we do the right thing and that we're taking care of each other.
Jaden?
Well, Coach App is kind of like my second dad. I mean, he's always on me for the little things and wants me to be great. I mean, help all my teammates, help coach. And it's just the little things that makes him really special to me.
And this next question also goes to the both of you. As a former athlete, I know how superstitious athletes can be, whether you don't touch a certain yardage before the game starts. I know everybody's a little bit different, so do you guys have any pregame superstitions or something that you have to follow to feel like you are capable of taking on the game?
I don't think so. I think it comes down to preparation, and I think whatever you do to prepare, you're going to be ready. But, I mean, the music I listen to is pretty laid back to stay calm. But, no, I think you just come out and play football and play the sport that you've been playing since a little kid.
I'm always piped. I mean, I'm always ready to play.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being out here. We appreciate having you guys as a part of this very first event ever. You guys set the precedent for what's to come. All right, now let's go ahead and head to I.J. Rosenberg on the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
that leads to success. But peak performance takes more. It takes a surface that works as hard as they do. One that allows them to train effectively and safely, so that when the lights come on, they're ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
All right, guys, we are back, Georgia High School Media Day, with our next segment. We are talking to Marist, Luke Harpering. Let's talk a little bit first about your upbringing, your foundation, right? You had a dad that played in the league. You got a really good sister that plays basketball. So just tell us a little about how was the upbringing for you, and what did you enjoy most about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. My dad really pushes me to be the best I can, working me out. He's really brought the best out of me in all sports, even in basketball too. He's been training me there. But football too, he's been really, pushing me, get stronger, kind of be the best version of me I can be. And then, again, all with my siblings too. He does the same with all my siblings. So it's been great. I like it.
And then before we came on the air, we talked to you a little bit about what you like to play. And obviously it's going to be on offense. So tell me a little bit about what you enjoy about playing the tight end / X wide receiver position and catching the football and making those big plays.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a big advantage of my game is my ball skills. I feel like I'm really good catching the ball. But obviously, I mean, I'm one of the bigger receiver type, so I can do a little blocking too, use kind of my size as my advantage as far as like when I'm going against little smaller DBs and linebackers and whatnot. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you got Marist in your blood, the family blood, Georgia Tech too. That's where your dad went, of course. So talk about that decision. We've been really high on Georgia Tech's incoming recruiting class. They're doing an outstanding job. But just talk about the state of the program, what you think that class is shaping up to be, and just how excited you are to be able to help build that Tech program.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with Coach Key and him bringing in lots of new staff there, they're really trying to look to switch it around and make it brighter for the next couple of years. They've done a great job this year. I think I looked the other day. I think we're top 25 in recruiting classes, which is awesome. So, yeah, I mean, he's really brought in the guys we need to build a great team, and I'm looking forward to hopping on and bringing some championships. So.
100%. And then tell us a little bit about just the culture there at Marist, right? I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you guys have had, 5 straight 10-win seasons. I think you've won 3 straight region championships. So what is that kind of foundation Coach Chadwick has established there where it's just – great culture, and then just always winning?
Yeah, I mean, Coach Chadwick obviously set the bar really high with our region. We're kind of expected to win the region every year. That's kind of our baseline. And then obviously for playoffs, state playoffs, we're trying to go as far as we can every single year. State championship, that's the goal every year. And, last year we came up a little short in quarterfinals, but this year we're coming back and we're looking good. So.
Gotcha. And then you got to walk me through that game, right? St. Pius X, that big region championship or region game that decided the champion, triple overtime, 30-27 game. What was the experience like playing there and being in that game?
Yeah, I mean, it was electric. Just went down to the wire, literally down to the absolute wire, triple overtime. They had the ball on our goal line. We had the ball on their goal line multiple times. We ended up pulling it out, which was awesome. But, yeah, it was a great environment. It was an awesome win. So.
Yeah, you guys made it far in the 6A playoffs. looking at the schedule, you guys got some huge matchups to start things off. Gainesville's on there. You got an out-of-state contest and then a big matchup against Woodward Academy. Just talk about what that's going to be like for your team just coming out the gates playing such quality competition.
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty hard schedule last year too. Lots of those teams we played last year, Gainesville, Woodward, Blessed Trinity, we're kind of going to see them again this year, like you said. But yeah, I mean, I've heard Gainesville, they've gotten a lot better. They brought in a couple guys, so that's going to be a pretty good game. And then, also with the out-of-state teams, Pike Road, Savannah Christian, those are going to be some pretty good matchups. But I think we'll be ready. So.
100%. Well, Luke, we got to cut to break. Thank you so much for joining us and telling us a little bit about the program and yourself. Looking forward to Marist this upcoming season. Thanks again.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
In sports, an edge is everything. Hard work, practice.
Let's stay focused out there.
It all adds up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
This is how we do it.
And welcome back to the very first ever Georgia High School Football Media Days brought to you by Huddle. I'm your host, Kaylee Mansell, alongside Score Atlanta reporter Craig Sager and our North Gwinnett representative, Chandler Jordan. Now, Chandler, let's start with the obvious here. You've got a brand new coach in Eric Godfrey. What has that been like for you guys this summer? What has he instilled into y'all, not just as players, but as people?
Yeah, first character. I mean, he's a great person, and so that, that gets trickled down onto us as well. So, it's been a great adjustment. He's been able to, be diplomatic in some areas to where he's been able to mold with the community, and then most importantly with us. So I think we're going to have a great year this year.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, and you look at the team he had at Parkview, his run there, he used to go there. There's not many places where he would be willing to take over that job, but North Gwinnett was one of them. You guys have been one of the most consistent teams in terms of wins, in terms of sending players to the next level. Let's talk about what you've seen just with that standard, and then this offseason, how well prepared you guys feel you are for this season.
Our coaching staff, they've always done well with, getting us ready for the season, getting us ready to play the highest level. And so, I think we're gonna have a good year with Coach Godfrey, running the show for us, and I'm looking forward to it.
Since you are an upcoming junior, you're transitioning from being an underclassman to an upperclassman. So throughout the course of this summer, how have you seen your leadership role change? What characteristics have you had to instill into yourself becoming a leader of this team?
Just being consistent, because, when I lack off, you see the teams behind me, the players behind me lack off, the underclassmen, a few of them, so we have sophomores that are playing this year. And so it's important for me to, stay consistent and be vocal and, show by example so that the team is all working at full ability.
Yeah, 7A football in Gwinnett doesn't get bigger than that, and then you guys get to open the season at Mercedes-Benz Stadium against the defending state champs, Mill Creek. You felt confident just with what you've been able to do this offseason, the 7-on-7s, matching up with all the firepower. Just what are we going to see from the Bulldogs, the effort, the attitude, and just week one?
We're hungry, and, we know, they're defending champions, and, we've always competed well with Mill Creek, so we're ready to, come and bring our all. We want to play our best, and I think, we have a good chance going into Corky Kell week.
And one thing I've been asking all the players that have come up here is, you guys had a tremendous past season, but when you take a look at this season and this team in particular, what makes this squad different from last year and can make them go the distance?
I feel like we have more leaders, the quality of leaders that we have, Stewart did well and leading us, and so I think Godfrey will too. So I think, with the talent and the leadership that we have, I think we'll be able to match or even, outdo what we did last season.
And then individually, where have you felt you've grown the most just from this point last season heading into this year? Just is it the tackling, the understanding of the game, physically?
I mean, I think I'm a better athlete overall than last season. I'm changing positions this year out to corner. And so, when it comes to, my speed, quickness, and, agility and whatever, ball skills, all that stuff is, pretty much overall a lot better than what I was last year.
And last year, you guys won your first region title since 2019. How you want to carry that same momentum from last season into this season? What are your expectations of your team?
We want to win it, every year. And so, we're going to, keep going for it. That's always a goal. And, staying consistent during the season. Our region games are towards the end. So, just keeping everybody healthy, keeping everybody safe, and, we're going to keep going for it again.
And last question for me, you picked up a ton of offers in the month of June. It's July now, so what was that month like? And then just how do you feel right now, just now that it's football time?
All that stuff happened, it was a great experience, going through that process right there. But, it's game time now, so, just keep working, keep getting better with my team, coaches, and, just getting ready for the season so we can ball out this year.
Awesome.
Well, Chandler, we appreciate having you on. Cannot wait to see your team match up. Last day, Corky Kell, Mercedes-Benz in that 4 o'clock spot. Guys, we'll be back with more after the break.
All right, guys, so we are back with Georgia High School Media Day. Today I am with Trinity Christian, Phoenix Moss, and I'm with Cam Matthews, man. So first off, as an icebreaker question, guys, tell me a little bit about yourselves first.
I grew up in Fayetteville, Georgia. Lived there all my life, played at Trinity for the last 4 years, started my freshman year. I love everything about Trinity football, man. I'm just here. I love football. I fish. I do different things like that. Just, living.
Got you. And then what about for you?
I grew up in Fayette County High School, and hold on.
All right. Take your time.
Hold on. I grew up in Fayette County High School. I went there for 2 years. Then I transferred over to Trinity Christian. I really like spending time with my family and playing football. So that's a little bit about me.
Okay, got you. And then tell me a little bit about the decision to go to Navy, right? You both guys are going there. You both are teammates. I'm sure you're pretty close. But what just stood out, we talked a little bit, Phoenix, off air, and you said the brotherhood. But tell me a little bit more about what went into that decision to go to Navy.
Like I said earlier, the brotherhood, this is a different type of environment. Just going to war with your brothers, just competing every day and just doing what you love. Like, I don't know, I can't really get there I can't have that any other school but Navy, like I felt. And I just prayed to God about it and just felt like the right choice.
100%. What about for you?
Personally, I knew what I wanted in the school before the process even started. I experienced it for 4 years at Trinity. it's the great coaching staff and a team of coaches that want to build you up as a man and a leader. And that's what I saw at Navy compared to all the other schools I was looking at. And, once I saw that, I knew it was the right place for me. I mean, it was like a no-brainer to me. The coaching staff, the strength and conditioning staff, the players I met, they were just perfect for me.
100%. And then, guys, tell me a little bit about your relationship with your head coach, Kenny Dallas, right? Heard some great things about him as a head coach. Just walk me through the culture he set at your school and what you enjoy most about playing for him.
Coach Dallas is really encouraging, and he's very team-oriented as, building up the team and doing what's right for the team and for your brothers. And he really built that into our program. So that's what we really strive for when we're going out and playing for each other every day.
100%. He's built an amazing culture at Trinity, man. First 2 years he went to state championship. We won the second year. And it's just I've seen the brotherhood. We talk about the brotherhood all the time at Trinity and the culture that we have. This year we have Choose the Fire, and we're trying to choose to be the most fire-tested team out there. He's really instilled that in us with everything that we do, whether it be just jogging off the field. We can't walk anywhere. I mean, we just have a different grit to us because of him.
100%. And then, Phoenix, you're really impressive, right? You were actually featured in our Underrated and Overlooked podcast recently. We did a segment on you, and what's really impressive is you're not just a receiver, right? You can run the ball, too. You had 600-plus yards rushing, 300 yards receiving. So tell us a little bit about your game. You're kind of an athlete, X kind of player. Put you in on the field, you're gonna do your thing.
I mean, yeah, Coach Duncan, the offensive coordinator, he's really put me in a position to strive and be able to not just run the ball up the middle when I have to, go outside if I need to, and catch the ball. But I really just give praise to my O-line and my offensive coordinator. So that's all I can really say about that.
And last thing before we cut to break, tell me a little bit about playing the defensive tackle position. What do you enjoy most about playing, and what's kind of your go-to move?
What I enjoy most about playing at Trinity is the versatility they allow me to have. I'm a two-gap player. So when I get out there, I just get the ball out, and I had the linebackers behind me that let me thrive, different things like that. My favorite move is the bull rush. I mean, I got a 375-pound bench. It just work out for me most of the time, you know what I'm saying?
Got you. All right, guys. So we're going to cut to break now. We'll be back on the other side in a little bit. Thank you.
Your athletes put in the work that leads to success. But peak performance takes more. It takes a surface that works as hard as they do. One that allows them to train effectively and safely, so that when the lights come on, they're ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day, brought to you by Huddle. I'm Kaylee Mansell with Score Atlanta reporter Craig Sager, and I don't even know what title to give Dave at this point. He's got so many hats that he can wear, so we're just going to go with legend at this point. I think I'm still blushing because he told me my hair looked nice. Dave, you've been in high school football for as long as anyone in this room. So have you ever seen an event like this done? And if you have not, talk about the impact that this can make and the domino effect that it potentially have.
Well, I think this is a great venue. Isaiah and I have discussed this and the future of it. We've got some ideas together. I didn't do a whole lot to help him with it this year, but I will in the future. But I think it's a great thing for the kids to get exposure and their programs to get exposure. And that's what it's all about for our sport. So we're excited. And I'm excited for all of our coaches and players that get to be involved in this.
Yeah, one thing you've always done is just try to keep these events going, and I think we're starting to see all that hard work pay off. I mean, the Corky Kell, now it's the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic. It's bigger than ever. We added a 3-day event to the 7-on-7 named in your namesake as well, and then we had Media Day this year too. So in terms of where things are heading into the season, I mean, it is really huge.
It sure is. I think the footprint has really been good, and that's due to Jimmy Dorsey and Beverly Postel, but mainly IJ. He's the one that's got all the ideas. Usually I got to react to him, but he's really been helpful, and he's a visionary, and that's what you got to have. And we're excited. Well, I want to make it bigger and better. We think the Corky Kell Classic in August is the #1 preseason event in the United States.
100%. And you always have other states reaching out, just telling how impressed they are with the event.
We did. I just got a call from Tennessee about 3 weeks ago. I don't know how we handle that. And, I told them, I said, first of all, you got to get it lined up and get the right venue. The venue for us is obviously Mercedes-Benz, but then we've got those other 3 days at local schools and that get the television exposure and the media exposure. So it's really been good for us. And I think if people follow the script, they could do the same thing at other states.
Dave, I know you're a humble guy. I know you don't like talking about yourself, but I'm going to put you on the spot here for a second. So a couple of months ago, we got the opportunity to watch your name get attached to Corky Kell. You started it with Corky. What was that moment like for you? Talk about the emotions that you felt, and what was it like to be surrounded by people who bow down at your feet because of everything that you've done for not only us, but for high school football around the country?
First of all, nobody bows at my feet, that's for sure. But,
I said, I'm humble.
I am extremely honored to have my name put on the event, and I have been involved in it for 32 years, and it's been a tremendous honor, and we've had a lot of good help. And I was at the press day when we unveiled the naming of the Corky Kell to add my name to it. I had a lot of good friends there, and a lot of Brookwood people there, and a lot of people that helped through the years. And I was just thrilled and awed. You get your name on something, that means you're going to last a little while.
Yep, and the event itself means so much, but talk about just all these years of the Corky Kell Classic, all the kids that have gotten the opportunity to play in it. That's such an unforgettable experience for them to be able to play in that big game. I mean, it just stands out different to play in that.
It sure is. When I was coaching, I used to tell my players, and I meant every word of it, you're playing where the national championship game is played, has been played, will be played. You're playing where the Super Bowl has been played. You're on that field. You'll be able to tell your grandchildren that and not lie to them.
Well, Dave, the pleasure.
I mean, it's just a tremendous opportunity for those kids to play in that venue.
Well, Dave, the pleasure is always ours to have you on. I know you said you didn't do much for this event, but you don't have to. You're the celebrity guest. So to have you on is an honor to us, and we are so excited for everything that you've done and everything that you get to watch moving forward for high school football. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the Hillgrove highlights from this past season.
I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon.
All right, guys, so we're back at Georgia High School Media Day, the first inaugural. We're going to talk to Hillgrove. We'll get to know a little bit more about their program. Got Braylon Haynesborough with me and then Jeremiah. Guys, tell me a little bit about the program at Hillgrove. Made the playoffs last season. What did you guys enjoy most about last season?
I got to say the most fun part about really all this is really playing the game. The aspects of the game are fun as well. The coaching, fun. They make it fun for everybody, and they incorporate everybody into it. The corners, safeties, our coach, Coach Ski, he likes to incorporate blitzes a lot. He makes it incorporate everybody. He helps us get turnovers and different things like that to help us, and that's how I got to the playoffs last year.
Got you. And what about for you?
I like the team aspect. I feel like we're really connected, and on the fun part, I feel like it's more fun to play the game, having fun, than like being so hard on yourself about making mistakes. So I feel like it's fun that they're not as hard on like, got to do this, got to do this. It's just next play mentality.
Gotcha. And then tell me a little bit about, we'll start with you, Braylon. Last season you were second in sacks, second in tackles. What do you enjoy most about playing this kind of that linebacker role and being able, as you said about your coach, right, always blitzing and things like that?
I'm not gonna lie, I just have fun, and our coaches make the best environment for that. But second in sacks. I also, not many people know this, but I hurt my shoulder the week we played Carrollton, and everybody was super bummed out about it. But I had to keep my teammates' head up, even though I was hurt. I was like, "Go, we got to keep going. We got to keep going." And that helped the environment when I did get hurt, and we were able to score a couple points off of special team screens and stuff like that. So I just like the leadership role in all this, and yeah, that's really probably the best part about it.
What about for you?
I just feel like, what did you say again?
I said, what about for you? Like, what did you enjoy most? Just like, just playing the game.
My favorite thing, I like special teams. I like receiving, of course. I like screens. I just like getting the ball in my hands so I can work. I mean, I like running routes, deep routes, catching fades, posts. But my thing really is getting the ball and running. I love running.
Got you. And then walk me through kind of what was the off-season program like kind of at Hillgrove this past off-season? What were some things you guys kind of worked on?
We've been lifting, getting stronger as a team than we were last year. So that's been our main priority. And then we've been getting in our field work. All the position groups, receivers been getting better together, linebackers better together. So we really just been working together in our positions and as a team.
100%. And then, guys, what were some building blocks you guys can remember from last season? Right, it's the first time you made the postseason after missing it 2 years in a row. What were some building blocks you can just take from last season you can apply to this season?
Experience. Our young people, like it's their first. It's when you first step up into that role of being a varsity player. You don't like really know what intensity you got to have, or like the commentary in between players and stuff like that, and your leadership in that role. So when you do step up in that position and you learn that experience on and on throughout the whole season, and that's actually something that we've getting a lot better at as the season progresses, we've gotten a lot better at handling those tough situations, like McEachern game time situation, last 2 minutes, last second touchdown to win the game. So stuff like that, it's just experience building blocks off of those.
Gotcha. And then what about for you?
I feel like it was important. I mean, although we didn't do too good last season, I feel like it was important that we got to the playoffs, because now we know like what it takes to get to the playoffs, and we know what we need to do to keep going in the playoffs. I feel like we're a young team. I feel like we really learned through the experience. Although our record really didn't portray a lot, I feel like we're better than we seem, and we know everything it takes.
100%. All right, guys, so that's it for this segment. We're going to throw it to IJ with Coach Kraft at North Forsyth.
We appreciate it. We've got Braxton Kelly from Banneker and Robert Kraft from North Forsyth. Braxton, I'm going to start with you. Tell us a little bit about Banneker. Banneker's been around a long time. I went to Lakeside in 1970, so I'm pretty familiar with a lot of the older schools. We'll talk to one of the, younger schools. But tell us a little bit about Banneker.
Banneker's school down in South Fulton, College Park area. A lot of our kids are in the area. A lot of our kids are kind of one of those inner city schools, what some would consider, but what we pour into those guys and the hard work that we're instilling in those guys has really started to pay off, and hopefully we can continue to grow our program.
Talk a little bit about your team this year and what we can expect to see from some of your players.
This year, I think we really have a really good shot making a big push to try to make the playoffs. I feel that the things that we've done over the summer and during the spring have really kind of came together and gelled together to where we should be able to have a good season as far as running the ball, building a hard-nosed, tough football team. I've seen a very good increase in their ability to catch on to new concepts as well as take their skill level to the next level. So hopefully we'll be able to get a lot of these seniors and upperclassmen into some colleges.
I'm going to come back to you in a second. Coach Kraft, North Forsyth. I guess the big thing now is you had to move your first, well, you're going to play in Corky, but you had to move your first 2 games at home away. Tell us what happened, not just at North Forsyth, but some of the other Forsyth schools with the weather.
Yeah, really the whole Coal Mountain community, North Cumming, North Forsyth area got hammered last Thursday. And for us, wiped out our scoreboard and has done enough damage to our field that it's going to have to be replaced. So, we talked to our players about that. It's just, going to be part of our story to relocate our scrimmage game, relocate our first home game. And from there, we don't know yet. And it's going to kind of be a week. So, our guys are just going to own this and battle through adversity. It'd be a great lesson. And again, just part when this is a great story for us to remember what we've had to work through for this season. And more than anything, we're just glad no one and everybody was safe in our area. A lot of damage, our guys were anxious to get started this week.
Well, and it's interesting because my kids were at Centennial, so we knew a lot about North Forsyth. But over the last 10 years, Forsyth County, you talk about North, you've got South, you've got East Forsyth now, you've got Lambert. I mean, you just got a lot of good football up there. And I would say of really all the metro counties, probably Forsyth's growing more than any of them.
I would agree. This is year 8 for us, and I've just watched the growth. It's a credit to the administrators at each of the high schools. The coaching, I think, in the county is outstanding. Each of those schools, you have head coaches and coordinators who are doing just fantastic jobs. Every week you got to be prepared. So we take a lot of pride in the county and how the football is getting better and better every year.
And I know you didn't like losing in Corky last year, but I'll tell you what, that was some kind of football game. And I thought what was really neat about it was sort of old Atlanta against sort of new suburbs, in Forsyth.
Yeah, it was. It was a tough way to lose at the end there, but I think a great lesson for our players, not only last year as we worked through the season in such a close game, but then also making sure maybe that we're a little bit better prepared as we get ready for this year.
Talk a little bit about your team this season.
Yeah, so we have a young senior class. This was a senior class that East Forsyth opened a few years ago. They were impacted by that, so we have a small group of just 15 seniors, but they're anxious for their opportunity. They've kind of sat behind some bigger classes. We return our entire offensive line. We return all-region running back in Carson McBrayer. Defensive line, we feel like it's going to be a strength of ours again. So this group, being small, they're a very close-knit group of seniors that are excited for their opportunity to lead.
Well, we look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks at West Forsyth for the Corky Kell plus Dave Hunter Classic.
Yeah,
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, I'm going to just get real back to the Banneker coach. One of the things that you brought up about trying to get these kids to the next level. And it's harder for you, I mean, you look at some of the schools in North Fulton, maybe up in Gwinnett and stuff like that, but that's harder. So how do you try to do that?
I feel like my biggest asset in trying to get guys to the next level is my connections and who I know. Having been on the college level for a while, coaching at Clark Atlanta, Division II school, I'm able to reach out to other coaches that have since dispersed and went other places that are also on the college level. So being able to have a good relationship with those guys, as well as some of my previous coaches, which Joker Phillips, played for Rich Brooks, played for guys that are also coaching on the next level as well. So me having those type of connections is able to bridge the gap, and when players may not have had certain opportunities, I'm still able to reach out and at least get them an opportunity. I always tell myself, my job is at least try to get them there. Once I can get them there, hopefully they can make the best choices and play well enough and do what they have to do academically to stay.
Well, it's funny. I remember Joker Phillips at Kentucky. He actually coached a couple of brothers, Don Blaylock's brothers, up there. But Joker, that's a great nickname. I like it. Well, Coach, we look forward to a good season, and we thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Guys, we'll go to Kaylee. We're back to you.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Kaylee Mansell with our North Paulding representatives, Javarius George and Dube Inagene. Guys, went 7-4 last year. I mean, really good. Your first time making it to the playoffs since 2019. Dube, I want to start with you. It's only Coach Don Stark's second year. Last year was his first year with you guys. How have you seen him already change the culture of your football program, and how would you say that he set you guys up for success in the upcoming season?
I mean, he's done a lot. He's played a big role in our team's success. He comes in every day with great energy, always keeps the team up, never brings us down, and every day is another day, and we look forward to being great.
And Javarius, you were the second leading receiver on the team last year, almost had 500 receiving yards. That's already a big milestone in itself. So what goals have you set for yourself in this upcoming season?
Honestly, just run it back.
just have, better opportunities to get the ball as many times as I can, and ready to just double it and, go back-to-back this year.
And dude, one thing that I don't think that North Paulding gets enough credit for is the strength of y'all's schedule. You guys are in one of the toughest regions in the state, in my opinion. But when you take a look at your schedule for the upcoming season, what are some matchups that you're particularly excited for?
Yeah, I'm excited for Walton.
Yeah.
It's a big game I'm trying to play.
You can tell me why.
Yeah.
You don't have to hide anything.
I feel like it's going to be great competition, and it's going to be both of us battling for the win. It's going to be a real good game.
And Javaris, one thing I've been asking all the teams that have been up here is when you take a look at the past season, you guys already had an impressive record as is. What makes this year's team different from last year? What makes you think that you guys can go the distance?
We're hungry. We're more hungry than last year. I feel like we want to run it back and win another region championship, so that's really just our motivation to, get better every single day, come every day with a vengeance.
All right, now we're going to do some fun stuff right here. I'm going to have you guys both answer these questions. We'll start with Duke, then we'll go to you. All right, what is your go-to pregame song? I know that probably changes every season, but if you could only listen to one pregame song for the rest of your life, what would it be?
I'm going to have to go Fresh Out the UFO by Lil Double O.
Okay, I'm going to have to listen to that. What you got?
I'll probably go Ooh Okay by Lil Double O.
Okay. Very original, guys. Definitely see some bouncing off of one another. Okay, now, I was a former athlete. I know about superstitions. I was a very superstitious player. Do you guys have any pregame superstitions that you have to follow to feel like you can walk out on that field and do your best?
I have to pray. It's mandatory.
Okay.
I got to get on my knees before every game.
Honestly, just my prayer, before every game, and then making sure, I read the right drip, look good, play good, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so now I know a lot of players don't eat before the game, whether it's a matter of nerves or if that's just your way of dialing in. But post-game, when you got that dub, you're hungry, what are you eating for that post-game meal?
I got to go Waffle House.
Yeah.
Bro, you got to go Waffle House with it, man.
Hey, I'm from the Rome area, so I know that everybody in the northwest corner, it's either Waffle House or Cookout.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm right there with you guys. But you both did a phenomenal job. Cannot wait to see what you guys do this upcoming season. Maybe I'll see you guys versus Walton. I think this is going to be a good matchup. I agree with you guys.
Sure.
All right, now let's go ahead and take a look at the North Paulding highlights from last season.
All right, guys, so we are back with Georgia High School Media Day. Sorry the way it looks, man, but I'm with three studs, man. I got to start with Chase Morrison right here, right? This guy, okay. All right, so yeah, this guy right here. Okay, so this guy right here, man, led the team in tackles. He's a stud on the defensive end. Just tell me a little bit, man, what you like about playing the position.
I love it. I get to hit people, go after the quarterback. So I like playing with speed too. I used to play inside, but I had to play with more power then. So I like being on the edge. I get more room to make moves, use my speed, all that type of stuff. So I love it.
And what are we most looking forward to as far as this your senior year? What are some things you want to accomplish, some goals?
State, get to play as a team. Last year we got short a little bit, but I think we can win state this year. So I'm excited for it.
All right, and then I'm with Dylan Williams, the wide receiver right here. So, man, tell me just a little bit about, man, You're under-recruited, but, man, we got to see you for the Corky Kell 707 at Georgia Tech, man, and you had this one-handed catch that was just insane, right? So, man, I know you're going to Marshall, but just tell us a little bit, man, what you enjoy about playing the wide receiver position.
Can you repeat? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So I said, what do you just enjoy most about playing the wide receiver position?
I like catching the ball. Even since I was a little kid, I played baseball, basketball. I like catching the ball. I think I can go up and get it. I think that's one of the best things about me is my catching ability. I can track the ball well, and I've always been good at that. So I'm excited to do that more this year.
100%. And then let's talk to Anthony Knapp, the offensive lineman. Man, what do you enjoy most, again, about playing the offensive line position, man? I know you're highly recruited, but just what do you enjoy most about being a Roswell Hornet?
Well, for me, I really like punishing kids. Like, I like being aggressive, and I love doing it in front of the team that I love. So Roswell's such a great, fallback for me because, it's just we grew up all together. We're going to be a great team, and we're going to go farther, too.
And then you guys made it, question for all three of you guys. You guys made it all the way to the semifinals last year, played Gainesville. What were some things you learned from that you could take into this season and just continue to improve?
Well, I think one of the most important things that we learned is that, even though we do have our star players, it's important to have that secondary ready because we're constantly rotating people in, especially when it gets that far down in the season. You never know who could go down. So everyone's got to be ready and everyone's got to be prepared.
100%. And for you, Chase and Dylan?
Repeat the question for me.
Yes. So, what can you take from last year's semifinal appearance against Gainesville that you could take into this season?
We got to just be more aggressive, not let as many big plays happen. I thought we let our defense, I'm talking for the defense, our defense had a very good, we stopped them, but every once in a while we let some big play happen, which we just got to cut the big plays out. Once we get that down, I think we'll be straight, we'll be good.
And what about for you? Yeah, so what did you enjoy most about, last season you got made it to Gainesville, right? You played them in the semifinal. What are some things you take away from that you can apply for this season?
I think every year we always making it far in the playoffs, and then this year we just got to take an extra step. Last year we made it to the semifinals. Before that, we made it to the round before that. So it's always just keeping on progressing and taking another step.
Right. And talk to me about your relationship with quarterback KJ Smith. You guys are locked and loaded. What's that chemistry like? What's kind of some things you guys like to work on?
That's my guy. We always talking on and off the field, and I mess with him a lot. He's a great leader, and he wants to be great himself, but he always wants to see the team do well too, and we're gonna do big things this season. Big stats coming up.
And then quick question for all of you. So I'll start with you, Dylan. What's the pregame snack you like to eat right before games?
Pregame snack. They usually just whatever they give me, I just eat that, and I make sure I hydrate a lot. But protein bar, I guess, Gatorade protein bar.
And then what about for you, Chase? Pregame snack you like to eat before a game?
I always have a Pedialyte and then a Rice Krispie treat. But then they give us Chick-fil-A and stuff, so I eat that too.
Okay. And then Anthony, same thing for you. What's kind of that pregame go-to, man?
Well, for me, it's probably what they give us, like a Chick-fil-A sandwich. But the night before, I like to eat a giant ribeye steak.
Oh, okay, ribeye steak. All right, guys. So this is Roswell. We're going to send it to break. Thank you guys for joining, learn a little bit more about your program. Thank you.
Up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
This is how we do it.
Yeah, welcome back to the Georgia High School Football Media Days. Great crowd out tonight. Kaylee, Craig, Najeh, everybody doing a great job. Matt, our producer today, Roddy White helping him set up everything. Got the new coach for McEachern High School. And of course, we have a real fondness towards McEachern, owning Corky Kell and doing that for many years. But Coach, first of all, what's it like to step into a school like that? First of all, it's a great school. I love the principal there. I love the AD. Tough ladies, and probably tough ladies to work for, but great people. So what's it like sort of stepping into this job?
Well, like you said, the first thing is the administration is awesome, right? So they've been super supportive. The community is 100% behind the program. Players have been great, and like you said, great facilities, resources there. Just kind of a dream job as a high school coach. Has everything you could ever want.
Talk about your team a little bit this year and what to expect.
Yeah, for us, I mean, you know, we're coming in year one, establishing the culture, just trying to build a foundation for the future. But I think we have enough right now to win right away and really kind of make some noise in the state of Georgia. So I'm excited to see what we do come August.
What are some of y'all's strengths this year?
I think offensive line. This is probably the best offensive line I've ever walked into as a head coach. After that, our secondary is pretty good on defense too. So, you know, when you're good in the trenches up front, you got a chance every single week. And on the back end, when you can cover people up, you can do a lot of different things defensively. So I'm excited for us.
Got an interesting game coming up at Corky Kell at the Benz. Talk about that.
Yeah, that's an event I've always wanted to be a part of, obviously being at Westlake and Griffin in the past as a head coach. Never got an opportunity to participate in that, and I kind of was always envious of the teams that were selected. So to be a part of that event now as one of the, you know, premier games and a part of the premier program, you know, I'm super excited for that individually as a head coach.
So I'm super close with Regina Montgomery, your principal. A lot of people don't realize she drives all the way over, I think from Stone Mountain or something. But I've seen, first of all, I love her. She's so supportive, you know, to have one of my favorite principals.
Yeah, she's awesome. I mean, when you talk about a principal that's supportive and that's a sports lady and just wants to see you do well, you can't ask for anything better.
And I think it's pretty neat that, you know, both the athletics director and the principal of the school are female. I mean, you just don't see that very much.
You don't, it's rare. But again, at the end of the day, they get it, right? And that's all that matters, whether it's female, and so I'm just blessed to have them.
Well, Coach, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you at Corky Kell, okay?
Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to kick it over to some McEachern highlights. Is that, I'm sorry, Mays. We're going to have some interviews with Mays coming up, but we'll kick it over to Mays highlights.
And welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Huddle. I'm your host, Kaylee Mansell, with our Mays representatives, Tyquez Richardson and Quintavious Johnson. Now, you guys just got a chance to look at some of your highlights from the last season. Did that get you guys hyped up for the upcoming weeks right here?
Yes, ma'am. For sure.
All right, Quintavious, we'll start with you. You guys went 8-5 last season, an already impressive record, but you had a really tough playoff loss in overtime. So when you take a look at this season, what are some of the goals you hope to achieve as an individual and as a team?
Me as myself, I just want to enroll into my school that I'm committed to right now early. So up in the building, I want to make sure everything's great, then get down on the field, make sure everything's great. Leading away from the young guys. And then as a team, this year we want to make it to state, not fall short how we did last year.
And Tyquez, one question that I've been asking all players that have been up here. You guys, as I mentioned, already had an impressive record, as is last year. But when you take a look at this year's team, what makes this year's squad different? What makes you think that you can go the distance?
I feel like this year we know what we did last year, and we know what it takes to go ahead and get over that hump that we got stuck on last year. So we've been putting in more work. Work is on finishing everything we do. So we won't fall short like last year and not be able to finish in overtime.
And Quintavious, you mentioned this one word, leadership. This year you got to be a leader on the team. How would you describe your leadership style? Are you more action? Are you more of a talker? Describe that for me a little bit.
I'm more of a showing the young guys how it's supposed to be done. So on the field, show them how it's supposed to be done. and in the building showing how it's supposed to be done.
And Tyquez, I took a look at you guys' schedule. It's some pretty stiff competition in there. So when you look at this season, you look at the matchups, which ones are you most excited for?
I'm excited to play. I'm excited to play everybody, honestly. But the main matches I want to play, I'm excited to play Creekside. I'm excited to play Douglas County. They both have a pretty good program going on up there. I just want to get on the field with those guys, compete.
And when you look at this past summer, you guys have been in the heat all summer long, working hard out there. What have you guys been doing to prepare for this upcoming season?
Just finishing everything that we do. Trying not to quit and show the younger guys that it's going to get hard. Just don't quit.
All right, now we're going to go to the fun stuff, the guys that you really want to answer. All right, Tyquez, we'll start with you. Now, both of you guys will answer this. We'll go from you to you. All right, we're going to start with what is your pregame song? And I know songs are constantly changing, right? There's always new music out there. But if you could listen to one song for every single game for this season, one song, what's it going to be? He's thinking hard about it.
I probably have to go Get Back. A song called Get Back by YTV Fat. It just get the whole locker room hype, the vibes there, just turn us up.
All these answers that people are giving, like I consider myself to be pretty young, and then y'all are throwing all these new artists at me. I feel like I got to get with the times right here. All right, what you got?
Oh my God, Save Me by Meek Mill.
Okay, finally one that I know. All right, so now.
I was going to go Meek Mill. I was going to say that Dreams and Nightmares.
No, you thought long and hard about it. Don't say that you were about to say that.
No, I was going to say that first, but then I had another answer.
All right, so we're going to move on to the next one. I know a lot of players don't eat before the game, but your post-game meal, your go-to.
Chick-fil-A.
I thought Chick-fil-A would be closed right after the game. Y'all got a Chick-fil-A that's open late?
No, after the game?
Post-game, yeah.
I don't really eat after the game.
Really?
My post-game meal usually be like pasta, things like that, like Alfredo.
You got to have the carb load, right? All right, last question I got for you guys. Do you have any pregame superstitions? Do you have something that you have to do before every single game?
Just talk to the young guys, make sure they're not nervous.
Really?
I'm big on leadership, so.
I like it.
I like to go around and just look at everybody in the eyes, just look at everybody, make sure everybody on the same page that I'm on. Or if I see somebody who I don't feel like it there, I talk to them, and I make sure that all the guys that I know, all of the starters, I make sure all the starters know what they're doing, make sure everybody's straight, make sure ain't nobody injured or anything like that, make sure everybody good.
All right, guys, we are on a live broadcast for this last part right here. I'm going to let y'all have the mic for a second. You can shout out your mom, you can shout out your team, you can shout out whatever you want. The floor is yours right here. Tell the people what you got going on in your life.
Okay, I want to shout out all the young guys that got through the summer workouts from 8th grade all the way to the 10th graders, because I know it got pretty hard. So, yeah, shout out to those young guys, and go Dogs.
Go Dogs.
I want to shout out to my teammates over here, the Maid Boys over here, Maid Rod. You know what I'm saying? I want to shout out my mom. I want to shout out Coach Sling. He the reason we up here today. That's about it. Go Buffs.
All right, guys, I appreciate having you guys up here. I look forward to see you guys in the Greater Atlanta Bash. I'll see y'all there.
Yes,
all right, sounds good. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the Lanier High School highlights.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Load that.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And that was the Lanier Longhorns highlights from this past season. Now here with us, our Lanier representative is Chase Jameson, who was the leading receiver for the Longhorns this past year. That's already a big goal already. But when you look at this upcoming season, what expectations have you set in place for yourself?
For myself, I really just
perfect the route running, get that down, create more separation in between me and the DBs. I mean, work on my hands still, obviously. I have good hands. Personally, I feel like I have good hands. I mean, I don't drop many passes, so, I mean, for myself, just keep fine-tuning my skill.
And then talking about fine-tuning, right, what were some things you did in the offseason to kind of work on that route running, right? To walk me through the specifics that you worked on with either your wide receiver coach, offensive coordinator. What were some things you worked on to kind of perfect that?
Me and my receiver coach, we would go outside. After practice, we'd run routes constantly every day. After practice, just working the break point, getting out of your breaks. Really, that's all I needed was getting out of my breaks. I kind of get stuck in my breaks sometimes, I feel like. So once I perfected that, I feel like I became a true receiver.
100%. And then last season, you guys won 2 of your last 3 region games to kind of punch your ticket into the playoffs. So walk me through, kind of found your footing there towards the end of the season to punch your ticket. So just walk me through how that was at the end of the season.
I feel like for us, at the start of the season, we were just not taking it as serious. The team wasn't all together. And then once the region hit, me personally stepped up. I was like, guys, we got to figure something out. Something's got to happen. Me and my quarterback both. And after that, our whole team just kind of came together. We won our couple games and then went to the playoffs.
Now it's a new season. Everybody starts 0-0. A lot of hype in this room. I can feel it. But when you take a look at the Lanier schedule this year, what matchup sticks out to you? What are you most excited for?
I mean, obviously the Gainesville game, like that's the Lanier versus Gainesville. That's the matchup everyone wants to see. It's always been. We dropped the game to them last year, and we weren't as good as a team last year, I feel like. And this year, going through the summer, I feel like everyone's bought in already. Everyone wants to win. Everyone's striving for the same goal. So I feel like we can do it, to be honest.
And then walk me through in your varsity career, man, what's been your most favorite highlight or most memorable moment that just, if you had to say you were coaching your kids in the future, that you would say, man, this was something I'll always relish and remember?
When we were playing against Gainesville and I ran a wheel route and I went up on their corner and just took it out from his hands over his head. That was my favorite play I've ever made in my entire career.
So one thing I find in the off season, when you guys come back together again for that first initial week of spring practice, throughout the summer, there's a new message that's trying to be portrayed to y'all, whether it's your coaches or your players. It's a new motto or a new motivation that you guys are trying to get through. So when you take a look back at that summer practice, what has been that reoccurring conversation, the new motivation for this season? What's the message that's been trying to get through to you guys?
How you do anything is how you do everything.
Yeah.
That's what our head coach has been preaching the whole season. Coach Malouf's he's really on it. Like, how you do it is how you're going to do it. So
100%. All right, guys. So thank you so much, Chase, for just joining us here and learning more about Lanier. We're going to cut to some Discovery highlights before the interview with Craig Sager.
All right, my mic was off. All right, we just got done watching the Discovery highlights from last season. You guys are fairly new, but you guys have really been able to build yourselves up. You have a lot of momentum heading into this year. Talk about what this offseason means and what the goals are this season.
Well, yeah, like you said, it's fairly new. You know, people forget that Discovery High School wasn't established until, 2015. But these kids in this community have done a lot in 8 years, and right now what we've been trying to do is build on the foundation that's already been there. And the kids, when I came in this year to take over as the first year as the head football coach, and I sat down and I talked with all of the seniors, and I said, what is it that your goals are? What are the things that you want to accomplish? And, they told me, and they said, Coach, we want to win, and we want to show people that we belong in 7A football in Gwinnett County. And everything that we have done this offseason, from the weight room to the conditioning, the practice on the field, that effort, that mentality has been there every single day. And because of the senior group that we have, it has bled down to the younger players, from the juniors to the sophomores and even to the incoming freshmen. And you can definitely see that there's a new excitement going on in Lawrenceville.
Yeah, and that's awesome. And you mentioned the seniors. They've obviously been with the program long. That's something that is kind of new for the Titans. Looks like you have a great group here today, including Mohamed Alcine. Did I say that right? Yes, sir. Yeah, Alcine, your leading sack guy. So what have you, before we go to Mohamed, what have you seen from him just buying into the program and being able to have the success he's had?
Well, the day that I got, the announcement was dropped that I was going to take over the program, before I could even get home and talk to my wife, he had already reached out to me and said, Coach, this is who I am. Anything you need, let me know. So the leadership is the thing that I tell everybody about. You want to talk about a player who leads by example, and whether it's his work ethic, the way he carries himself, everything he does on and off the field with his academics, a 3.73 grade point average. That's what makes him the football player that he is. Not only that, his leadership, but his willingness to do whatever it is that he's asked to do. How he works on the field, the effort he gives, and it's contagious. When the other players on the practice field don't have a choice but to work hard when they look at him and what the rest of the seniors are doing this offseason.
Certainly. I bet you've made the offensive linemen better, too, at practice, getting after it. You're the team's leading sack returner. You had a great junior year. What do you expect? What are the goals this upcoming season for you?
Just get after it and be dogs out there. We want to make every team respect us, and remember, win or lose, you're going to remember how you felt. You're going to feel it the day after, and you're going to remember every number that come and hit you. And we want respect. We're ready to make a statement and build up the program.
And you got a lot of teammates right here. What's the offseason been like? Just, you talked about kind of the goals the senior class is setting, but some of the young guys that you've helped kind of mentor, show them how things are done on a day-to-day basis.
I think the young guys have really picked up on everything, seeing how older guys, because coming in with a whole new coaching staff, it's hard to adjust, but I think everyone has done a great job adjusting and just getting after. We get up early in the morning, we lift hard, we run hard, and we practice even harder, and that's just how we're going to approach everything from now to November, and we make our playoff push.
And it's so exciting just heading into a new season. When did you start playing football, and then what has that journey been like just to become a productive player, a leader on your team, and just being at a school like Discovery in Gwinnett County, which we all know is the best of the best in the country?
There's no other county like Gwinnett in the country. My first year playing football was last year, as my junior year. I came over from basketball, and I just had a great support staff from the former coaching staff to my family and family members who've been playing collegiate football and professional. So it was an easy transition. I think myself as an athlete, so the transition wasn't that bad, but coming in, just getting reps and learning and just trying to be the best teammate I can before I put myself ahead of anybody else.
And let's just talk about Discovery as a whole. Obviously, we want to focus on football, but it seems like athletically, it's really just surging up across the board. The student athletes are really bought into participating in the athletics. You've got some great coaches there. Just what's the overall state of the Discovery athletic program?
Whether we want to admit it or not, no matter how much we love all the different sports and all the student athletes we have, football kind of sets the tone at any school, especially in the state of Georgia. But like you said, the athletic program as a whole is on the rise at Discovery High School. And a lot of that has to do with, quality coaches and people that care about these kids and people that are willing to come in and do the things that maybe other coaches don't want to do. Every situation is different, And, our new athletic director, George Massenberg, has put together a lot of quality coaches that brought them in And even starting the school year now, with pre-planning and teachers showing up in the building and getting to know, who the other coaches are in the building and who the other teachers are, you can tell that there is a great core of people, of men and women that are there, that want to do right by these kids at Discovery High School. The kids are there. At all the other schools I've been to, I spent 5 years at Meadow Creek High School under Coach Jason Carrera, and, the kids are always there. Kids are always there wanting to be coached. They want to be coached hard. They want to excel. They want to be great. And what it takes is the people that come into that building, no matter where it is, and is willing to do what it takes to win and be successful at that program in that school situation. And I think you're starting to see that at Discovery High School, and not just from the football program, but across the board. Expect to see some great things coming out of Titan Country.
Absolutely. And then last question, let's talk about that region you're in. I think it's going to be really exciting. You guys played Norcross last year. They kind of had a super team last year with some of their offensive weapons. But really, I think that region as a whole, it looks like every team has kind of gotten better. You got some new coaches in certain positions. How competitive is this region going to be this year?
This region is very competitive. Everybody, looks at the region and you see the classical powerhouses of North Gwinnett and Norcross. But then you follow that up with us, the Discovery, Peachtree Ridge, Duluth, Berkmar, with a new coaching staff that's bringing over a lot of experience and winning ways from Langston Hughes, Duluth, and it's getting better. And the one thing about Gwinnett County that I love and why I felt so fortunate to be able to stay in this county was that there is a brotherhood of coaches. Coaches get along. We all know what the goals are. We all go through the same struggles. And on Friday nights, you want to beat each other up a little bit. But at the end of the day, we're all, members of this club, of this fraternity, as being football coaches in Gwinnett. And you want to see your other schools do good. You want the competition to do better. When the other schools in your region are doing good, it makes you better. And it just elevates the whole competition across the board. So it's going to be an exciting year. It's going to be very competitive. You're going to have a lot of teams fighting for those spots in the playoffs, and hopefully, we'll be in position to be one of those teams.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, guys. Mohammed, best of luck this season. We're looking forward to big things from you guys, the Titans, across the board. But thank you so much. We're going to be going back to Najeh and Kaylee, but first, let's check out some Carver Atlanta highlights from last season.
All right. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days. I'm with an exceptional program right now in Carver, Atlanta. They were 9-4 last year. I'm with two studs, safety Roderick Hunter and also safety Joshua Stone. 2 3-stars already committed. Hunter is committed to Akron, and Joshua Stone is committed to Arkansas State. So first, let's talk about what are you guys most looking forward to this upcoming season?
Winning the state title. That's been the goal since I've been here, since 9th, 10th grade. 10th grade we came up short, but we're trying to redeem ourselves. We're trying to get back to that. We're trying to win state this year.
100%. What about for you?
Yeah, the same thing. We expect to go to the state, you know what I'm saying? We work hard every day. It's only one goal that we got, and it is state.
100%. Okay, guys, so tell me, y'all both play defensive back. What do you guys enjoy most, right? Is it coming down, laying the hit, or is it playing ball coverage, safety, getting the interception?
Interception, more definitely.
And why? Gotta tell me why. You gotta elaborate a little bit, man.
I like to be a game changer, change the momentum of the game. Catching interception, it just feels good to me, so I just like it.
Got you. And what about for you, man?
I like coming down and get a hit.
You like coming down, getting hit, forcing the fumble?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I like being more aggressive.
Got you. Okay. And then, guys, walk me through the experience of playing in such a tough region, right? I think this year it's lowered again. This could be one of the best regions in the state of Georgia, right? You're going to have Sandy Creek defending champion. You're going to have Cedar Grove. You're going to have Douglas. And then yourself, right? So tell me, how was it playing in that tough region?
Oh, no, it's kind of difficult. You got to bring it every week, Got to be prepared. Got to compete in practice so it can be easier in the game. Got a game plan. Got to watch the film. Them teams make us better, though. It's a learning experience. But, I feel like we got a good team this year. We got a good run at it, and I feel like we will reach the goal of winning state and getting there,
I feel like it's all going from hand to hand, you know what I'm saying? From practice, to the game, from the weight room, film, all of it going hand to hand.
And then tell me, guys, how does Coach Darius Smiley prepare you guys for kind of that tough region? I believe you guys, correct me if I'm wrong, you got Buford on the docket. You guys play a very tough non-region schedule because you only got 4 region games. So tell me, how does Coach Smiley prepare you guys just to play in that tough region?
He pushes us really hard in practice. He holds the leaders accountable. So we have to lead every day. We have to come in on time. We have to push our teammates so we can get past this tough schedule that we have, such as the Buford, such as the Cedar Groves, and them like that.
For you?
Honestly, you tell us it's all about your heart. It don't matter about the size. We're always going to be on the size. It's all about your heart. You go on the field every day and play your same, give your best, give your all.
Gotcha. Now, last year, you guys went out in the semifinals against Sandy Creek, right? I think you guys played them twice last year. So tell me, guys, is that like kind of a revenge game, like trying to get your get back? Like, how you guys feel, facing up against them this season?
Most definitely. Most definitely, it is a get back. I feel like we should go out there, play our best. At the end of the day, it's still we want to be competitive and have a great game, but we want to win that game.
They got the high end on us, so it's most definitely revenge.
Gotcha. And then tell me a little bit about, you guys going to be in that Great Atlanta batch. You're going to be featured. I believe you're playing Calhoun. So just real quick, just what stands out about that match? What are you most looking forward to in that? I think it's the second week of the season playing against them.
I'm looking to play their running back. I heard they have like a 3-star running back.
Caden Williams?
Yeah, so I just want to see what he is about. I never really seen him before, but when the film come out, I know we're going to see what he's about.
Yes, sir. Same as him.
All right, and then another question for you guys. Just what do you enjoy most? I know one said he likes going up and getting the ball, and others said kind of coming down and laying the hit. But what do you guys enjoy most about just playing defense? And where did your careers kind of start?
My career started at DB, so I've always been a DB. But just playing defense, I don't know, it's just different. Like, it's a different type of attitude.
Okay. And then what about you?
It's crazy because when I first started playing football, I started off at center.
What?
Yes, I started off at center. People won't believe it, but I started off at center. Then I went to quarterback and running back. My career was all over the place, but defense, it always had a place in my heart because I love to, be aggressive. I love to hit people. You know what I'm saying?
Got you.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. So this is Carver Atlanta program. We're going to throw it to IJ right now.
Hey, guys. Thanks, Najeh. We have Sheriff Owens, Cobb County. You're sort of out of your jurisdiction here. Are you going to be all right?
I'm going to be fine. I noticed my high school is here from Cobb County, so we'll come out to support them and all the local high schools as well.
Well, we're going to talk about the Sheriff's Cup, which opens up our season in a second. But just talk about overall what high school football and how important it is to kids. Obviously it keeps kid in a team, situation busy for a lot more hours than not. I mean, looking at it from a sheriff's perspective, how big is it?
Well, I think playing athletics, specifically football in general down south, is huge. I just left Cleveland yesterday to get back to this event, and everyone was talking about how good Georgia football, high school football is, and how it's changed so many kids' lives by being involved in a team sport, building them some morale, purpose, and giving them some straight and narrow guidelines to follow so they can be successful.
So we've got the Sheriff's Cup coming up. It'll be Cobb, Fulton, Atlanta, and DeKalb, which I think is going to be really interesting. You got Gwinnett in the first game. The way it's going to work is we'll play, 2 teams will play a half. You guys will play Gwinnett in a half, and then DeKalb will play Fulton in a half, and the winner of those two games will play a full game for the championship at Collinsville. We'll have it on Peachtree City. But it's more than just a football game, isn't it, Sheriff?
It's a game hopefully change these young men's lives. We're trying to eliminate bullying and gang violence in our schools. And what better way to do it other than do athletics? And I think by bringing this game together, it's going to solidify that. We'll be able to bring our community together and be able to eliminate those two things in our schools and our community. So a great effort for us to do is get this done.
You know, before I got involved with you and the other sheriffs, I didn't realize on the gang side how early these kids get started with gangs.
Right, you're absolutely right. So the data on our research, most of them starting around the 7th, 8th grade level, and that's why we picked this grade level to start with. So we picked the right grade level at the right time, and I think it's going to be very successful.
Well, listen, Sheriff, we appreciate you coming by. Any predictions on the Sheriff's Cup?
Oh, absolutely. Cobb County all the way.
Thanks again. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to commercial. Matt, go to commercial. Okay, thanks.
In sports, an edge is everything. Hard work, practice.
Let's stay focused out there.
It all adds up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
This is how we do it.
And that commercial was brought to you by our primary sponsor, Huddle. I'm Kaylee Mansell here at Georgia High School Football Media Day with our Milton High School representatives, DeBron Gatling and Ryan Gia. All right, DeBron, we're going to start with you. Milton just had their 5th consecutive region title. Obviously, there is a culture of winning. There's a consistency there. So every year, what expectations do you guys have set in place when it comes to wins?
Every year we have the expectation to win the region. We make a hard schedule of the non-region games, so we prepare for the region. Our coach really don't care about the non-region games. He really cares about winning the region. He says that to us every day.
Mm-hmm. And Ryan, obviously you guys fell short in the Final Four last year. It was a tough game. You had a tough competitor. They obviously went on to win the state championship. But how did you guys use that as motivation in the offseason to help you prepare for this upcoming season?
Yeah, definitely. We took it into consideration coming into the next season, knowing what they did in the playoffs. So we're using it as motivation to the next season, trying to be the best team we can coming off the loss to Mill Creek in the semifinals.
Mm-hmm. DeBron, you are a Texas A&M commit. I know you got to focus on the season ahead of you. You've got a whole nother year of high school football left, but whenever you're thinking about the future, how are you going to use this season to better prepare yourself as a player at the collegiate level?
Just working hard every day, not giving up on no plays this season. Every play I go hard, just prepare for that next level, because the next level you can't take no plays off.
Mm-hmm. And Ryan, you're a 4-star prospect in the class of 2025. You've got a lot of offers on the table as it is, but moving forward in the recruiting process, what are you looking for in a school? What's going to come down to be that it factor for you?
Yeah, definitely. So the main part for me is how they use the tight ends in the offense, and then definitely the educational aspect they have, and definitely how they make my family feel the moment we step on campus.
Mm-hmm. Now, DeBron, I've seen Milton's schedule. I know that y'all got a tough schedule every single year. What matchups are you most looking forward to this season?
I'm looking forward to the game in Florida Western, and I'm looking for our rival games, Roswell and Alpharetta.
Mm-hmm. Now, Ryan, I've had a chance to interview Ben Reeves before, but talk about, kind of the message that he's instilled in y'all this summer. I feel like in every single offseason, there's a message that's being portrayed to a team, whether it's a new motto or a new saying or a new quote that you guys go by. What has been that message, and how have you tried to implement that into your offseason?
Yeah, definitely. So I would say it's brotherhood, effort, toughness, so bet. And I would say we do it every day, protecting our brothers on the field and just giving each other all we have every single day. And he's doing a great job putting it instilling that with us every single day.
Okay, so now for this last part of it, we're going to do some fun stuff right here. Let's put the game aside. Let's talk about some fun things. I'm going to have you both answer these questions. Ryan, we'll start with you. What is your go-to pregame hype song? Now, I know that songs are constantly changing. There's new things in and out, but if you could have one song that you listen to for the rest of the season, what's it going to be?
Dreams and Nightmares.
I haven't heard that one today, and I'm really surprised by that because I feel like that is the go-to at this point. What about you?
I really don't got a go-to song, but anything by Baby Drill.
Okay, that's a name I've heard up here a couple times, but I have no idea who that is, so I'm going to have to do my research.
Yeah, you got to do your research on him.
All right, now we're going to loop back around. I know athletes are superstitious. I was superstitious myself. Do you guys have any pregame superstitions that you have to follow in order to be able to step on that field and know that you're capable of playing the game?
For me, I kind of started this in the playoffs. Before the game, I would walk out to the 50 and just take it all in, then come back in, just get ready to go for the game.
Mine is, before every game, I got to have some Chick-fil-A, spicy chicken sandwich with a fry and a large Powerade.
All right, guys, I appreciate having y'all up here. Excited to see what Milton can do this season. All right, IJ, take it away.
Thanks, Kaylee. Of course, as we move on, we speak to one of my favorite coaches, Coach Darren Miles from Carver, Atlanta, who's done some kind of job. I'll tell you what's impressive, and I know you and Jasper Jewell and many others, but really the city of Atlanta has, over the last, I would say, 7-8 years, not only in football, but it's just gotten so much better in athletics.
That's right, it has. Of course, under the tremendous leadership of Jasper Jewell and his assistant, Rendell Jackson and Corey Collier, and also when Candace was here, they've always done a great job of supporting our needs, and not necessarily, I always tell people, you can't always get what you want, but they definitely make certain that we have what we need, resources and exposure. So that have allowed us to have the successes that we've been able to have, So stuff as simple as being able to keep some of your money from the gate so that you can pour into your program and invest, whether it's for food, camps, etc. And those things have allowed us to get exposure because every year we go to the University of Georgia, Georgia Tech, just to name a few. We ride out to Buford and do Patty Camp. So those things have allowed us to see what other great programs look like as well. And also when we go to those Patty Camps, compete against other bigger programs that have a tradition and a history as well.
Well, it's interesting, but I'm a big fan of Atlanta public schools because both of my parents and all their siblings went to Grady High School, which of course now is called Midtown. But my dad actually played for Earl Russell on the 53 team. He was only a sophomore. He didn't play very much that year. But that was Grady's only, I think, state football championship. But I'll tell you what, Coach, you have to be really feel good about the way your program's gone. I mean, typically at the end of the year, Carver Atlanta is still standing. And talk a little bit about going into this year and what you have.
Right. Well, first off, kudos to my administrative staff on the Carver campus for all the previous years, the new ones and the old. They've always done a great job of supporting athletics and supporting me as well. Also my assistant football coaches, I had some that been with me since I got there. I have some that been there 18 years. They do an outstanding job of supporting the vision and enhancing the culture of the program. This year we're looking forward to what we hope to be another outstanding season. We lost a lot of good players. Some went on to college, but we have a lot of young, eager kids that played on the junior varsity level and played in sub roles on the current team, on last year's team, that we're excited about what they're going to give us this year. They've been working extremely hard. Our boys have been busting their tails since January, and they sacrifice a lot so that we can actually have another successful season. And that being said, we're looking forward to, week 1, we have LaGrange on the road. Week 2, of course, Great Atlanta Bass against Calhoun. The ironic thing about that, in 2021, when we played for the state championship, Calhoun was in the other side. We were right next to each other. We spoke and wished each other good luck, and now we're going to be facing each other.
Well, one final coach is that Calhoun game in the Great Atlanta Bash. I mean, I was excited. The Calhoun coach gave me a call and said, look, I need a game. And I said, I got a perfect team for you. I called Jasper, and then, of course, I called you. But I think that, Calhoun, Carver, Atlanta is such a, there's two different parts of the state of Georgia. Right. And we talked about the fact that Calhoun probably hasn't played in Atlanta since they've actually played in the Georgia Dome. But you got to be excited, and Calhoun's going to bring a lot of people with them.
Oh, yeah, we're really excited because we understand and we know the tradition of Calhoun football. You know, the state championship games, the consistent playoff runs, you know, tremendous coaching staff, fan support. You know, we relish those opportunities because those are the type of atmospheres and environment you get when you get on the road for the playoff game. You know, and the only way to get better is by playing better teams. You know what I mean by that? If you want to be one of the top programs in the state or the country, you have to play against opponents of such. You know, so we're really excited. We know we're going to be going against a great coaching staff and a great football team.
Coach, good luck. We'll see you soon.
Yes,
see you,
sir.
Corky Kell.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Coach. All right, Najeh, back to you.
All right, guys, we are back. Georgia High School Media Day with McEachern Indians. We're going to learn a little bit more about their program. So first and foremost, we're going to do an introduction. You guys tell me your names and tell me a little bit about yourselves.
Parker McClendon from McEachern High School, class of 2024. I play O-line.
And for you?
My name's Daniel James, class of 2024. I play corner and safety.
Jaden Kinney, quarterback, class of 2024, McEachern High School.
All right, guys, so let's talk a little bit about last season. You guys ended up, beating a top 10 team at the time in Douglas County. Let your game 35-31. What do you guys remember from that game?
I just remember the dog fight towards the end, and then we had one of our D linemen go down. I just remember we had to come together as a team and just fight through it.
Yeah, I remember that one as a real defining game for us and what the team really took from that game, because if we didn't lock in right away, then we would have lost that game. So we just came out harder in the second half, and then we just came out with the dub.
100% for you?
It was definitely a dog fight that game. They gave us great competition, but I think that game we really clicked, came together as a team, and excelled in what we needed to do.
100%. And then just a two-sided question. I want you guys to tell me a little bit about what Coach Reed has been kind of instilling in you guys early on being the head coach. And what are you guys most looking forward to this upcoming season?
He's been installing grit, fight for everything, hustle to the ball, get down, go, just be a dog on the field for real. And I'm just excited for what he has for us in the season and just how he's going to showcase our talent and stuff like that.
Same for you.
And then with Coach Reed coming from the college level, with him coming from Florida, he's really teaching us to be more organized, on time to meetings, and then just getting real, more structure in the team. So, and we just something that we're going to carry on to the field with, calls and defense and running plays and stuff like that. So, as a team, I think we more organized than ever, and then that also leads us to coming together as a team as well.
100%. For you?
Coach Reed, we love him, man. It's great to have him. He's a great coach. He's getting us right, organized. I mean, ain't nothing more you can ask from a coach to come in their first year, and he's doing it. He's definitely getting us right.
All right, and guys, football is right around the corner. You guys are going to start in our Corky Kell. I believe you guys play Saturday against North Gwinnett. What are you guys most excited about that matchup and just kind of being featured and get some exposure for you guys as well?
I just can't wait for the lights to come on. That first hit, my senior season, I just can't wait.
It's just a big moment for all of us because we don't came so far coming from sophomore year. So it's just it's going to be a moment that we're going to remember forever for real. But I'm ready to get it started though. So
100% for you.
First game, Vince, it's going to be the game we're going to show everybody what we about for real. So we're going to come in there, show out, do our thing, try to win.
100%. So, guys, you can see McEachern live on Peachtree TV and 11 News First Half during the Corky Kell Classic. We're going to send it over to Najeh right now with Coach Maloof.
With Tyler Maloof, the coach at Lanier High School. Tyler, how you doing?
Doing great. Really excited to be here.
So what type of summer have you had? I know that, we talked a couple years ago when you got the job, and there's a lot of work to do there. Of course, you come from a line of coaches with your dad at Norcross, and of course your grandfather was a great athlete, really all-around athlete, Georgia Tech and Marist and stuff. Talk about what you've done this summer to try to get these kids ready for the season.
Right after the season in December, the group of returning kids really bought into what we were asking them to do. And it really had a shift in their mentality, their work ethic, the culture we've been trying to instill in these guys. And since January, these guys have been working their tails off, and it's showed this summer. So I'm just really excited about the group that's coming back, and they really bought into what we're doing and hold each other accountable. and working on being a player-led team, and that's what gets us as coaches really excited about this upcoming season.
Talk about your team a little bit. Let's hear about your, what your strengths and weaknesses are.
Yeah, we returned a lot of guys on offense from this last year. Our quarterback, Preston Ratliff's back, so he'll be a second-year starter. We have 2 really great running backs back, a couple good receivers and linemen. I mean, we returned 9 guys that have played significant amount of varsity football on the offensive side of the ball, and then defense we returned a good bit too. So as coaches, that's something that gets you really excited, and when you put it together with a good spring and a good summer, hopefully they can continue that into the fall.
So how do you take, Gwinnett's such a great county for football, obviously, the best football county in a great state. How do you take Lanier to that next level? And again, it's probably a little bit unfair because your dad coaches at Norcross, right, and we got North Gwinnett and Parkview and Brookwood and Archer. There's just so many good teams. But how do you get Lanier to that next step?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things, but I think the biggest thing is focusing on the kids that we do have and the kids in our community. And when we can take the kids that we have and have some success, people are going to see what we're doing. And that's just something that gets excited. We can't focus on what other schools are doing, what other teams are doing, but focus on the kids that we have. I have a great staff, a great group of kids, and just really excited for this upcoming season. Hopefully I can continue on and have some success. And when you treat people the right way and work hard, usually good things happen.
Tell me a little bit about your career choices, though. You're, obviously had a really good career at Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech, of course, one of the most solid programs, especially, in college baseball in the South. But talk a little bit about why you became a football coach.
I think growing up, being around the field house, being around coaches my whole life, going into college, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to try something else, got a degree in finance in the University of Georgia.
My fault.
But I played baseball and went through it, and I got to a point where I needed to decide what I wanted to do, and I saw how much of an impact my dad, my uncle, my granddad had on kids, and I think that's why we all get into the business, is to create impact for our kids and show what football and mentorship can do for young student athletes. And at the end of the day, that's why we do what we do, and it's been really fun these past 10 years.
So you go over to your dad's house, Keith Maloof, of course, who's at Norcross, who won back-to-back state championships. In fact, we've got those 2 trophies under the helmet wall at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. But what's that like? Do y'all talk a lot of football?
We do, but at the same time, I've got 3 kids myself, so when we do get together, it's a lot about the grandkids and just spending time together, because once the fall starts, we don't see too much of each other, but really the spring and the summers where we get to spend a lot of time together and enjoy just being a family.
Well, Tyler, I appreciate it. Sorry about Georgia Tech there. You were over at Georgia Tech the other day, of course, but good luck for the season. Thanks, Coach. All right, we're going to go back to Craig.
All right, I thought we were going to get to see some highlights, but we'll go straight into it. I'm here with Fellowship Christian, and looking at what you guys have done the last, I think, 5 years, you guys have made deep runs in the playoffs. Doesn't matter if it's A private, you guys are in Class 2A now. You have a new coach, though. So how has that been, just having a new head coach? You were young last year, and just how you guys feel prepared for this season?
I think the main thing that our new coach has done is just made sure that all the young guys get a chance to prove themselves. And, like me coming up from my sophomore year, that's the one thing that I love the most. Just that's something that the old coaches didn't really do too well, is kind of give the young players a chance to prove themselves, and that's right when the new coaches got here. That's what they did, and I think that helped out a lot.
Yep, and this is Josh Milholland, right?
Yes, sir.
Milholland. We'll talk about what you've been doing on the gridiron and soccer in a second, but we're also joined by Evan Hillebrandt. You're a returning offensive lineman. You play right guard. Talk about just the talent you guys have up front and just what you guys are looking to establish week 1 against Mount Pisgah.
I'm really excited about what we have returning. We got everyone returning except our center. We got Josh Petty at left tackle. He's going to be really good for us. We're looking really good up front. I'm excited to see how we can do. We got a lot of guys returning.
Yep, and I mentioned the last 5 years, you guys have gone 54-10 over that. You guys fell to Fitzgerald in the semis. So has a state championship run been on – I mean, you guys are seniors. Has it been talked about as a real goal this season?
Yes, sir. Absolutely, and it's something that has been talked about the last few years. But you know, we lost a lot of seniors last year, but I think the young guys have done a great job, and us as seniors, I think we've done a great job of leading the team, and I think state is more than in the question this year.
Yeah, and speaking about the youth, C.J. Givers had a ridiculous year last year as a freshman, obviously behind a great offensive line, but what you've seen from him, just a freshman stepping up, playing varsity snaps against great competition, and what do you expect from him going into this season?
Oh, man. I mean, CJ's a freak athlete. I think really the ceiling is limitless for him. I think he has more potential than some of the biggest potential on our team, so I think he's going to do so good this year.
Yep, 201 carries, 1,150 yards, and 16 touchdowns last year as a freshman. You guys have a great senior class as well. And then Josh, we talked about how many dual sport, triple sport athletes there are at Fellowship Christian. You were named Class 2A Soccer Player of the Year. So talk about that a little bit, and then why you've decided to play football at the next level.
Well, soccer has just been something I've played growing up since I was a little kid, something that my brother and sister both played. So soccer's been in our family for my whole life, and really just as long as I can remember, I've been on the soccer field, but also playing football at the same time. So the reason I chose football is just like there's really no sport that gives as much of a brotherhood as football, and it's just such a nice feeling to win a game with your teammates.
And then Evan, a question for you. When I think of Fellowship, it's obviously in just such a unique geographical position. You got Blessed Trinity, Roswell, and then Fellowship. I mean, you guys have really been making a name for yourself with these playoff runs. Roswell and BT have won state titles before. Can Fellowship Christian create that triangle and make that just championship?
We're working for it. We're working hard to change the culture around here instead of just being satisfied with making it semifinals every year. I think we certainly have what it takes this year. It will be interesting, but we got a lot of young guys. I'm excited to see how we can build this year, and everyone's been really bought in this year. It's going to be interesting.
And you guys have a lot of returners up front. I think 4 offensive linemen. You guys are going to play in the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic again. It will be televised. Everyone's going to get to see you. It's one of the first games of the season. How important is it just to get off to a good start, and then just as a team, what are you guys looking to go out there and do?
Well, playing Mount Pisgah, especially after last year, we had a pretty rough performance towards the end there. So this is really a revenge game for us, and it's something that all of us have been looking forward to ever since that fourth quarter finished last season.
Yeah, it might have gotten away with you, but you had a great game.
Yes, sir.
I think you had six catches, a big touchdown on that one. So I expect you guys to come out. And then anything fun you guys have gotten to do this offseason just with the various 7-on-7s, team activities, or you guys just been on the grind?
Well, we actually, the whole team went to Stars and Strikes a couple weeks ago. Just had a fun time after workouts. And I think that things like that are things that bring the team together and just to where our whole team can have a great experience and fun together.
Awesome. Are we good on time? All right, we're out of time right now, but thank you so much, guys. Good luck to the Paladins. We'll see you in 3 weeks in the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic. Thank you, Evan and Josh. All right, let's go to IJ real quick. He's going to have a coach's interview, and we'll start to him now.
All right, thanks, Craig. We appreciate it. Georgia High School Football Media Day. Mount Parent coach, Matt Ely. How you doing, Matt?
Good. Hey, thank y'all for having us.
Well, listen, we love having you. You know, we'll have over 80 schools today. And, you know, obviously we get some of the bigger schools and stuff. But talk a little bit about, you know, coming from the private perspective, you know, sort of how y'all look at things. Your program's grown quite a lot over the last couple of years.
Yeah, you know, the biggest thing for us is we just want to honor God in everything we do. Us being a Christian school, obviously that's paramount for us. And then the great thing about the reclassification a couple years ago is it's allowed us to play teams like Therrell and Booker T. Washington and South Atlanta. It allowed us to go to places like Henderson Stadium, Lakewood. So it's exposed our community to a lot more different schools. Those couple years we were just in that all-private region. So it's allowed us to kind of grow and expand. And, football's football. It's 11 versus 11, and it's a leather ball, and you put the ball down and go play. So
Yeah, it's been interesting. I think going to the 7 classifications hasn't been easy, but I think that doing away with the private and the public school was a good decision by the Georgia High School Association.
it is. I mean, you see the, top to bottom 7A down to, single A Division I now. You see the Directors' Cup standings. It's a good mix of public and private that are in there. So,
Tell us about your team a little bit this season.
yeah, so, I mean, we're going to be just a young team. We've got some great senior leadership, but our sophomore, freshmen, and not that they're going to affect us next year, but our 8th grade classes are pretty strong. So we're going to be young, but we're going to be competitive and, just show up and represent Mount Perrin Christian School the best way we can.
We're going to have a couple of your kids on in a second. Talk a little bit about them.
Yeah, so, I mean, all these guys, the reason you work at a place like Mount Perrin Christian School is for kids like this. I mean, they're just great kids, great families, just all around they're fun to coach. There's not a lot of kids outside of my own that I would want to get on a bus and drive 45 minutes to come do this and then go back to practice. But this bunch in particular, just a real special bunch to coach.
Coach, we appreciate it. Wish you best luck. And Kaylee, going to send to you.
All right, I'm Kaylee Mansell here with the Mount Perrin Christian representatives, Carson Harmon and Taylor Stevens. I see your teammates over there. I mean, they are eyeing y'all down, putting the pressure on. I see them try to mouth some advice to you guys. Can y'all understand what they're saying?
A little bit, yeah.
What are they telling y'all? Some teammate advice?
Just try not to stutter. And,
That's the least of your problems up here. If you can get through the next question, you're fine. But since we're on the topic of teammates, I want to talk about the chemistry between you guys. What have you guys done this summer, not just on the field, but off the field too, to kind of get your team closer together and better connected for this season?
Yeah, so obviously summer workouts every morning, and then after that, I mean, have the team, we always go eat somewhere, and we've been doing a lot of helping out other.
A lot of community work.
Yeah. Okay.
And helping out kids who grew up in a tougher environment, and we go and play with the kids and kind of just have a fun time.
Just some one-on-ones and stuff.
Yeah, okay, so I kind of live in the Kennesaw area, so I've seen Mount Perrin out doing some philanthropic stuff sometimes, so I can attest to what you're saying. It's not just to make you guys look good, I promise. Okay, so now one thing that I've talked about with some of the other teams here today is during the off-season, when you guys get together for summer workouts, I feel like there's a message that's trying to be portrayed, whether it's a quote that you guys always go back to or a specific motto that your team has come up with. What has that message been for you guys this season, and how are you going to use that as motivation in the upcoming games?
So this year, our motto is, will it make the boat go faster? And so when we're making decisions, we always kind of think, will it help our team out or not? And so we kind of just try to keep that in our minds, and just everything we do, just try to get better.
Okay, and so now when you look at this team right here versus where you were at last year, what makes this year's team different?
We got a lot of young guys.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, but we're going to push through, and I got hope.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you take a look at a team that's got a lot of younger guys, you kind of have to step into a bigger leadership role. There's very few of you, and you have to kind of take on that dad role. So how would you describe yourself as a leader, and how do you instill that in the younger players?
Coach Ely helps us a lot with the leadership stuff. He guides us through it. I mean, he's like a father to us. He's our son, or we're their son, his son. So,
I mean, obviously it's going to take some time because, they're coming from middle school and maybe guys who didn't play a whole lot last year. And so it takes a lot of time to, kind of get the plays known. And, I mean, I think that this year, I think we'll be okay. Our leadership roles are going to help out the young guys a lot.
And I know that y'all can't see it. I can right here. We're actually showing your highlights from this past season. But let's go ahead and take a look at this season. What matchups are you particularly excited for? What's the one that gets you going and is in your head throughout the rest of the season?
I mean, obviously North Cobb Christian.
Yeah.
Big rivals.
Always,
Always want to beat them.
Yeah. And I think they're our homecoming game this year. So, I mean, it's going to be more pressure for us to do our best and just go out and compete.
Okay, so now let's move on to some fun stuff right here. We talked enough football. We're still going to touch on a little bit of football, but kind of get to know a chance to get to know you guys more. What motivates you? And so this question will go to both of you. The common question here has been, what is your go-to hype song? Now, songs are always changing. Music's constantly evolving. Culture's always changing. So you have to pick one song, and you have to listen to it on replay for the rest of the season, nothing else.
We're big country guys, so I'll probably go.
That is the most original answer I've gotten up here today.
I'll probably go God's country.
It's
That's
really,
Kennesaw for you.
It's really whoever's on aux. I mean, I don't really get to choose because, I mean, I'm always listening to country music. That's always what's on, so.
Okay, and then last one, because I am from the Kennesaw area, I know all the food places around. What is your favorite post-game meal?
Either Otters or Waffle House.
Otters, yes.
Waffle House is good, and Taco Mac.
The world does not know enough about Otters. I love the Otter shout out here. Guys, I appreciate having y'all on. IJ, take it away right here, my guy.
Thank you. We're here with Stanley Pritchett, the coach at Douglas Atlanta. Excited. Of course, Stanley played in the NFL. How many years were you in the NFL?
9 years.
9 years. And your body still looks good. Talk a little bit about Douglas Atlanta. You know, I grew up in Atlanta, of course, and both my parents went to Grady, which is down Midtown High School. But Douglas has been around a while. But talk a little bit about coaching there and what you're trying to do with the program.
Well, Douglas has a lot of tradition football. A lot of great men that come out of the program, myself included. Jamal Lewis, Baltimore Ravens, Amaya Carroll, Robert Hitz. So we've had a lot of athletes, a lot of tradition in our program, and we're trying to build that back up. When I came there 3 years ago, we had 5 kids in the first meeting, and right now we've built these young men up to be outstanding student athletes, and we look forward to competing this year in 2023.
And, you know, talk a little bit about what we expect to see from these kids, your strengths and your weaknesses.
Well, we're looking for guys that are going to bring leadership, commitment, and sacrifice, and want to compete in a tough region.
Stanley, how tough is it? You know, you talk about Douglas, a lot of great players, including yourself, coming out. Jamal Lewis, of course, will go in our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame this year. But, you know, the tradition there is great. But having to rebuild that, how do you do that?
Well, it takes a lot of patience. Like I said, it's been a long process. We had to, rebuild the culture of the program, uphold the standards, and these young men have done an outstanding job doing that.
And Jasper Jewell, of course, unfortunately for both of us, he'll be retiring this year. But I'll tell you, Jasper's done a great job. In fact, I really think, and I was talking to Carver Atlanta coach, the last 10 years have been really good years for City of Atlanta athletics.
Yes. Jasper does a great job. Like I said, the last 10 years, he's done an outstanding job of, uplifting APS athletics. And we look forward to just, uplifting these young men and making them, better for our society.
All right, of course, you were with the Falcons. You got a Falcons prediction for me?
Hopefully 12-4, at least to the playoffs this year.
Coach, appreciate it. Look forward to you. Thanks. We're going to kick it over to Craig Sager, who's got some of Coach Pruitt's players.
All right, I'm with the Douglas Astros, a team that I'm really excited to see this season. You guys had a lot of close games that could have gone in your favor last year, but you guys were young. I'm looking at some of the playmakers you guys have. You guys are going up. So you've had, we're talking to two of the big contributors, but what's it like just with this program being in such a competitive region, 3A, and just the opportunity you guys have this season?
To be honest, it's great, getting played, one of the best teams, all the best teams in the region, 3A, it's good.
Absolutely. We're talking to Jonte Gilbert and Darian Harden. Jonte, you've had probably one of the best off seasons I've seen. You've committed to the All-American game. You got an MVP at the Elite 11. You've been committed to Ohio State for a while, but what has this off season been like for you, just being able to shine in all these events and just preparing for this big year?
It's been great. Been grinding all summer with my team, so that's good. And springtime as well, so that's good.
And then Darian, you've also made a commitment to pretty recently Bama State on June 18th. Talk about that decision and just how exciting that was, just to meet the coaches, have them come down to campus and get to play at the next level.
Yes, sir. That commitment was really just off of the coaches, and when I went down there for camp, I felt like it was home, and I just felt like they gave me the experience and they gave me the opportunity to play at the next level. So I took it, and I'm just going to build on that and work harder. Yes, sir.
And then just in terms of your team, knowing the goals you have set out for you, It's no secret you guys play in one of the best regions in the state. You got Cedar Grove in there, Sandy Creek, you guys, Carver, Atlanta, who was in here as well. But that also leaves you guys a lot of time to prepare for that region. So what are some of the goals we're going to see just 3 weeks from today when you guys open the season? What you guys are going to try to establish week one?
Week one, really execute, finish the game, because, last year, we finished the game a lot. So, this year, doing that and executing.
Absolutely, and Douglas is a team that everyone's taking notice of. You guys had a great basketball season as well, made a huge run. But who are some of the other playmakers that you just enjoyed working with this summer that you're excited to get out there with on Friday nights?
We just got one of our basketball players, Adonis McQuarrie. I feel like he's going to be a great asset to us. And we just had another basketball player, Kari. He's going to be another asset to us. Both of them just came from basketball and came to our receiving corps. And Xavier, our O-line, he played O-line and D-line. He got offers from Arkansas, Bama State too, just like me. And with those guys, I feel like we can have a run this year.
That's right, yeah. Xavier Canales, he'll be a junior, 6'4", 240. He's been picking up tons of offers then. What I like about Adonis McCrary, you look at him, plays small forward, he's a big body, but he's going out there at receiver. He's going to be able to make a difference for you guys.
Yes, he is.
So he's what, 6'4", 200 something?
Yeah, he's a dog.
Yeah. All right, so what about just some of the big events you're going to be playing in early? You got the Great Atlanta Bash. Some big spotlights. You're the number 2 rated safety in the country, but the Douglas program in general, I mean, how big is it to come out here and just have successful results off the bat and just show everyone what the Astros can do?
It's great. Great coaching staff. Great guys to come out of Forsyth Douglas High School as well. So it's good.
And what is about Stanley Pritchett, a guy that had an incredible football career himself? He's been a great coach as well, but just to be able to give that experience down to you guys and just really help you navigate things like recruiting, making decisions to play at the next level, and obviously preparing to have a good showing each Friday.
He's a great coach. I love Coach Pritchett. He's the reason why I'm here today, so, it's good.
And then in terms of Douglas, you guys have some big rivalry games. The region, there's some huge ones as well, but I mean early on in the season. So who are some of the bigger rivalry games? Just what does that mean just within the APS school system with so many alumni? I know when you guys play Booker T. Washington, it's like you've got city council members, mayors coming out that went to the school. So I mean the alumni support around some of these big rivalry games. Talk about that.
So first, last year we was pretty young, so we didn't finish our game against Mays. So this year, that's one of our main focus, to start off the season with a great win against Mays and then just move down the chart, get to our region, and fight in our region.
Yeah, and that was a big win you guys had over Washington. What did that one do to kind of propel you guys to make the playoffs? Just battle hard all season.
That game, they took our West Side Classic belt, so we had to get that back, and we gonna keep that belt this year.
That's right.
Keeping that belt.
All right. Well, yeah, you guys have so much talent returning this year. We thank you so much for joining us. This is Jonte Gilbert and Darian Harden. We've got some other guys here, Adonis and Xavier, but we'll go ahead and kick it to IJ right now.
Thanks, Craig. Appreciate it. Of course, Georgia High School Football Media Days hitting about the 3rd hour, and we've got Thurl Coach Broderick Jameson. We want to welcome you and your team. We'll have a couple of your players over. Thurl, of course, being an Atlanta native, is one of the older high schools. In fact, there was a guy that played great defensive back over there and ended up playing for Tennessee, Lee Jenkins, who was a Thurl graduate. But talk a little bit about, being over there. You said, I think it's your 3rd year?
Yeah, I'm going to year 3 right now. And actually, I know pretty much well about the Thurl community. Actually a graduate of Thurl High School, so I'm very familiar with the community. Went to middle school and elementary and the area as well, so I pretty much know the area pretty well. So just when I try to come over there, just try to get back to the community. I took the job because I wanted to go back there. I wanted to try to build that legacy that we had back in the day, try to bring it back to where it was, and get that Panther pride back to where it needed to be at.
One of the things I was talking the Douglas Atlanta coach about was the fact that Atlanta athletics under Jasper Jewell has, over the last 10 years or so, has really come back. But it takes a lot of work, and it takes money, and we talked about work. But it does seem like the whole system, especially in football, has really turned it around.
Yes, Jasper Jewell is doing a great job. He's a great mentor. We have any questions, he have open door policy with us. We can communicate with him whenever we want to. He sends us messages, he sends us quotes, daily quotes, to keep us motivated, keep us going throughout the year. It's not just football, just athletics as a whole. Basketball, baseball is starting to grow, softball. They even got the flag football growing now, which is very big. They're playing games at Lakewood. They done redid the turf at Lakewood. They got a new scoreboard up at Lakewood. So they're trying to give us something great to play on and to look forward to it on Friday and Saturday nights.
Tell us a little bit about your team this season.
We're going to have a pretty good team coming back this year. We lost probably about 4 guys, so we have a lot of guys coming back this year. We're probably going to have about 20 starters coming back from last year's team. We had a great summer. We had a lot of guys committed all summer. They was here every day, working, weight room, on the field, getting stronger, getting faster. So I'm very excited to see, them this upcoming season, all the hard work they put in over the summertime.
Well, Coach, we'll talk to your players in a few minutes, but I want to wish you the best of luck on the season. We're going to go to Rusty Mansell, who's got a couple of special guests.
Yeah, finally made it here, got off the radio, and Najeh made me come to work here. I'm here with a pair of Jefferson Dragons right here. Got my man, 55, Brian Center, who is committed to Troy. And I don't think we have to do a whole lot of introduction with this haircut here. Mr. Sammy Brown, 5-star Clemson commit. First of all, guys, you start school Friday. What happened to summer?
I mean, it went by really fast.
Who caught the biggest fish this summer?
Me and my boy Zay over here caught a bunch of 4 or 5 pounders.
I got you. You fish, Brian?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can't let Sammy wear you out now before he goes off. Let's talk about playing for Coach Nolan. He's been there a couple years now. What do you learn about him off the field, on the field? What's the expectations for a Coach Nolan Jefferson Dragons team?
Well, he's just going to shoot you straight.
He don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah,
no, definitely not. He's going to shoot it straight, and he's one of those old-fashioned coaches he's going to get on you, and he's going to make sure that you're working hard, and he doesn't cut any slack for anybody, whether it's a senior or it's one of the freshmen on the freshman team. So he's definitely going to shoot it straight, and he's a hard-working coach.
Brian, let's talk to you first about Troy. Committed to Troy. Why Troy for you?
They were just keeping in touch with me the whole time. I had other offers like Georgia State and Richmond, but Troy really communicated with me on the phone and called me every day and stuff like that.
Congratulations on that. Sammy, obviously national news. When you took that official visit to Clemson, it was over for you. And kind of talk to your dad a little bit about that weekend and how things you were just done with recruiting, man. What was it about Clemson for you?
I just felt like everything came together and everything clicked for me. I just felt like I had a gut feeling that Clemson was the place and that it was God's will for me to go to Clemson. So I just ended up committing on my visit, and I didn't want to sugarcoat it anymore. I just wanted to get it done, and I felt like it was God's will.
You start talking about your senior season here, and Jefferson's had a couple years where things didn't end the way they wanted to end. You guys been banged up and that kind of thing. What is Sammy Brown's expectations this year for Jefferson Dragons?
I only have the highest expectations. I want us to, if we give our all and everyone comes together and we really build a family and a team, I think that we can be really good. We can make a good run. So I have very high expectations for our senior group and the way that we lead and the way that we play. So I'm excited to see what we can do.
Brian, give me one player that everybody should know at Jefferson. Maybe not getting the publicity, but this is a guy that at the end of the year, everybody's going to know him. Who would that be?
I have to say Skylar Zimmerman over there. He's been working hard in the offseason, throwing a big weight.
What positions he play?
He plays tight end for us.
Okay. All right, first day of school, you got your outfits picked out?
Definitely wearing something Clemson.
You got your Troy gear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, guys, that's going to wrap it up here for Jefferson Dragons. We're going to go over, I believe, to Coach Nolan, or next coach right here, your head coach, to see what he talks about you guys. But thank y'all for being here, and look forward to watching y'all.
Yes, sir.
We still on? Okay, we got a few more minutes here, 30 seconds here, I think, you guys. Max Brown, tell me about your little brother, man, because I know you're a no-glove dude. You show up, just kind of play. Max comes out there, and I'm telling you, he's got it all. Yeah. He's got the back pad, he's got the pants, he's ready to roll.
He's definitely a very different personality than me, and you know, we've gotten into it a couple times in practice. Just you know, very competitive, that's for sure.
What about the tell me the game day experience? What's a Friday morning like for you guys? Y'all have a pep rally every week, or what's the game day experience Friday at Jefferson High School? I always love Fridays, man. You got a different vibe.
Yeah.
Everybody in the school's excited. What's a Friday like for you guys at Jefferson?
I mean, it's like you said, it's definitely exciting. The band people are excited. The cheerleaders are excited. I mean, the fans are excited. It's definitely a really cool experience. We usually have a pep rally for homecoming, but, you know, not every week. But it's definitely a very energetic experience.
All right, now I think we're going over to head coach Travis Nolan.
See, appreciate it. We're talking to two great players. I'll tell you, Sammy Brown, coach. We got Travis Nolan, Jefferson coach here. Sammy Brown probably gets more talk in our office. I mean, he's just a good kid. But talk a little bit about Jefferson football. And, you know, obviously there's been some great coaches that have gone through there, a lot of great football in the whole state. But that's a great area for high school football, too.
Yeah, it is a great place. We got unbelievable community support and great tradition in the program, and I feel very fortunate to be the head football coach at Jefferson, and it's all those things that attracted me there. And being there for over a year now, it's as advertised. It's a great place to be, a great place to raise your kids.
Well, you know, we're going to end up with 85 schools here today, but it's amazing. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's Jefferson, Mount Perrin Christian, you know, Trinity Christian, Norcross. I mean, there's players all over the state of Georgia.
Yeah, football is tremendous in the state of Georgia, and there's great coaches, you know, at every level, at every stop that you want to go throughout the state, and it's very, you know, it's so competitive, 1A through 7A, and, you know, football in Georgia is a big deal.
Tell us about your team this year.
Very excited about our team, you know, year two of our program, and got a lot of guys back in a lot of key positions, and we got some new faces that are going to make a huge impact. So we're really excited about where we are and going into the season.
Well, Coach, we appreciate it. Wish you best of luck, okay?
Very much.
All right. Back to the desk. Kaylee, all right?
Kaylee Mansell back here with Georgia High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Huddle. I'm joined by Chad Say and Todd Holcomb of the AJC. I understand that you've got some big things going on. Morning newsletter, over 24,000 people are looking at it every morning. Talk to me a little bit more about what does that entail and how have you seen it grow recently?
Well, this will be our 15th year. We started Georgia High School Football Daily. Chip Say and I, we were AJC colleagues back in the day, and to be our 15th year of doing a newsletter on Georgia High School football, and our first issue is going to be August 1. We always start on August 1, and we go every weekday through the state finals, and we feel like it's the best coverage of Georgia High School football out there. So hopefully, if you're not subscribed, you'll look us up.
Now, Chip, I understand you just said this, that y'all have this going on for 15 years now. So whenever y'all were coming up with the concept of this, what was the ultimate factor that said we need to start doing this now? We need to go ahead and get ahead of everyone and start talking about Georgia high school football.
Well, one of the things that Todd and I feel like we bring to the table is knowing the history of all these schools and who's traditionally been strong powers. And we've been able to put that together. And we've got kind of a formula that we've used over the years. And as newspapers have been downsizing, we saw an opportunity to give some coverage that maybe used to be available that isn't anymore.
Mm-hmm. And Todd, one thing I want to talk about, I love bragging on Georgia high school football. We are one of the most competitive high school football markets in the entire country. So obviously there's so much content that you can put out. But how do you feel in terms of writing this and having that kind of content? How incredible is it to be in a state where Georgia high school football is looked upon almost on the same extent as college football?
Well, I'm not sure what we do to have an email newsletter to reach this many people would be possible in very many other states. There's probably only, Texas and in Georgia that have the number of players and the passion behind it in terms of the fan bases. And it's really all over the South. I mean, Alabama, good football, South Carolina, good football. But Georgia's just a bigger state. It's, with Metro Atlanta, there's just more teams, more. I think at this event we've got 75 teams in there, like 3 5-star, maybe more. I mean, I think maybe 4 or 5 5-stars are here just at this event. lots of major D1 talent, and just and then the fan bases are so big here, and they care about it. So if you write about it, because a big part of our readership is certainly coaches that keep up with it, but it's also just fans who may not even have it's not because they have a kid on the team, but it's just they're just a fan year in, year out. They just love Georgia high school football, and there's a lot of those people out there that like to read us.
Now, Chip, one word that you said that stuck out to me was formula. Over the last couple of years, you guys have put together a formula. You found what works for you. So when you guys you open up on August 1st, what do those conversations look like? Do you do it over morning coffee? How have y'all found this formula to decide ultimately what you're going to put out for the readers?
After 14 years of it, we pretty much know what, I asked him what his schedule was for August, the stories we have, but it's going to be what we've done in the past, start out with the previews and the predictions and things like that, and then go week to week with the usual things that we cover. I did want to add to what Todd said too. I think one of the things that we've tried to stress that I think has helped with our popularity is that, we're not Metro Atlanta, we're not the big public schools. If one of the best games of the week is a Class A game in Southwest Georgia, that's just as important to us as a Metro Atlanta game, and I think the fans appreciate that.
Well, guys, thank you so much for coming up here. It's been my honor to host the both of you, and I can tell just by speaking to y'all are passionate about the game. And I really like what you said about not just covering those big 7A Metro Atlanta schools, because some of the best games I've watched have been those 2A games that nobody cares about. So I find a lot of inspiration in what you said, and thank you guys for coming up here. I will definitely subscribe right after this. So I know we've got a QR code that we can put out, so if y'all could give that to me, that would be awesome.
Great.
Right.
Thank you guys so much. We will be right back after the break.
Cheers.
Work that leads to success. But peak performance takes more. It takes a surface that works as hard as they do. One that allows them to train effectively and safely, so that when the lights come on, they're ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
All right, welcome back to the Georgia High School Football Media Guy. We have Media Day. We have Brian Love, the coach at Wheeler High School. Of course, Wheeler, great tradition. I played at Lakeside in the 1970s when there was good football in DeKalb County. But Wheeler, I'll tell you, Corky Kell, just a lot of tradition there. Tell me what you're trying to do there.
Gotcha. Basically, we're trying to, last couple of years, we're going into our 5th year now. We've been have 2 playoff appearances. COVID year kind of set us back some, but the kids have come around. We built our junior programs back up. The numbers have grown back up. Right now, we signed 6 guys last year to scholarship offer, so trying to really make an impact in the region in which we are and continue to build the program and grow it as well.
And you, of course, have you're from Florida, but you have a lot of history in the Atlanta metro area. You're Westlake, head coach at Westlake for, 3 years, around 12 to 14. And then, of course, you coach for a good friend of mine, Jimmy Dorsey, defensive coordinator at McEachern, which is great. You've really seen how high school football has grown into this just huge mammoth program, haven't you?
Most definitely. Like I said, starting in Georgia in 2003, been impactful. How social media has and all really been able to publicize the game and really, bringing the attention to the high schools, some of the mid-tier high schools, and then some of the guys that get really noticed like that, they were able to get the attention, like I said, through social media. So, it is a monstrosity, like I said, how the sport has grown in high school football.
Tell us about your team this year.
Gotcha. We're definitely excited. We have 15 returning starters. Our quarterback is back. The number 3 leading rusher in the state in 7A is back. On defense, we have 6 returning starters over there, so we're definitely excited. They had a great offseason. We had a great camp. Just ready to come out of the box. The biggest thing for us is we faced Centennial early. Then we have Lassiter, North Atlanta, and Campbell. And then we jump into our region play, which will right up the gate. We got Cherokee at home against them.
Yeah, so you got a tough schedule. Coach, I want to wish you the best of luck and thank you. All right, we're going to go back to Kaylee.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, IJ. I'm Kaylee Mansell here with our Therrell representatives, LaQuavius Bailey and Ryland Alexander. LaQuavius, I want to go ahead and start with you. Last year, you guys mounted a 6-4 record. It was your best record since 2002. Talk about what made last season different. What was the motivations, and what are y'all carrying from last season into this season?
Last season, we only had like 3 seniors last year, so our team was very young. The guys committed to going to the weight room, practicing and all that, so we all bought in as a brotherhood. This year we have a lot of we have a lot of guys returning, so our whole team is returning. We got a lot of more seniors this year. Last year was our first winning season in over a lot of years, so this year we had a team to go all the way.
Now, Ryland, even though you guys barely missed the playoffs, you closed out the season winning 3 of those 4 last games, which is a huge deal. Talk about kind of the motivation that you guys had within those games and how that's going to translate into this season.
So going into last season, our goal was to focus on making the playoffs. Region games that we played, I feel like that we fell short because of lack of discipline, and we wasn't focused all the way. This year, I feel like the team has made a better bond between each other, and like we just more focused, and we know us going 3-0 in the beginning of the season, not nothing, and it made us more humble to now. So yeah.
Well, Quavius, one thing that I've talked about with some players up here today, and it's been interesting to see everybody's answers so different, but now that you guys have had a winning record last year, a lot of momentum going into the season, I feel like in the off season, throughout summer practice, there's a message that's trying to be portrayed by your coach, whether it's a quote or a saying or something that you hear every day, some sort of mentality. What message has that been for you guys this off season?
The message this off season is just going 1-0 every week. Last year, that was the same motto, the same thing. It was go 1-0 every week. Last year, early in the season, we went 1-0 every week until we got into them region games. We played North Corky Christian and South Atlanta and things like that. So it's just going 1-0 every week.
And Roland, one thing that y'all mentioned was that you were specifically really young last year. Y'all are coming in with a lot more experience. How do you think that changed the dynamic in practice, and how do you think that will have an effect on this upcoming season?
I feel like that since we were very young, so since like I'm the class of 2025, so my class was really heavy, and there wasn't no seniors, so like we didn't really know how to take on that leadership role coming in as freshmen, and now we realize that like we upperclassmen now, and the 9th graders looking forward to a good season, so now we taking on that more leadership role, and I feel like us taking on that leadership role and keeping everybody accountable, it make the team better, and then make our coaches see that we want it more.
So we've actually got y'all's highlights from last season rolling right now. When you look at this upcoming season, both of you can answer this, by the way. What matchup are you most looking forward to?
Washington High School.
Okay.
Yeah, Washington is a team to beat.
All right, so now we're going to wrap it up with some fun questions right here. Everybody's got the same questions all day. It's been interesting to hear the different answers, so both of y'all will answer. All right, so we're going to start with the first one, which is, what is your go-to pregame hype song? And now, I know music's changing always. There's always new stuff out, so you've got to pick one song that you would have to listen to for the rest of the season, practice, games included. What's it going to be?
It'll be Lil Baby Freestyle.
Okay, I actually have gotten that one up here. Yeah, that's good.
It'll be Lil Baby Freestyle.
NBA Youngboy, No Smoke.
Okay, I'm surprised that we haven't gotten that one. Got Freestyle, Lil Baby. All right, now moving forward, what is your go-to post-game meal? I feel like it changes kind of by city or by county. What's the go-to?
It's gonna be we got a team mom, her name Dylan mom, chicken Alfredo.
Okay. Oh yeah, gotta have carbs after the game.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, are you gonna say the same thing?
Yeah, either or what Coach James would bless us with one time, Longhorn, the chicken with string beans, and yeah.
Okay, so last thing right here before we go to IJ, this is your moment to have the mic. I'm trusting both of you right here. You can shout out your team, you can shout out your mom, let the audience know what you've got going on in your life, because this is your time to have the mic. Don't make me regret it.
My name is LaQuavius Bailey. I'll be committing September 16th. Go there.
My name is Ron Alexander, class 2025, and we're making the playoffs this year.
All right. LaQuavius, Ryland, I like to hear. I can't wait to see what you guys do this season. All right, IJ, take it away, my man.
All right, we're back here at the Georgia High School Football Media Days. We're with Pace Academy coach Nick Bach. Look, I'm a resident, or I'm a native of Atlanta. You know, Pace didn't have football for a long, long time, though I went to Lakeside High School in the 70s. I had a lot of friends on that side of town. Went to Riverwood, Lovett, Westminster. But so how many years is Pace in it now? Do you know?
About 15 now, I think, something around there.
And y'all have lights now, right? Oh, you still don't?
No, we have lights, but we play off campus. We play at Riverview Stadium.
Talk a little bit about how the program's been built, you know, sort of your perspective, because y'all been able to get out of the gate. It takes a long time in Georgia to build a football program.
Yeah, you know, before I arrived at Pace, you know, the history was that, you know, it started up from the ground up and then rose pretty quickly in 2A football to state championship. And that team had all kinds of amazing players that went on to great things, and some of them are in the NFL. In fact, today, I believe, one of them signed like one of the biggest contracts in history for an offensive lineman, Andrew Thomas. So these guys all, you know, got the Pace education and then ran with that and football as well. So they're doing great things. And then, you know, over the recent years, it kind of moved around to 3A, then we're up to 4A now, and kind of finding where we fit. And I think more than anything, we want to keep our rivalries that we have with, like you said, Lovett, Westminster, Holy Innocents. They're all right around the corner. So kind of finding out where we're all going to be. I know they're going to reshuffle again next year. But it's a good place for us. You know, we're competing for the region every year, and we have amazing games versus some of those teams that go down to the wire, and they mean a lot to the locals and the natives, and it's a lot of fun.
So when they do realign for next year, where would you like to be?
I don't know. You know, I mean, I don't know what it's going to look like. They're getting rid of 7A, so I guess teams are going to crunch down. Size-wise, we would be a 2A school, I believe, but we love playing those teams. So we'll probably figure it out wherever those guys are and try to do our best to stay with them.
Talk a little bit about your team going into the season.
Yeah, sure. You know, we're coming off a semi-successful season. We played at a pretty high level last year when we were a little lower in the numbers on the roster. That was kind of our biggest deal. But our players are very tough. They played a lot of snaps. This year we've got more numbers. We've got a couple of real superstars on the team. Our senior class is really, really good. And we've just got to fill in the gaps of the guys that left. We lost some good seniors, some real good leadership. So, you know, I think we'll be a good team, a tough team. Hopefully we've got the right attitude to just play really, really hard no matter what and you know, and finish. We'll be okay.
Coach, I wish you the best. And Brandon Adams in the house. And I think he's got two of your kids up on the stage. Those two of your kids?
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of a couple of these superstar-type players, we have a couple of outstanding Pace Academy Knights right here. We got Heaven Brown Schuler, a defensive lineman on his way to Clemson. Jordan Burns as well, a linebacker on his way to Tennessee. Thanks, guys, so much for being with us. How has the summer gone here?
Just a lot of hard work, you know,
Great.
just preparing for the season, and you know, we're all just enjoying our time. Happy to be here.
We were joking about this a moment ago. I know your coach mentioned this there as well. It's already been a pretty good week for former Pace Academy football players. Right. Andrew Thomas signing a huge contract with the New York Giants. I'm sure you guys paid attention to that, and I'm sure that's a path you and many of your teammates like to travel as football players there as well.
Yes, sir. You know, just coming from Pace Academy, you know, that's the standard. That's the dream that you want to, that you want to accomplish. So that's my goal, and I'm sure that's his goal as well.
Yeah, Jordan. Along those lines, when you can look at guys like that, whether they played your position or not, because you got guys like Jamari Sire and stuff like that who've been through the Pace Academy program too. How much of a, example does that allow for you guys to follow and say, we want to be like these other very good players who've come through this program in the past?
Yeah, like for me coming in, like my cousin, that's Andrew Thomas. Okay. And we go to, I pretty much followed his footsteps, and I'm trying to be like him, like in the elite, but coming in, you know, going through the motions, good education, good football, right. So everything about Pace.
So from now on, when you and your cousin go to dinner, we know who's picking up the check now, right?
Yeah.
We also heard, 8-3, I guess, a year ago. As a team, what does it take having to take that next step here right now?
Just everybody just be locked in and, like our coach said, just good leadership. Me and him have been promoted to captain spots on the team. So, we're really taking that step to, push our guys, whether, it's weight room conditioning, even in the classroom. So we just try to push the narrative.
Well, speaking of that, Jordan, obviously Pace Academy has a great academic reputation. A lot of folks on campus thinking about their next college destination. As football players, you guys thinking about that there as well. You're taking care of your business. You're committed to Tennessee. How do you guys kind of compartmentalize all that to think, okay, next year I may be here. I've got these goals, for this particular season. But now it's time to get to work and get ready for that, senior year on the football field. What's it like, I guess, going through and getting ready and being focused on the task at hand right now, which is finishing your high school career on a top note?
My end goal is to basically be, I want to be a good leader on the team, and like I'm trying to, but yeah, help me out.
So
I couldn't really understand.
Wait, what was the question?
Just staying focused on the task at hand of a senior year, knowing that you've got your college commitment taken care of. You're in the same situation. You've committed to Clemson, so you've gotten that taken care of, and now you're going to focus in on being ready for the task at hand, which is finishing your high school career on a big note.
At least for me, I know. Me and my mom talk about this all the time. As far as just little things, as far as wearing Clemson gear on campus and. Just acting like I'm there when I'm not. I just try to, be present in the moment. And, high school, state championship, that's every high school player's dream. And that's what I'm going to continue to work for until, I've signed the dotted line and I'm a Clemson Tiger officially because, anything can happen from here to, February when I sign. Just being present in the moment.
Heaven, as a defensive lineman, obviously this state has an incredible history of great defensive linemen. There are great defensive linemen in our state right now. What do you think it is about Georgia that causes this state to set itself apart so much at the position that you play?
I just think it's the South. A lot of guys here are bred big. So, big, athletic, tall, just all the intangibles to be a great defensive lineman here.
And then, Jordan, when you look ahead to this upcoming season, obviously you want to take every game, one game at a time. We understand that. Right. But when you start thinking ahead to reach and play, things like that, are there moments this season that you have circled where that Pace Academy this year has to be at its best?
Oh, yeah. Even at practice, we're practicing hard, like hard. We getting on people, all our
like Stevenson, for example.
Yeah,
Stevenson,
sure thing.
Stockbridge, and just looking back to those teams where we could have won.
Like Lovett.
Yeah, like Lovett. Last minute finish. As a captain, I blame that on me. As a senior, I blame that on me. So I'll definitely do everything in my power to not let that happen to me.
Like, okay, for instance, we played Lovett. We got 2 punts blocked. Mm-hmm. We could have won that game, but we fixed that. Fix our blocking schemes and everything else like that.
Jordan, for people who haven't experienced that, those great rivalries there in that area where you guys are in that Buckhead area, you guys, Westminster, Lovett. What are those rivalries like for people who haven't had a chance to experience that before?
Oh yeah, it's different. The crowd chanting. You got fans yelling at you. It's just like it's a great experience.
You got the other team's fans talking to you on the sideline and stuff like that. I think somebody from Holy Innocents, their student section was right in front of where they played. They were like, number 7, go eat a sandwich. I was like, what? I was like, dang.
As we wrap up here, Heaven, obviously we're going to get a chance to talk to you and Jordan here, but you guys have got a lot of other great teammates there as well. Tell me and the rest of our audience here a little bit of who has impressed you, guys that we haven't had a chance to hear from, who have had, good summers so far, or you're expecting good seasons from. Give a shout out to a few of your teammates here right now.
Besides me and Jordan, definitely C.J. Johnson over there, Mattis Crawford. C.J. Johnson actually broke his ankle last year, wasn't able to play, and he's actually a D1 talent, got offers from Indiana, Grambler State. So I know he's excited to get back out there. Gavin Jeffries, another young guy coming up, Tim Harvey. A lot of hype around him in middle school as an offensive and defensive lineman. We just got a 6'8" guy. Miles Clover, just got his first offer from Toledo a couple months ago. So our team's definitely. Terrence Keel, about to. Don't know if he's going. Yeah, just committed to football. just now, we just found out. So we don't know if he's going to go to the draft or go play college football. So we don't know.
Oh, that's exciting. Jordan, anything to add to what we just heard there?
Oh, he named all the players that we love on our team
Good to hear.
now. So, yeah.
Good to hear. Jordan Burns on his way to Tennessee. Heaven Brown-Schuler on his way to Clemson. Two of the outstanding Pace Academy Knights and a big part of what we're doing here today. And now for more, let's check in with our good buddy, I.J. Rosenberg.
We are here with Levitt coach, longtime Levitt coach Mike Muschamp. I'm not going to ask the obvious question about your brother. I will say this, though. Being an Atlanta native and having been at a lot of high schools working for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, I would say that y'all have the prettiest setting for a high school game. You agree with me?
I would agree 100%. The Riverbank is a special place. We're very fortunate, and we've really sort of developed around it and made it into a great venue.
Now, it's private schools have changed in Atlanta. When I was growing up, you had Levitt, you had Westminster, Woodward Academy was a different type of school back then. But we want to make sure that they don't move into the picture. Sorry about that. But private school football's really changed over the last 10, 15 years. I mean, you've seen a lot of new schools, and a lot of them, Pace is a good example, get competitive really quickly.
Well, Pace has been there forever. They just started playing football around 2006 or 7, I believe. They've done a fantastic job there in our region. Private schools have done a really good job of trying to attract kids to the schools, still following the same rules as everybody else. Makes it a little bit more difficult because we have entrance requirements. They're not just zoned to go to a school for us. So we're very fortunate. The school's done a really good job for us admissions-wise, getting the athletes in. They're going to help us out. So we're excited about what we've had and what we got going forward.
So y'all start what? Y'all start in pre-K or kindergarten? First grade. So how much communication do you have underneath middle school? I mean, do you see the kids that are really young?
I don't really see them a whole lot. I teach middle school PE, so I see all those knuckleheads every day. But that's really the first time we have contact with them. The admissions people have all that kind of contact. They kind of have an idea who's going to be coming up. I'd say probably on our high school roster, between 85 to 90% of those kids started in our lower school.
Tell us about your team this season.
I think we got some pretty good skill kids coming back. We got a 4-year starter quarterback, some receiver guys that are going to be pretty good for us. We got a tailback that's a 1,000-yard rusher last year. So I feel pretty good skill-wise, defensive back-wise, linebacker-wise, we're in pretty good shape. We're always going to struggle up front. We just don't have the size that we got to compete against. And unfortunately for us, the little size we did have graduated and moved on to the college level. So we got to find some pieces to fit in there and see what we can do.
So y'all going to be celebrating your 10-year anniversary of state championship, which was a crazy football game at the Georgia Dome. Yes. I mean, remind people of that game.
Well, it's Lamar County. They had been number 1 pretty much all year, and we were number 3, 4, whatever. Worked our way into being number 2, so it was 1 versus 2. Lamar County had so much speed. I think their whole defensive backfield signed with Georgia Tech that year. Coach Stevens was their coach. They did such a great job, and we were just scared to death of all their speed. I think we had the ball for 30 minutes of that game and just sort of kept it away from them. And we had a kid who was pretty good. He's played in the league for the last couple of years, Grant Haley. And we centered everything around him, and he just had a phenomenal football game for us.
And which home game will y'all celebrate that at?
It'll be the GAC game. It'll be August 25th.
And that's a good rivalry, too.
Big time rivalry.
All right, before we leave, give us an update on your brother, who everybody loves. And I want to ask you one other question, but tell us what's going on with him, because you were telling me, I guess, he was going to a lot of camps with his son.
His youngest son, Whit, is committed to play at Vanderbilt, but they did camps all summer, traveling around, doing different things. He's actually lost some weight, which is an amazing feat for him. But they're doing well. His oldest son, Jackson's a quarterback at Georgia as well, so they're able to get everybody together over there. We got to hang out with them last weekend a little bit. It was really good time to be together.
So you got to tell me one funny story, just one funny story about it.
Well, there's an awful lot that I could talk about right now that might sever that relationship a little bit.
Has he always been so theatrical? I mean, because the pictures and everything, he's moving around and all that.
Very much so. I got another brother, Pat, who played at West Point, and the three of us, we used to play a game back forever ago in the backyard, and Pat and I used to beat the living crap out of Will. He's 7 years younger than me and 5 years younger than Pat. So we would play I throw, Pat catches, and Will tries to intercept. And if he ever intercepted the ball, Oh, it was fun. It was a good time.
Coach, we appreciate. Good luck this season. We'll have your players on now. Thanks, Coach. All right, we're going to go back to Brandon.
Thank you so much, IJ, and thanks as well to Coach Mike Muschamp there as part of the Lovett Lions. And speaking of the Lions, have a couple of great Lovett football players here with us there, too. Preston Lusing, the quarterback, Michael Dollar, one of the linebackers. Guys, thanks so much for being with us. And I'll start with you, Preston. I had my first chance last year to attend a game there at Lovett. We broadcast an outstanding playoff win you guys got against Westminster. And for people who've never experienced this before, the football stadium sitting right there on the banks of the Chattahoochee River, it truly is one of the prettiest backdrops you can ever have for high school football. What's it like kind of being a part and around an environment like that every single day where you really don't get better looking in all of high school football than that experience like that?
Yes, sir. It's pretty awesome. We love that the river right there and playing on the riverbank. That's our thing. We love defending the riverbank. Especially at night when the fog rolls up off the water, rolls up on the field. It's a really, really awesome environment.
And then, Michael, the game we had a chance to broadcast last year was a big playoff win for you guys against Westminster. And we were talking to some of the Pace Academy guys about this a moment ago. We got a lot of people from all over the state that know about their rivalries. But when you get inside the city of Atlanta in that Buckhead area where you guys are, the rivalry you have with Pace and Westminster is truly a special one. How much fun was that to win that playoff game last year? I believe the first ever playoff meeting between these two teams. First time you guys had ever played twice in the same year. What was it like earning that win? And rivalries like that, how much fun are they to be a part of?
Oh, it's the best, especially after the first game of the year. We played Westminster at home. We lost. And then back into the playoffs, and then we beat them at home. And it was honestly just the best experience I could ask for. I've never felt more emotion after a game than after that game. After we won, it was a crazy win on a muffed snap. Yeah. We recovered it, and then we all kind of ran off on the field. The fans ran on the field, and it was kind of just one of those experiences that are just ingrained in your head for the rest of your life.
Yeah, Preston, it's one of those things where by winning, you guys got a chance to advance to that next round of the playoffs, but it almost felt like a championship unto itself, right? Because there was so much, as Michael said, so much emotion on the line and so many, long, backstories kind of involved in that in itself almost felt like a separate event other than just the GHSA playoffs. There was a lot of extra bragging rights there in a game like that.
Yes, sir, especially with that first game and offense really didn't show up. And then the last playoff game, and it was awesome. We came to play and got the job done.
So, Michael, 7-5 a year ago on the season, obviously dominant in region play, got a chance to advance and ran into a very good North Oconee team that had been one of the best teams in your classification all year long last year. For this Lions team, how do you take that next step here in 2023?
Well, I think we need to do a lot of what we did last year. Obviously, we dominated the region. We need to continue to do that again. I think this year we need to take it a step further and be a little more aggressive on the ball and just be the aggressor. I think a lot of it is our mentality, and I think this year we got a lot of guys and a lot of leadership, and I think that'll change some things than last season when we finished at 7-5.
Preston, as a quarterback, I'm sure you've had a lot of extra responsibilities this summer because a lot of that's about getting ready for the start of practices, which you guys are involved with right now. How would you kind of evaluate the mindset of where your team has been this summer and just the level of preparation you already see in place for the season that's really going to be here before you know it?
I think we've had a lot more guys really, really put time in this summer, really get out there every morning, every afternoon. I've been throwing with my guys the entire summer, and it's been great. We have a lot of good weapons coming back.
How important is that timing, quarterback, the guys that you throw to, and how much of this time of year is kind of devoted to making sure you guys are on the same page?
It means everything. There's a huge difference between going out there throwing to someone for the first time to where throwing to my guys that I know exactly he's going to be here when I want. When he's going to be there, the ball is going to be there.
Michael, we talked about the big win you guys got against Westminster a year ago, and obviously seeing that a lot of guys were able to make a major contribution there. Truly a full team effort. We're talking to 2 Lovett players right now, but I know there are a lot more guys who will also contribute to this season on the way. So give a shout out here, if you don't mind, to some of the other players on either side of the ball that you expect to have big season that you've already seen a lot from here thus far.
Yeah, of course. There's a few kids I have in mind this year that are going to be first-year starters and get a lot of attention. We have a few linebackers, so some of my brothers, J.D. Thomason and Andrew Flint, I think this year are going to get a lot of time on the field, and they're going to really show out and show what they can do.
I'm certainly looking forward to a great season. Guys, thanks so much for being here. Congratulations on a good year last year, more fun this year. That's Preston Lusing, the quarterback. Michael Dollar, linebacker there from the Lovett Lions. And now for more, let's go talk to I.J. Rosenberg again.
Thanks, Brandon. We have Clay Stevenson, the head football coach at Calhoun High School. Before we get into the team, I want to say I'm a happy man with you. We talked earlier, we own an event called the Great Atlanta Bash, which comes right after our Corky Kell. And we were really looking for a great Friday night game. And y'all are going to come down to Midtown, which was Grady High School, and play Carver Atlanta, which I think will be really an interesting thing. Why'd you decide you felt like you wanted to do that?
Absolutely. That was a great opportunity for us to play in front of some crowd that we don't get to play in front of a lot of times. And Carver is a great opponent. They played before us in the state championship a couple of years ago. So we know the kind of program that they have over there. And then, you know, being with the Great Atlanta Bash, it was just it was too good of an opportunity to pass up.
Y'all have a tremendous tradition, but I think today, with about the 85 high schools that we're going to have here, it's really amazing to see talent all over the state, not only at the big levels, but obviously in the mid classifications and even as low as the private schools. But, you know, Georgia football talent, I mean, it's everywhere.
Absolutely. You know, it goes down to when kids are growing up. You know, they look up to the high school guys that we have here, and then you look around the state, the amount of great coaches that we have that really care and pour into the kids, and that's what produces great football players. And Georgia's a lucky state to have those type of programs around.
Talk about your team a little bit this year.
Yeah, looking forward to these guys. We got a great group of seniors. We've got a couple of 2 or 3 year starters. So we're looking forward to their development, their leadership role that they've been doing these last several years, and very excited to get out there. We've got a great schedule. The community is really ready to go, and the kids are itching to get out there. We started practice this week, and August the 18th, can't get here fast enough.
Well, Coach, we appreciate it. We look forward to seeing you soon. All right, we're going to go to Kaylee, and I think she's got Wheeler up there.
I do, yes, sir, IJ. I've got the Wheeler representatives up here with me. Trayvon Calhoun, Marcus Romaine, Wheeler Wildcats. Trayvon, we're going to start with you. There are a lot of things that I can ask you up here on the stage, but ultimately what we want to know is, what does the world need to know about Wheeler football heading into this upcoming season?
For next season, we're really just underdogs. We're just trying to prove what we do. We got, I think, 15 seniors coming back, so we're just trying to prove a point that we one of the best teams in the state.
And Marcus, let's talk about the offseason a little bit. What have you guys done this summer to help better prepare you for that tough schedule y'all got this year? What does the offseason look like? What's been the constant theme in practice and in the locker room?
I mean, just finishing games. I know last year there were a couple of games where we only lost by like 1 score, so everything we're doing, we're trying to move fast. We're trying to just finish games, finish through everything we do, don't do anything half effort, and just full effort in everything we do to make sure we're finishing reps, finishing practice, and everything we do, yeah.
And Trayvon, when you take a look at this year's squad in particular, I see them right here. They were giving y'all a lot of crap right before this interview. What makes this team different?
We're more like a family. Like, everybody just with each other. And then, like, even the young guys stepped up so much. So, like, everybody know what they got to do, and we just kind of...
And Marcus, when you take a look at this upcoming season, what matchups excite you particularly?
I mean, we have a tough region. Everybody in the region is pretty competitive. That's exciting for us. North Cobb, that's going to be our homecoming game, so that's going to be a big one for us. It's going to be a tough one, but we're up for the challenge. We're ready to take them on. I think the last game of our season is Walton. We're excited for that one. They're a nearby school, so it's a big rivalry for us. So the big games, we're ready for them. Last year, you know, we fell a little short, but this year we're ready to take them on, and I think we're going to shock a few people.
Trayvon, you guys made the playoffs last year, made it to the first round, fell short to a #1 seed. It happens to the best of us. But when you take a look at this season, what are the goals you have set in place for your team? What do you expect them to achieve?
We're trying to win region, first of all.
Yeah.
And then we're trying to make a deep playoff run.
And Marcus, one thing, I know that talent recognizes talent more than anything. So when you take a look at some of the younger guys on your squad, who's a younger guy that you want to shout out, you think the world needs to know their name?
A younger guy that I want to shout out, Greg Kendricks. He's got a guy that he's been playing. He's just started last year as a freshman. Right now, I think he has a hurt finger or something. I think he broke it. But, you know, he works hard. He keeps up with everybody else, just like he's been playing for 3-4 years. So that's one young guy I want to shout out.
All right, and this last question goes to the both of y'all. All right, I have to admit, I'm a shoe woman myself. I noticed shoes on everybody in here, and that was one of the first things I noticed about you guys was the shoes that y'all have on. First day of school's coming up. What shoes are you going to rock for the first day of school?
I'm probably going to rock either the Babesters or the Off-Whites.
All right.
I keep it a little bit more conservative. I'm probably going to rock some Air Maxes, some classics. That's more my style.
Okay. All right, and last thing, I'm going to let y'all have the opportunity to have the microphone for a second. I know your team over here wanted to get some shout-outs, so you don't have to shout at them. You can shout out your mom, you can shout out your team, you can shout out your school, but just for this moment only, the microphone is yours. Let the people watching at home, let them know what you got going on in your life.
No, nothing much really. Football has kind of consumed me, but you know I love to do it. But I got to give shout-outs for my man Josiah. He's one of the top rushers in the state in 7A. Javon, one of our best receivers, J. Cole, and then we got our defenders, Justin. I think he's on like his 10th offer right now. So yeah, he's on the streak. One of the best defenders in our region, much less the state. Our secondary, we got Jesse, one of the best safeties in the region again. And like everybody else, the line is a big help to the team. And they're what keep us going, offense and defense. But yeah, there's a lot I could say. What about you, Trey?
Most importantly, family. That's the big one. And then really the teammate. Like, come on, bro. Like, we got probably the most family-oriented team in the state.
Well, I like how you didn't miss anybody. You don't want it to be an awkward bus ride home, so I respect that, guys. Thank you so much for being up here. Can't wait to see what you guys do this season. Now we're going to head over to IJ Rosenberg, who's got Archer with him.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kaylee. Georgia high school football media day wouldn't be a media day without Archer High School. Dante Williams, coach, second-year coach at Archer. Talk a little bit about your first year, because it wasn't easy. And, you know, you're in Gwinnett County, tough region, but we were just talking off the air, and you feel like you had a good summer, good spring, things seem to be going pretty well.
And that's the biggest thing, is just the foundational pieces are in place, new staff, booster club, philosophies, you know, you're trying to do all that and then coach up a football team. And then the region that we play in, as you mentioned, it doesn't get easy at all. I mean, we may be in the toughest classification or region, no matter the classification, in my opinion. So, you know, but we have had a tremendous spring and summer, and I'm really excited about year 2.
Tell us about your team.
So, you know, I love where our skill players are at. You know, we graduated quite a few on the offensive line, so we'll be young. But the kids are very, very hungry. Our defense, we're returning a lot. I feel that's going to be very strong for us, which is what you need. So I feel our pieces are there. We're still young, but I really like where our skill players are at and the totality of our defense.
And also talk about, you know, next year we're not going to have 7A, so things are going to squeeze down a little bit. And you talked about playing in the, you know, one of the toughest regions and stuff like that. But, you know, moving ahead, you know, sort of over the next couple of years, where do you see Archer going?
You know, I think we've got a great feeder program. We've kind of went in there and really cleaned some things up, you know, and kind of, you know, you play at Archer, you stay at Archer, and that's my goal, is to build our barrier around it. We're in a great area in the county. Probably the only school that's left as a real rural part. You know, everything else is boomed up with cities and things like that. So we've got a unique place at Archer. We've got incredible administration, incredible community that wants to be there. We want to see Archer win. We want to compete. So all the pieces are there. We just have to, you know, put our head down, chop wood. You know, success is, you know, it's a slow cooker. It's not a microwave. So anything worth doing. Take some time.
And it's incredible to come here and see all these teams, but see so much talent.
Yes, I mean, that's, and I'm a Georgia guy, played in Gwinnett. It's not just Gwinnett anymore. It's not just Region 1 anymore. I mean, it is across the board. This is the best state for football, for high school football, in my opinion. Texas, California, they're good, but we're number one because of things like this and the stuff that you guys do. It just makes it important, so it makes it important to communities, schools, community, players, and that's why we're number one, in my opinion.
I wish you the best this season, Coach. Look forward to seeing you. We're going to go to Rusty Mansell. Got a couple players with him.
Hey, here back. Thank you, IJ, for that. And here was a couple of young men I've known for a while in my neck of the woods, Northwest Georgia, Calhoun, here with Caden Williams, committed to Liberty. What was that? What was that decision for you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, committing to college is always a big thing. And I've been to a lot of colleges and a lot of campuses, and Liberty was just a special place. I love the coaching staff, Jamie Chadwell, and they love me. And I just felt like it was home, so I pulled the trigger.
Smart guy. Brought your quarterback with you right here, Trey Townsend. Trey, talk about, going into your senior season. What's it like playing quarterback at Calhoun?
Just getting prepared for the season. And it's a big deal around Calhoun. Just the whole community is a part of the football, and everyone loves football. And just hope to have a great season.
Got your head coach over here, Clay Stevenson. Tell me what it's like to play for Coach Stevenson. He seems like he's a player's coach. I know he can get fired up at times, but he seems like he's all in for Calhoun. Tell me what it's like to play for him, Caden.
Man, Coach Stevenson's a great guy, and he wants us to be a great guy on the field and off the field. And that's what I love about him. And every coach needs to push their players, and that's why he gets all upset, which every coach does that, which it only makes us a better player and a better guy off the field.
Trey, I'll ask you this. I tell people all the time, I've been all over the world, all over the country, watching high school football. Calhoun is special on a Friday night. The crowd's on top of you. There's really no sideline. It's super loud. Tell me what it's like to play in that environment.
It's just different. Played in many different stadiums. In Calhoun, you got the train horn going. You got the siren up top by the press box. You got all the fans right there next to you on the sideline. No air to breathe, and just get you ready every Friday night.
I got a chance to call your games last year, and it didn't end the kind of way you wanted. Still had a great year. What's been the off-season motto for you guys as seniors?
We just had a chip on our shoulder, and we really came together in the weight room and on the field during conditioning, and we just really been pushing each other to get better every day, 1% every day, so we can come back and be better this coming up season.
I've asked a lot of guys this for different teams, but you guys tell me, who's a guy standing over here, right now? Give me one that I don't know about that everybody should before this year's over with.
Isaac Green. He's the best leader on the team. He holds everybody accountable, even me.
Yeah.
He even holds me accountable.
Is that a full-time job?
No. But
what positions he play?
He plays a receiver and a safety.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he holds everybody accountable. He leads. He's giving 100% all the time, and he's a playmaker.
Trey, I'll ask you, Calhoun's played a lot of games. Y'all played a lot of really good teams. Who's the best team you played in high school so far?
So far, I'd probably say Cartersville or Gardendale was two of the best teams I've seen.
Gardendale, Alabama?
Yes, sir.
Got you.
Two of the best defenses I've seen.
All right, Calhoun High School, special place. Got a chance. I think we've got you guys on TV one game, if not two. Look forward to coming up there and watching you guys your senior year. Congratulations on everything, and look forward to covering y'all your senior year.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back over to IJ. I think IJ's talking right now. We gotta stay here for a minute. He's giving direction. So I'll ask you one question. Who's in charge of the game day music? Because when I go to Calhoun, it's rocking. I mean, it's old school to new school.
They usually let a senior every year make the playlist. It's got to be a clean playlist, but usually they let them choose the music, so we keep everything up to date. That's why it's always rocking.
All right, I like it.
Usually Coach Stevenson adds a song or two.
I got it. All right, we're back over to IJ now.
All right, we're back here. Georgia High School Football Media Day. A lot of people here, a lot of great players, a lot of good teams, a lot of good seniors. We got Eric Williams, the coach at Maynard Jackson. It's interesting. I went to Lakeside High School in the 70s, so You know, I'm a big fan. My parents went to Grady High School, which of course is called Midtown now, but I'm a big fan of the Atlanta public city school system, and certainly a big fan of Jasper Jewell, and really seen Atlanta athletically more than just football turn it around, I would say, in the last 10, 15 years.
Oh, yes. Jasper has been very influential in turning our athletic programs around and giving us what we need to be competitive.
Yeah, talk a little bit. You got your kids behind you. They look really good. But tell us a little bit about the school. Of course, it's named after, you know, a man that did so much as mayor of the city. But talk a little bit about the school itself.
Well, you know, Maynard Jackson High School is it's located, first of all, over in East Atlanta, 801 Glenwood Avenue, and was formerly called Southside High School. And we've been at Maynard Jackson for the past 10 years. And we just a close-knit group, close-knit community that's growing, busting at the seams right off the belt line. And we know we're all about representing Atlanta public schools in the best way possible.
Talk a little bit about your team going into the season.
Well, last year we had a pretty good season. We had a lot of seniors that graduated, so we have a lot of new guys coming. But one thing about it, they're talented young men. We put in work all summer long. We participated in the 7-on-7, Corky Kell 7-on-7 at Georgia Tech, and the guys are just chomping at the bit to get started.
And we look forward to, you know, we'll have Corky Kell, and then the week after, we'll have you in the Great Atlanta Bash.
Yes, and our kids are really excited about the opportunity to play Miller Grove in the Great Atlanta Bash.
Well, Coach, we appreciate it, and we wish you the best, and we'll get to see you and your kids soon. All right, I'm going to go back to Kaylee. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Najeh. I'm Kaylee Mansell with our Archer representatives, William Wallace and Kendall Lee. All right, William, we're going to start with you. You guys are one of our Corky Kell teams. You guys are going to open up that Thursday matchup. What have you guys been doing in the offseason to prepare you for that very first game?
Man, we had Red Dawn where we come early in the morning at 5 a.m.
Wow.
And just work out with the team, just building that culture back. When a new coach coming in, we really just had to put in work to build that relationship with our coach.
Mm-hmm. And Kendall, I'm glad that you brought that up, William, because I know Dante Williams is only in his second year with you guys. He has an impressive record as a coach as a whole, but what kind of culture has he instilled into the football program at Archer, and how have you seen that change go into effect this season?
Coach Dante, he brings in like a family culture. He wants everybody to be together, everybody to trust one another. You know, because on Friday nights, it's not easy. We have to go out there and go to war, basically. Mm-hmm. So he just wants us to all be there for each other and help each other get through the season and get through training and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And, William, every offseason, it seems there's a new message or a motivation that's trying to be portrayed through summer practice and spring practice. What has that motto been for you guys throughout the season, and how will you implement it into your upcoming games?
So Coach Dante always preaches choose hard. So everything we do, we got to choose to do it. We got to choose to do it first of all, and then we got to just do it all of our effort. Mm-hmm. And I feel like he's been instilled that in us.
Mm-hmm. And Kendall, when you take a look at this squad, the players around you in particular, what makes them different from last year's squad? What makes you think that you guys can go the distance?
Everybody's all in. I feel like Coach Dante preaches you have to be all in, and everybody has to have one goal in mind. And I feel like everybody has that goal in mind.
Mm-hmm. Now, unlike every other player I've had up here, I actually gave you guys the questions ahead of time. So you've had some time to think about it, all right? Don't second guess yourself right here. We're going to do some fun stuff. Do you guys have any pregame superstitions or anything that you feel like you have to do before every single game? He's pointing at you like you got a good one.
Nah, I don't. I just listen to music like everybody else.
What do you listen to?
I like Gunna, Lil Baby, Young Thug, you know, all the new rappers and stuff.
Okay.
I like to listen to some, I'm gonna lie, listen to some country music to get the nerves down. To get the nerves down, I got to do something that will not amp me up too much so I can stay chill throughout the game. So I'm just stay chill through the game.
So I feel like country music is something that's very controversial up here on this stage. Not a lot of people listen to country music as pregame hype music. So do you make your entire team listen to that, or is that you with your AirPods dialed in?
No, it's just me. I don't even think the teammates know.
You're the lone wolf. Oh wow! So you're exposing yourself here.
I didn't expose myself
not just your
in front
team,
of
but
everybody.
everyone.
Yeah, but it's it's something I don't listen to a lot, so I get to focus on that instead of focusing on something that I can probably mess up on during the game just to keep my nerves down.
Okay, now before we go to break, I have a question that I want to ask both of you. I want you both to answer, and there could be a million things that I could ask you on the stage that would give the answer, but ultimately what it comes down to is, what do you want everybody behind the camera, all the coaches, everybody watching, what do you want them to know about Archer football and what y'all are about to bring to the table?
I feel like I want everybody to know that going into each game this year, we're the underdogs, and we're going to play like it. We're going to be scrappy. We're going to fight all the way to the end.
I want them to know that. I want them to look down on us, and I want to prove them wrong every day, because Archer, we had a slump with a new coach. We came in, had a not so great season, but I want to turn it up for everybody to see on the world stage.
Guys, well, I appreciate you more than you know. You guys are going to be playing on the world stage during Corky Kell. Everybody's going to be able to watch. Really excited to see what you guys can do, not just in Corky Kell, but for the season coming up. I appreciate y'all. All right, we will be back with IJ Rosenberg right here. What you got?
Moore, who is who's with Norcross High School, sort of filling in for Maloof today. But he's the head of recruiting and also coached the defensive ends. Tell us a little bit about coaching for Keith. I've known Keith since he was at St. Pius. In fact, I go even way back with his father a little bit. But tell us a little bit what Keith Maloof is like as a head coach.
Well, Keith is what you would call a coach's coach. He believes in doing everything first class. He doesn't hover over us. Like he lets us coach, and as long as we're doing our job and we're efficient and effective, like he lets us coach, and he's awesome. But I think the greatest thing is that he really loves the kids. As long as I've been around him, like he's genuinely cares for every player that we have, and he loves us as a staff, and like he's just awesome to be around.
Well, and y'all built quite a community. I mean, all you have to do is walk up to the stadium, see all the sponsor signs. But you got some Norcross kids behind us, and we're going to interview a couple in a few minutes. But tell us a little bit about the team this year.
Man, we're going to be very good, I believe. We have veteran leadership in our quarterback. On defense, we have some leadership as well. We're very talented, skillful wise, and I just think that we're going to be very good because we have camaraderie. Like, our kids enjoy being around each other. They enjoy just being in the locker room, going out and just having fun with one another, and I think that's, more than anything, that's what we're going to bring to the table this year.
And tell us a little bit about your job as a recruiting, because y'all typically, from the big Division I schools all the way down to junior colleges and D3, y'all put a lot of kids in college.
It goes back, to Coach Sanders and Coach Stansel, now myself. It's very hard, I can tell you that, but we have kids that's really good in the classroom, good grades, and they can play football, and so it makes it a whole lot easier for myself. But we have college coaches come in, maybe 100 and something during the spring, and they come and get our guys.
Well, Coach, we appreciate it. We wish you the best. Thanks, Coach. All right, we're going to go back to Brandon Adams up at
Thank you so much, IJ Rosenberg. Happy to be standing by here with a couple of fantastic members of this Manchester program. One of the top teams down in the single A classification. We got Justice Terry, of course, a 2025 commit to the University of Georgia. Javon Favors there as well, a guy that plays a number of positions for Manchester. How about linebacker, running back, quarterback? Guys, thanks so much for spending time with us here today. We appreciate you being here and hope you're having a good time.
No problem.
Justice, I thought it was interesting a minute ago. We were talking. I asked you guys if you've been able to enjoy the summer. You said, yeah, listen, just trying to soak up the moment and enjoy all of that. And guys, make sure you get the microphone right there close to your face so folks can hear you. Trying to live in that moment. Justice, tell us a little bit about what that's been like for you. College decision already made. Can focus on the next 2 years of your high school life here. How much, pressure does that take off of you, kind of knowing what your future already has in store for you?
It takes a lot of pressure off me because now I can just go with the flow, just practice, keep my head down, keep working.
Absolutely. And speaking of that work, Javon, obviously Manchester very busy doing a lot of that here right now.
Yes, sir.
You guys dominated in region play a year ago, won all 5 of your region games.
Yes, sir.
What's next for you guys as a football team right now?
To just move on and keep going, hopefully look towards a championship and to keep playing.
And what's it going to take to get you there, Javon, you think?
Everybody work hard. Don't focus on what everybody outside of us is saying, and just don't pay attention to negativity.
And, Justice, a lot of folks here obviously looking in on you with a lot of curiosity because you are a Georgia commit.
Yes, sir.
What's that been like for you? We know that you've been getting attention because of your size for a long time.
Yes, sir.
Have you gotten used to that? Have you, I guess, come to peace with the fact that in any room that you walk into, people are going to take notice and want to kind of get a piece of your time?
Yes, sir.
Have you kind of made peace with that as of yet, I guess?
Yes, sir. I made peace with it, just really got used to it over the years and just started going with the flow, As soon as I walk in, I have a mic to my mouth, I just talk from my heart and just tell the truth,
What was it about Georgia that was the right choice for you from a college standpoint?
I mean, it was the brotherhood, just seeing all the players come together and just be together and enjoy the moment. It was like no other.
Javon, we talk about Manchester football for this upcoming season. One of the things that's already getting a lot of chatter is, really talented Sly County team you guys are going to be playing. It sort of seems like that's already a matchup that's kind of circled. Around the state we have these big games we're looking forward to.
Yes,
Manchester Sly County is one of those that I think people are already excited about. Do you guys get the sense of that, about how much interest there already is in that big rematch from a year ago?
Yes. We're not worried about it.
Not worried about it, though. Is it fun playing in big games like that, though? Is it exciting to have that kind of atmosphere around a game?
Yes. The crowd makes it more funner than,
Sure, no doubt about that. And I guess, Justice, we'll finish up with this if you don't mind. You guys are going to get a lot of attention. You said you're kind of getting used to that. But on a team like Manchester, there's obviously a lot of other really good players that help make a successful season possible. So let us know about some of the guys that you guys brought with you here today and kind of what you've seen from some of your other teammates here thus far this offseason.
Like we say, we got Javon Favors right here, good running back, good quarterback when we need him, good linebacker. He have the motor of the defense, he just gets us going. I have my other quarterback, star quarterback, Darius Bryant. He's a good thrower, good arm, good scrambler, good player. I have Q1 Anderson. He's a lockdown. Have a lot of players on the team, good talent. It just takes a lot of work, to be great.
Certainly an exciting Manchester football team and a couple of great football players here. Justice Terry on his way to University of Georgia. Javon Favors doing a little bit of everything for Manchester here this year. Two great players. Now let's go to I.J. Rosenberg, who's standing by the very good coach as well.
Thanks, Brandon. We're with Holy Innocents coach, Todd Winter. When I was growing up, Todd, I grew up in Atlanta. I'm a native. And went to Lakeside High School in the 70s, but I had a lot of friends on your side. Being Jewish, you're sort of lucky. You have friends all over the city. So a lot of friends who went to actually Holy Innocents, Riverwood, and all those schools. But, Holy didn't play football back then. And so tell us a little bit about, because I think Holy Innocents is a great example of sort of how the private schools, not because they're a new private school, but because they're a new football program.
Yeah, well, Holy Innocents, they started the school, I believe, 1959. This is, I believe, our 18th year of football coming up. They started football in 2006. Ryan Livesey started the program, did a nice job. And then in 2017, we took over. And private school football has really changed. I came down here from Chicago in 2012, was at another private school, Pinecrest Academy. Different brand of football, private school in 2012. Now it's gotten to the point where, we were single A last year. We're playing 4A football now. I think the GHSA wanted to kind of scatter us all over the place, thinking maybe things might not be quite as easy for us. And,
y'all proven, yeah.
It's pretty good now. It's pretty good.
Well, and it's going to be real interesting to see what happens next year when they squeeze everybody down from 7A.
Yeah, we have no idea. What's the multiplier? Once we know the multiplier, then we have a better idea where we're going to be. But I don't see us being back in single A private. If we are, we are. That was tough as well in single A private. At times, I think being in 4A is a little bit easier.
Well, and I think that has really cleared up a lot. I think it's been great to see the private schools. We actually, my company puts the helmet wall. We put the helmet wall at Mercedes-Benz, and changing that from private, public to just Division I and Division II, I think it's been good for those schools. Tell us, Todd, about your team this year.
Well, the last several years we've been very successful. We're 45, I believe, in 17. Since we've been at Holy Innocents, won 3 region championships. I feel really good right now about our defense. So we returned 9 on defense. And then offensively, we return 5 guys and return our kicker. I mean, we had a great spring. We beat Hebron, who's a very good football team, and Trinity Christian. So we just got to continue to get a little bit better like everybody else. I mean, we can win every game, we can lose every game.
And what's cool is you got thousands of alumni of the school that never had a football team, but now they've got somebody to pull for.
Yeah, well, in 2019, we played our first ever game at Baker Field, and it was incredible atmosphere. And since then, we've been playing at Baker, and, we're pretty excited this year. We've got Lake Highland Prep from Orlando coming in. They haven't lost a game in 2 years, back-to-back state champs. And then we also have Westminster at home, so at Baker. So it's great. I mean, the people have been fabulous. I mean, like I tell the kids, every time, every season, the expectation is there. It's not just to have a winning season. It's not just to make the playoffs. It's to make a run. So we just got to get a little bit better each week.
Well, Coach, we hope maybe I'm going to give you a call, try to get you on TV. That Westminster game might be pretty interesting.
Hey, I'll tell you, I think that would be awesome. I mean, us and Westminster, last year, I don't know if you know what happened last year. We're beating them 14-13. They score, they get the 2-point. I mean, it's going to be a war. I'd love to have that game broadcasted.
Well, we're definitely thinking about it. Good luck this season, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, Brandon, back to you.
Good stuff there from IJ Rosenberg. A lot of fun coaches coming through here and some great players there, too, including a couple members right now. The Norcross Blue Devils got quarterback A.J. Watkins on his way to the Air Force Academy. Jackson Buskey, defensive end, on his way to play for an outstanding Appalachian State team. Guys, thanks so much for stopping by and being a part of us here today on this outstanding event. Hope you guys have had a great summer.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir,
you for having
definitely.
us.
Absolutely. So I got to ask you guys first and foremost, but the fact that coming up pretty soon, we'll see you and your teammates involved in the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic. Big matchup for you guys inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium against an outstanding Marietta team. How much fun is it to play on such a big stage like that? And how much, I guess, AJ, I'll start with you on this. How much does that affect your preseason preparations knowing that your first game is such a big one?
I say that we still prepare the same. No game is bigger than the next, and just take it game by game, day by day, preparing each and every day in and day out, trying to get better each and every day.
So, Jackson, I don't know if you noticed that, but he answered that like a perfect quarterback, right? He got the media down pat. Hey, we're not going to make too much of any game. We're going to stay focused. We're going to make it one game at a time. He has already been trained and learned up very well, right?
Yo, definitely, always. QB1 here, so.
You love to hear that. Well, I mentioned both you guys, Jackson, have outstanding college commitments already. This is a Norcross program that throughout the years has put as many players as possible for the very biggest programs as possible. Like, what is it about Norcross that kind of helps pave the way for you guys to not just make a college decision, but ultimately make the right college decision? What has Norcross done to kind of help you with that?
Well, 100% the coaches. Like, every coach knows what they're talking about, and they're always going to put you in the best position to succeed in what you do and how you handle it. So,
AJ, is that something you would agree with?
Yes, sir, I would. They always put you in the best situation to succeed on and off the field, and they're great at recruiting and bringing coaches in the building, so you're going to get seen. It's just what you put on film.
Jackson, one of the things I always find to be amazing is the county you guys play in Gwinnett. Obviously, you're a part of a tough 7A region. You guys performed very well a year ago, but it's the entire county around you guys where some of the best programs, not just in our state, but in the entire country, really preside. Do you guys get the sense of pride that I'm sure must come your way, knowing that you not only represent a great school in Norcross, but you really represent one of the deepest counties for high school football in the entire country?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we know every week we're going to have a dogfight. Like, we're playing Gwinnett County schools left, right, so every week is going to be a different battle. Got to prepare the same, though. That's what AJ said.
All right, very good. A couple of big-time Norcross players right there. A lot of fun. We'll see them. The Dave Hunter Corky Kell Classic here coming up very soon. And, in fact, let's check in right now. We'll get ready to talk to IJ Rosenberg, I think, here right now. Let's get ready to check in right now.
Your athletes put in the work that leads to success. But peak performance takes more. It takes a surface that works as hard as they do. One that allows them to train effectively and safely, so that when the lights come on, they're ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
All right, welcome back. So I'm joined by our presenting sponsor. I'm sure you've heard of it, Huddle. What an impact it has had on the game of football. Thank you so much for stepping up, sponsoring this great event. You guys came in from Nebraska to do it. Talk a little bit about some of the new things, though, that Huddle has on the horizon. Just started in 2006, but just the growth that you guys have seen.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think when Georgia high school football media had reached out about the opportunity, I think it was kind of perfect timing, because I think one of the things that they do really well is they connect the teams with the community, and that kind of aligns really well with our new fan experience page, which is kind of what we're doing today in the back with all the athletes, is new profile pictures, and then just educating them on what this new fan page is going to look like, just to help connect what these coaches and athletes do every day to the fans.
This is Brandon Hedgecock. He's been with Huddle for 5 years. He's an account executive, focuses on Middle Georgia and South Georgia. So you brought up the new fan experience page. Explain a little more in detail what that is, because obviously we love watching the Huddle film. It's a part of the season. I mean, after 4 games, get your Huddle tape out. But what is the fan experience?
Yeah, I can take that. Yep. Yeah, so we are launching this fall, starting in August, a new fan engagement suite for athletic directors. And so with that brings more access for fans, for parents, for anybody, for recruiters, for anyone who wants to take in this content that is highlights, rosters, live streams, all that content that these athletes have on their pages. It's going to be more accessible than ever for their parents and their fans. And so that is starting this fall. We're really excited to get that out there and just kind of open up what these athletes are doing to more people.
Right, and it's called Huddle, so we think about football, but you guys do more than just football, but really it started with that. Talk a little bit about just the nationwide growth you've seen, just how huge this has become just in part of a student-athlete's recruiting journey.
I mean, I could talk from my perspective. Nate was actually also an athletic director, so he might have a different perspective on the growth of it, but I mean, over the last 5 years, the growth has been ridiculous. It was predominantly football, basketball. Now it's every single sport that you can think of. So it's not only targeting those, like the athletes here, but it's your baseball, your softball, your wrestling, your JV kids. Like, it's a whole experience. And like this fan experience page just kind of ties all of it together. So essentially we're trying to hit all aspects of it, and these coaches and admins put a lot of time into it. So if we can make it as simple as possible, that's kind of our goal at the end of the day. So.
Yeah, I'll talk to Nate for a second, but in terms of a company starting and just becoming so widespread and successful, I mean, Huddle really, since 2006, it's been incredible. We talked about maybe a 99% participation rate with the local schools. I want to ask you, though, Nate, have you seen an increase with the youth, like middle school programs, JV, and just them getting accustomed to the Huddle side of things at a younger part of their career?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen, I mean, even in my 2.5 years of being at Huddle, I've seen a lot more youth and middle school level get involved in just utilizing the platform. Those coaches have shown great interest in getting those kids at a younger age, getting them familiar with the platform, but not only familiar with the platform, but learning how to watch film, teaching them kind of what they're looking for, on a much simpler level. But then that way, once they transition to that high school age, they don't have to spend a lot of time teaching those kids kind of some of the ins and outs and the benefits of Huddle.
Yeah, and Brandon, I want to ask you, you talked about going to a program, teaching them how to use it. I mean, how long does that process usually take from a school that might not have Huddle on their team, and then for you guys to get them up and running?
Yeah, so we are really lucky. I mean, these football coaches live in Huddle all day long. So, like, we have great people in-house that can help. But we also have a world-class support team at Huddle. I mean, when you look at some of our scores and our ratings, it's up there with, like, Apple and Google. So from start to finish, like, new teams, new athletes, new coaches, we try taking care of them the whole way. So new teams, new products, new features. It's the whole Huddle team comes together and has a good plan. Just makes it really easy to use for them.
And then a question for Kaiser. Football season's coming up. People might think that that's the busiest time of year for you guys, but with recruiting everything year round, it seems like up in Lincoln, Nebraska at HQ, you guys are staying busy throughout the year.
Yes, very much so. Football is the it is a finish line and a starting line at the same time. Throughout the whole summer, we're building and trying to improve to be ready for football season. It is. I think maybe I haven't been there since Huddle started, but when Huddle started, it was all football. But we've talked about we've expanded to every sport almost now at this point. So year round, we are busy with any season that's going on. Football is always the biggest and baddest that we got to get ready for. But I think we're about ready to go for this year, or at least to get it started.
Yeah, and I think it's so great. You guys obviously provide such a platform. You guys help coaches break down game film, help them prepare. That elevates the level of play. But what about an event like this where you guys are giving back, sponsoring an event where we're having interviews, it's media day, kids are getting even more exposure? Is that something you see Huddle doing, reaching out and trying to get involved in just promoting media elsewhere?
Yeah, I think that's probably a strong possibility. I think Huddle has a strong belief in doing what we can to assist coaches, not only coaches but athletes and athletic directors, schools, communities. So really any kind of outreach, anything that we can be involved in, I think Huddle does a pretty good job of staying kind of in the know, staying involved. We appreciate, from our standpoint at Huddle, Score Atlanta and Georgia High School football allowing us this opportunity. It's been a phenomenal day. We've had a lot of great conversations, and it's fun to see high school athletes get an opportunity like this.
And let's just talk one last thing about Georgia High School football. I mean, there's so much pride around it, tradition. We love the Corky Kell Classic. It's one of the biggest kickoff events in the country. There's a ton of exposure in this state in terms of draft picks, but what do you think about Georgia in general, the coaches, just the passion behind football in this state?
It's impressive. Obviously Nebraska, we have great pride in football across the state, but coming to Georgia has opened my eyes, in particular being born and raised in Nebraska, because it's the end-all be-all here. A lot of pride, a lot of great athletes, a lot of fantastic coaches and communities. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, it blew my mind. I found out a stat. They said in the NFL draft, Gwinnett County alone had more players drafted than 45 of the states. That's just crazy, one county. But thank you so much for supporting this event. Thank you for all you guys do, and we're going to kick it right now to IJ and Coach Cassidy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. And, of course, we really want to thank Huddle. They've been fantastic. Had a nice dinner with the three of them last night. Great company. One of the bigger high school companies in the country. Well, Coach Cassidy, how you doing?
Fine, sir. You?
Yeah, we've got the Harrison coach here, Joshua Cassidy. Big crowd, a lot of talent. I mean, isn't it pretty amazing how much talent? Harrison, North Gwinnett, the private schools, I mean, just all over the state of Georgia. It's amazing.
Yeah, I had the privilege of coaching in Southwest Florida at Naples High School, and there was a ton of talent down there. But moving up here to Georgia, I've been here 13 years now, and I would put it up against anyone in the country. Obviously, I hadn't had to go across West Coast or over in Texas. You hear about them, but it's definitely high-quality coaching and high-quality playing.
And Harrison, of course, has got a really good reputation with football. Talk about your program, where it is right now.
Yeah, so, I mean, our program, our foundation, our motto is I hear what you're saying, but I trust what you do. We want you to be responsible for your role and be accountable to your team. And so everything we do is built off of that. We try to develop the whole person cognitively, socially, spiritually, emotionally, physically. And we do that by loving our players. And we believe that the scoreboard is a byproduct of our horizontal and vertical relationships. And so we're big on developing relationships, coach to player, player to player, coach to administrator, coach to teachers, player to teachers. We're all about building relationships and letting the scoreboard take care of itself.
And tell us about your team going into the season.
Yeah, we're excited. Last year, we were a Sweet 16 team, and this year, a lot of those teams backing up to 22, a lot of underclassmen playing, so we have a lot of returning starters on both sides of the ball. So just excited to watch them play and go be competitive. We felt like we were competitive last year. We were on the losing side of some competitive ball games, and we expect to be on the winning side of those competitive ball games. And in the games that last year were a bit out of reach, we expect those to be competitive and go either way.
Yeah, one last thing. What do you think about NIL? I mean, we've seen what's going on in college football with it, but it looks like it's going to drop down to the high schools. As a coach, what do you think about it?
Well, it really, honestly, doesn't matter what I think. I just have to embrace change because change is inevitable. Growth is optional. And so if it's going to happen, I got to find a way that it can most benefit our players and use it as best as I can.
Well, Coach, we appreciate it. We wish you the best, and we'll see a couple of your players up there in a few minutes. Thanks, Coach. Back to you, Brandon.
Thank you so much, I.J. Rosenberg. Great to hear from the Harrison Hoyas there. We'll hear more from them, as I.J. said, later on before our day is done. For now, let's check in with Maynard Jackson High School here. A couple of outstanding players on tap. And by the way, you guys got a lot of your teammates kind of shooting you off the side here with their own cameras, so you guys are in the spotlight here right now.
Yes,
absolutely. We got Messiah Scandred, an outside linebacker, and a strong safety. And, of course, Ricky Dorn, a wide receiver there as well. And, gentlemen, thanks so much for being here with us. And I guess, Messiah, I'll start with you. I think one of the things that we're most excited about for Maynard Jackson here this year is the fact that very early on in the season on Peachtree TV, we get a chance to see you guys. Great Atlanta Bash matchup. You guys take on another heritage program in the Atlanta area, Miller Grove. Is that something that you guys are already excited about, the fact that you get a chance to play a game on TV and get really a lot of folks around the Atlanta area watching you guys on television in a early season key matchup?
I mean, like, it's a great thing. We focus on it, but one game at a time is our main goal. But we're very happy to be on TV and to the next game.
Absolutely. And Ricky, as you said, you can't really look past anything, right? Big deal to be on TV, nice and fun to be on Peachtree TV, of course. But at the same time, you guys got business to take care of before you get to that spot, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's like one game at a time, like he said, and when that game comes, we'll be ready for it.
Well, you guys were 7-4 team a year ago. Messiah, what is next and what needs to happen for you guys to take that next step as a team here right now?
I feel like as a next team from started last year for the new team, I feel like we got to work on offense a little more and defense. Defense wins championship, what I heard. So as long as our defense A1, then we're going to provide and then we're going to win.
Ricky, about the goals yourself, the kind of goals you guys talk about, do you have stated goals here for the upcoming season?
I mean, yeah, we have stated goals like you said, one game at a time and push forward and do our best as we can.
So, Messiah, we joked a little earlier, a lot of teammates here, everybody having a good time, and a lot of attention on this Jackson program here right now. Give us a little bit of a shout-out, if you don't mind, some of your teammates who you've been impressed with this summer or guys that you expect to have big seasons once we start playing games here in a couple of weeks.
Well, obviously, I'm going to say all my teammates, but, I want to shout out to all my offensive line and D-line. They've been putting in huge work, getting in shape, ready to pound the ball, play defense. It's great with our O-line and D-line.
That's great to hear. And then, Ricky, I guess we'll finish this up with you. We talked a little earlier. You're kind of sifting through some college offers right now. What's your process like? And I guess, when do you plan on making a decision? And kind of where's your thought process as you work through that right now?
As of right now, I'm going to wait till my senior year, see if I could get more, work harder, and stuff like that. And maybe I can get more in my dream school.
Do you have a dream school?
It's UGA.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, best of luck to you as you work on that. Messiah, best of luck to you for the upcoming season there, too. And to the entire Jackson football team, who obviously has big things in store, and we'll see them on Peachtree TV coming up in just a couple of weeks. For now, though, let's get ready to check back in with I.J. Rosenberg, who I believe is standing by with another one of our coaches.
All right, back here on Georgia High School Football Media Days. Special guest, Adam Miller, Centennial coach, brand new Centennial coach. Comes from South Georgia. Of course, my heart goes with Centennial. Of course, all three of my kids got to play their high school sports there. Good school. But, Coach, a lot of coaching change in the last few years. Y'all had a lot of turnover. You come up from South Georgia. What do you see so far at Centennial?
Yeah, Centennial is a very, very special place because of the people. I mean, we have a ton of resources, beautiful facilities, but the people there, the administration in place is different than anywhere else I've been, which really makes things great. It makes it a very, very special opportunity to build something there.
So tell us a little bit about your team. You were talking about some of the quarterbacks you have coming up. Tell us a little bit about what you have going into this season.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a really strong senior class that I'm really excited about that, they've played a lot of football together, all the way from the junior program all the way up to now. So I'm excited about those guys. We've got some different guys at different spots that have done a good job for us. We have Timmy Robert leads for us up front with Jordan Plott on the O-line. And then we have some underclassmen coming up as well. Our quarterback, Hunter Campbell, looks to be one that's going to be pretty special. So we're just excited overall just for the movement and trajectory of our program.
One of the things we were talking about off the air, I asked you how many were on your roster. You said 80. And then you brought up the fact that South Georgia, you had 120 on a 4A school, right? That shows you the difference between South and Georgia and North Georgia.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot more to do up here, especially in North Fulton area, especially in a beautiful place like Roswell. So it's different, but the guys that we have been fully committed this summer. It's been awesome to see them buy into the new process, the new program, doing things, trying to bring up some different things that they've done in the past, and they've done a great job of buying in and doing it the right way.
Before I let you go, talk a little bit about NIL, sort of what you feel about it. Obviously seen it explode at the high school level. What do you see at the at the college level? What do you see at the high school level?
High school level, I'm not really sure. I haven't really dove into it that much. I just wish when I played football back in the day, I could have got, some chicken wings or something, And when I was in college, that would have been nice. So, but no, I haven't really dove that much into it. I think it'd be a little bit dangerous for us overall, but I'm not well enough informed on it, really, put a huge opinion on it.
Coach, we wish you good luck in your first year at Centennial.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. We're going to go back to Najeh.
All right, guys, so we're back. I'm here with two really outstanding players for Holly Anderson's program. Got Jacob Murray, who's committed to Stanford, and then you got Zach Jackson, who's going to Duke. So, guys, we're here today. Tell me a little about the Holly Anderson's program. What do you guys enjoy about being there? How's the offseason been so far?
It's been good. We're a winning program. It's a brotherhood over there. Every single day we come in, compete, and it's really fun.
And for you, Zach?
I agree. It's a great program to be in. We're winning, and that's the main goal about everything.
Gotcha. And then let's talk a little bit about, I know you play wide receiver, and then you play a little bit of DB as well. I know when you go to Duke, you told me off air that you've been playing safety. So what position do you enjoy most? You enjoy most being a wide receiver or kind of like a safety?
I like playing DB. It's fun. I like hitting people. I like hitting. I like the physicality. So, yeah, I like DB the most.
DB the most. Okay, and then Jacoby, tell me a little bit about playing defensive line. Obviously, you're a stud. You're going to Stanford. So what was the reasoning behind Stanford? Going all the way out west. What stood out to you about that program, and what do you just enjoy about playing the position?
Yeah, D-line, it's fun. It's physical. I like hitting QBs, So I like that. Stanford, it was, it's a decision for a lifetime. It's not a 4-year decision, it's a lifetime decision. They can help me succeed as a football player, but also as a human being. That's why I really like that school.
Got you. And then let's talk a little about last season, 9-4, made it all the way to the playoffs. I think third round, you played Troup County, lost 38-28. Just what do you guys remember from that game, and what can you take from that to kind of implement to this season to get all where you want to get?
The main thing I took away from that game is that the team has a lot of heart. The team from last year has a lot of heart. We came back, made it close. We were down by like 21 in the first quarter. We came back and made it close. It just shows the heart of this team.
And for you?
Yeah, we made the jump from 1A to 4A last year. 4A is just a different kind of ball. We weren't kind of expecting it, but, I think we're ready this year.
And then, guys, walk me through kind of what's been your favorite or most memorable moment playing high school varsity football. What do you remember that you can always just pass down the line and tell your kids, a great experience that you had playing high school ball?
My biggest memory is all the friendships that you make along the way. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, my biggest memory is winning the region championship last year. It was fun. Like I said, we jumped from 1A to 4A, but it was a tough challenge, but we did it. The first team to jump 3 classifications and win the region championship, so that was big time.
All right, and then this is a question for both of you. Walk me through kind of what's the relationship you have with your position coach, for you defensive back and obviously for you D-line. What kind of impact have they had on your game and this, your life as a player?
My position coach, Robert Harris, he pushes me like crazy. It's got to be perfect or I got to do it again. I think he just pushed me to be the best me I can.
Yeah, my position coach is Vonnie Holiday. He played 15 years in the NFL, and he's kind of a father figure to me. He's coached me since my days in Pee Wee all the way up to now. I really look up to him, and he's helped me perfect my craft a lot.
Got you. And what are you guys most looking forward to just next season? What do you guys want to accomplish?
The main goal, we want to win state.
Yeah, that's the goal right there.
We got to end it off on a bang,
Mm-hmm.
100%. All right, guys, so this quick interview, we're going to throw it to Najeh for the next interview.
Maurice Allen, the new football coach at South Paulding. Coach, Is this your first year as a head football coach? Yes, talk a little bit about that and how exciting that is.
Yeah, it's been exciting. It's been a really good experience for me to build out a staff and get the right guys on the boat, as I would say, and just really see my vision come to life. It's been an amazing experience with a great community, great group of kids, and look forward to getting after it.
So talk about your off season and how it's gone.
We've had an amazing off season. We've gotten a couple 7-on-7s, a couple 7-on-7 tournaments. We've done 2 team camps. We had an opportunity to take our kids to FCA for the first time, which was an amazing experience for us to come together as a team and solidify our leadership council and stuff like that.
So tell us a little bit about your team going into this season.
So I think we return a couple good kids that can play. We've got a young group, but I think we'll be really competitive and just been preaching competition all year.
Isn't it impressive how many good athletes are in this room? I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's a private school or a city school, North Georgia, South Georgia. I mean, it's amazing the talent that's in the state of Georgia, isn't it?
Yeah. Talk to guys all over the country, and I've coached in Texas, Florida, and here in Georgia now, and I talk about it all the time, and I'm just like, man, every week we're playing someone that can play. There's guys that can play.
And talk about one last thing. I guess y'all's big rivals, North Paulding, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's a big one, yeah.
Y'all ready for this one this year?
Yeah, 100%. I think we've got a tough schedule, and I think they're a great opponent that we'll be able to compete with. Look forward to going against those guys.
Well, Coach, we wish you and you guys the best, all right? Thanks. Back to Kaylee.
Kaylee Mansell here at Georgia High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Huddle, here with our Harrison representatives, Brady Cluse and Jaden Nagy. Now, I'll let either one of you take this. Your coach prepped you right here before this interview. There was a message that he's been trying to preach to you guys all season. He wants you to share. I know you've got it word for word because it's right there in front of you. Read it out to me, but also tell me how you're going to use that and implement it into this season.
We're saying be responsible for your role and be accountable to your team and be uncommon. It's like our whole role thing. Being responsible for your role is when you're on the field, you have a job and you need to focus on your job and trust that everybody else around you is going to do their job. Because if you have 11 men doing their job, it's going to get done.
And one thing that I noticed is that you guys actually upset Brookwood in the first round of the playoffs last season. I remember seeing the bracket when we were doing the breakdown of it, and I mean, everybody was shocked. And that's a really great way to have some momentum towards the end of your season. So how are you going to take that momentum and transfer into this season?
Well, coming back, we have a lot of seniors this year, so we're a senior-heavy team. So I feel like we don't really have to gel. We're already kind of gelling as a team, which is, like you said, bringing that momentum from the Brookwood game. Heading into Colton County, it didn't end in the way we wanted, but we're really excited here. We're doing a lot of good things, so we're looking forward to senior year for us, but as a team, attacking this season.
So with that being said, you guys do have a lot of seniors. You have a certain advantage to an extent that you didn't have last year. So what are the expectations this year? How are they different from last year with a team that is so senior heavy?
I think the expectations are extremely high this year. Even last year, only having 11 seniors was a little bit of a downfall, but together, all the juniors starting and having all those seniors, we created a super tight bond, and I think that's going to help us propel through the entire season.
So with that many seniors, obviously there's going to be a larger spotlight on that senior class, a lot of leaders, but I want both of you to answer this. Who is a younger guy on the team that you think people should know his name and know his number?
I would say Colin Bellamy. He just picked up an offer from Georgia Tech, number 99. He plays D-line for us. He works really hard, pushing all of us at practice because I'll run a lot of scout offense, and he's always in the backfield every time we're trying to prepare for a team.
There's a guy, Terrence McCray. He's a nose and center for our team, and he has been an insane leader these past couple weeks. I've been getting to know him. He's a real good friend of mine now, and I think him coming in when people need breaks, he's going to be able to do the job when he needs to be.
And Brady, looking at you individually, you are a Memphis commit. I know you've got another season of high school football in front of you, but when you think about the future, what do you feel like you need to do this season to help prepare you to play at the collegiate level?
I would say just try to be a great teammate. I'm just trying to be like that senior leader who can lead by example, and just trying to do everything I can on Friday night to help us win. That's really my main goal. That's one of the things I wanted to commit, so I didn't really have to worry about recruiting everything. My whole focus could be on, the team, my guys I've been playing with since elementary school. So I would say that's the biggest thing I'm looking forward to. And I guess you could go into like actual football, like the mental aspect of the game, watching film and all those type of things. Is that I'm really, trying to work on those before I get to Memphis. So.
And Jaden, from what I understand, you've got a few offers on the table. You've got some options. What are you ultimately looking for in a college experience? What is it going to come down to for you to make that decision?
I think it's going to come down to where the community is the best. I think football for me is a very family sport, and getting to know everybody is very important to me. So somewhere where everybody is a part of the team and it's not a star or a player or anybody specific.
Well, guys, I've really appreciated having y'all up here. I loved all of your answers. You could really see your personality shine through on those. Good luck to you guys this season. We're so excited to see what y'all do. Now I'm going to pass it to my man, Najeh Wilkins. Take it away.
All right, guys, so I'm with Jeff Franklin of South Atlanta High School, first-year head coach there. Coach, tell me a little bit about your background and your experience. Coach, what are you most excited about this season?
Yeah, a little bit about my experience. I'm a college football coach for a little bit over 10 years. Made the transition down here to Georgia last year as defensive coordinator at Woodland High School in Stockbridge, and then made the transition over here to South Atlanta. So we're excited about the year, to build on the success South Atlanta's had and continue to move the ball forward.
And then tell me about some of the guys you got this year. We know we graduated some players last year, Keywan Brown, Jontez Adams, but who are going to be some guys that you're going to have this season?
Yeah, we got 2 all-region kids returning, TJ Summerall, we got Javante Stuckey. They both were on the all-region list. And then we got a host of juniors and some rising seniors that we're expecting some big things out of. We got a couple guys here with me now, Elijah Hunter, Jason Bateman. We got Cedric here, Tyler Perry. So we're expecting a lot of great things out of those guys.
100%. And then tell me a little bit about what kind of culture you're trying to implement there. Obviously, we know we've got a rich tradition there. South Atlanta's been very competitive, but what are you trying to get out of the group, and what did you instill day one when you got the coaching job?
Yeah, the big thing is in life and in football, we want to be able to control the controllables. So we think about our preparation, our attitude, our effort, and then playing with a purpose. So we want to do all those things and then be disciplined at the same time.
And then last question, Coach, who you play week 1, and what can we look forward to in that matchup?
Yeah, we play Southwest DeKalb. They're a good football team, and they got a lot of speed and a lot of great skill in linemen. So we're excited for the challenge, and we're looking to get going and see what we got to offer when we step on the field on August 18th.
All right, well, thank you, Coach. We're going to go ahead and cut to the highlights and then go back to Brendan Adams.
Thank you so much. Great stuff there. And speaking of great stuff, it rolls on and continues with us here right now. A couple of members of the Centennial Knights stopping by to be a part of our coverage here. We got Palmer Spurrier, running back, and Landon Derby there as safety. Guys, thanks so much for being here. We appreciate your time, and hope you've had a good time here so far today.
Yes, sir, we have.
So I'll start with you if you don't mind. Give us an idea. Obviously, this time of year, so much work, so much preparation. What are these weeks like? We're right before school starts. A lot of your classmates, I'm sure, at the lake and hanging out and having fun. You guys are hard at work getting ready for the season. What's this period of time like?
I mean, of course it's a grind and all that, but we really focus on implementing our core values of discipline, effort, and trust into our program. So really we kind of stick to that, stick to all those values, and that really just helps us get through the week, through how tough it is, but we know it's going to be worth it at the end.
When it comes to core values like that, how much is that a part of the regular conversation you guys are having on a daily basis?
Yes, sir. We talk about it all the time. There's just the discipline, effort, and trust part of football. And just, you got to continue to put work in every single day. And it'll pay off when fall comes.
And to me, a lot of this kind of goes beyond just football, because I think it's one of the reasons why our sport is so popular, because it really is a life lesson, right? It's like, it's not just going to help you win a game on a Friday night, but when you're kind of instilling those values and really believing and living those values every single day, it also helps you with whatever you do after this in life as well, right?
Exactly, and that's what our new coach, Coach Miller, always installs in us. He says, the stuff we learn from football helps us on the field, but also helps us as men in life. So that's why we have meetings all the time about these things, these values, to help us just, go as adults.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So 4-2 in the region a year ago. You guys did make the playoffs. What's next in terms of stated team goals and kind of where you want to see this Knights program go?
I just think, each and every game is so important, and just winning a bunch of football and playing the best we can. And, just letting the work come out in these games and seeing our team grow and just bond and just have fun, play football.
So far, everybody that's been up here, I've kind of asked them because we get a chance to talk to a couple of players from each team, but obviously there are other players you'll be depending on this year. Give a few of your teammates a shout out what you've seen from them thus far in practices, who you're expecting to have big seasons in games. Your chance to tell us now about anybody on your team you want to tell us about.
All right, so right there, number 4, Sean Syracuse. He's actually a Utah commit for lacrosse, so he's a big speedy guy. He's been playing football with us for our entire lives, just started playing again. But really fast. I think he's going to have a big season at receiver. And then number 15, Myson Cooper. It's going to be his first year starting up at safety with me, but he's really going to have a big year this year.
He gave us a little bit of it's off camera, but he gave us a little bit of a flex when you called him out. So he's clearly ready for the upcoming season there as well. And I know Centennial is also. Guys, thanks so much for stopping by and being a part of this here today. And we've got a lot more fun that's going to continue, but we're going to pause quickly for a quick commercial timeout.
Practice.
Just stay focused out there.
It all adds up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
All right, guys, so we're back with head coach Caleb Carmine for the Kennesaw Mountain. So, Coach, let's talk about last season, right? 7-3, battled in a tough region, right? You had Wheeler, you had Cherokee, you had North Cobb, you had Walton. So, just what stood out to you from last season?
Yeah, we got to build off of last season. We're playing a great region with great competition, so we got to bring it every week.
100%. And tell me about some of the players you brought today, some of the studs on your team that we can look forward to seeing in the Corky Kell and other games as well.
Yeah, first off, we brought all of our seniors. We have a great senior class. This group has really bought in from day one and leading us this offseason especially. Bringing back safety, wide receiver Michael Bell, wide receiver Nathan Scott, bringing back our quarterback Tyson Harmon, 3 out of our 5 starting offensive linemen coming back. So we're excited. We got some new guys about to burst onto the scene too.
And then let's talk about the offseason really quick. Just, how was that for you guys? I know you guys battled in a couple of our events, just as far as 7-on-7. Just what takeaways did you have from that?
Just the ability to compete. Every chance we get to go out this summer, this offseason to compete, we're going to be all over it, and our kids have answered the bell each week.
And let's talk about Corky Kell. You guys are going to play Creekside, who they're playing the national schedule to kind of start out. Just what kind of stands out to you in that matchup starting out and about that program?
Yeah, just a great opportunity for us to compete. We're excited to be able to, showcase our program on TV, and a great opportunity we're excited about.
100%. And then, Coach, let's talk a little bit about, just tell me about the culture at Kennesaw Mountain real quick. Just what are some things you've implemented with your group to kind of be ready for the season and stuff like that?
Our focus this offseason has been attack. We want to attack our best every single day, attack every environment, attack every opportunity we have, and these kids have bought in. It's been a great offseason.
And then kind of the next question, just how do you feel about NIL, just like coming to the high school frame? I know every coach got a different take on it, but what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's crazy. If you could get paid, I guess, but it's crazy. I don't want to touch it.
100%, Coach. All right, one more and I'll let you go. You talked about some of your stud players. Let's talk about the quarterback. Who's going to be kind of your starter this upcoming season, or you're going to wait a little bit until week 1 before you announce that?
No, we're bringing back Tyson Harmon. He started the last 2 games of last season. We're excited to kind of see him as a senior, kind of see him take that next step and lead this group.
And then what are your thoughts real quick just on this event, coming here, being able to give your kids and your program some exposure?
I think this event's awesome. I think it's an awesome opportunity for the kids to get out, get in front of the media, give them experience, and then showcase them and showcase our program.
And then we do a little bit of a underrated overlook podcast that debuts on Tuesdays on our YouTube channel. So I'm throwing it to you, Coach, to give me some players that are kind of underrated and overlooked on your program.
Yeah, I think start with Michael Bell. He's a senior for us. Dylan Moorhead's an old lineman. We got Christian Winston, Niall Winston. I got a kicker, the kicker, Roldan. We got a good group that we're excited about for sure.
What's your favorite thing? Every year you get a new group, Coach. There'll be some coming back, but some starting afresh, starting in new roles. What's your favorite thing about this group so far?
They bought into each other. They've sold out to the team, and they're excited for the success of the team.
100%. And then any other games on your schedule this season that just stands out to you that you're excited about?
Every one of them. We got to bring it every week. There's not just one in particular. We got to bring it every week.
All right, guys. So we're going to throw it back to Brandon for the other interview with the other two Kennesaw Mountain players.
Thank you so much, Najeh, and thank you so much, Caleb Carmine, the coach of the Kennesaw Mountain Mustangs. And speaking of those Mustangs, a couple of great Kennesaw Mountain players here right now. Michael Bell, Nayland Scott. And Michael, we just heard the coach give you a nice shout-out there as a player he thinks is overlooked, underrated here right now. I guess it's kind of nice to have the coach in your back, in your corner like that.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Well, you know, Nayland, when you look at what you guys have been able to do, it's amazing growth for this Kennesaw Mountain program, of course, the last couple of years. 7-3 a season ago. Go back to 10-2 the year before that. You've been a part of a lot of this. What have you seen on the inside as Kennesaw Mountain has really kind of risen up to be one of the respected programs, certainly in the Cobb County area and across the Atlanta metro area as well?
Yes, sir. It's really just been a lot of growth around lately, and we've always just been doing good around the weight room and around the There's a lot of good relationships going on, too.
Well, speaking of the weight room, we heard Coach Carmine a moment ago say you guys do bring back some offensive linemen a year ago.
Yes,
of course, Connor Lou's a guy we remember that went on to play college football, but around him last season, some of those guys actually come back. As a wide receiver, how valuable is that to have some experience returning along the offensive line?
That's very good, having people that you know on the line and just having relationships all around.
You know, Michael, we also heard a moment ago there as well, the Corky Kell, Dave Hunter Classic. You guys got a great matchup against a Creekside team that's, really, no stranger to playing in big games. Is it fun and exciting? You got TV cameras in your face here right now, but your team is actually going to be playing on TV again to begin our season here pretty soon. How much fun is that for you guys?
Oh, it's definitely exciting. We played last year, and we had a lot of fun, got publicity. We won, and I expect that this year. We watched some film. We're expecting to go back. Our team is relationship-driven.
Good.
And we've definitely built that over the offseason, and I'm expecting a big win this season.
One of the things that's been fun for me to watch, and some of this actually extends beyond just y'all's high school career, but the way in which, Cobb County football has just gotten so competitive. We have so many, good teams in your area, your region in particular, but the county overall. From your perspective, how has it been watching Cobb really kind of put itself on the map as a real destination for high school football?
Definitely. There's some great players with some other teams we compete against, teams that are going to be on our schedule, and it's definitely good for us to have the opportunity to compete, get better. Iron sharpens iron, and I like that.
Nayland, a moment ago we heard Coach Carmine kind of tout Michael as a player that's been a little bit overlooked. You're a guy that's gotten plenty of college attention. You've got a lot of schools kind of coming after you right now. What's that process been like for you? And I guess how do you compartmentalize that and stay focused on the upcoming season, knowing you've got decisions to make at some point in time about some of the offers and the interest that you're getting?
Yes, sir. It's been real fun. It's been always having my head on straight, just keeping it forward and always putting everybody else first, just always having fun with it and just.
So when you look beyond the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic, Michael, what else beyond this is kind of on your radar, and what kind of excitement do you have with the upcoming season kind of beyond that?
We're definitely looking forward to playing Walton, North Cobb. Those are some of the top teams in our region. And we're expecting definitely to compete. Our theme for this year is to attack, and that's what we're going to do every football game.
Nothing like those big region games when the entire neighborhood, the entire community kind of comes out and everybody's talking, trash or certainly paying a lot of attention to it.
Yes,
there's a different vibe around games like that,
definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, very good stuff. A couple of these Kennesaw Mountain Mustangs getting ready for a big season, 7-3 a year ago. But expected to have another big year here in 2023 there as well. Let's pause for a quick commercial break. We'll come back and we'll have some more coming up right after this as this Media Day event rolls on.
In sports, an edge is everything. Hard work, practice.
Let's stay focused out there.
It all adds up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
All right, guys. So I'm with Coach Banks for Greene County. Last year made the playoffs for 6-5, played in the first round. Coach, talk to me a little bit about your program. Shed some light on some things that you have your players get ready for the season.
Well, we could say coming off a 6-5 season, my second year there, it was the first time my program made the playoffs in 3 years. So we're just excited to go 1-0. For a single A Division II program, we got 16 seniors coming back, and that's huge. And then we got some juniors, the Region Defensive Player of the Year, Kevin Wynn, the Region Offensive Quarterback of the Year, Steve Miller, who are back, that we hope will help, our team grow and get to the next level.
And what were some building blocks that you implemented last season, as you said, making the playoffs first time in 3 years, that you just told the group this year that they can kind of just build on and prepare for next year?
I think just keeping them focused in the process of doing things right daily, and that's kind of our mantra. The only main question that I ask our kids at the end of every practice is, did we go 1-0 every day? And I think just getting that mindset for them of, the only thing I can control is getting better today. And if we do that repeatedly, then good thing usually happens. So our kind of saying of giving our best effort daily, and if we do that, then we'll be fine.
And then tell me a little bit about your quarterback. He was a sophomore last year. Steve Miller, who you mentioned, was a Region Player of the Year. Just tell me a little bit about his game and what really impresses you when you watch him.
Just for him to change in the offense is his freshman year. He played in the wing T. We're more of a power spread type offense, so going to where he has to make reads and throwing the ball more. I was impressed with that maturity. And this year we're hoping for even a greater step, second year in the offense, understanding what we're looking for, and he starts on defense. So, having to go both ways, just his maturity level now as a junior, hopefully can help take us to where we're trying to go.
100%. And then tell me a little bit about some of the guys behind us that you brought with you. Tell me a little bit about their names and then some of the positions they play and who you're going to be depending on.
Kevin Wynn here, our nose guard. He's the kind of guy that makes our defense go. We've got R.J. Mumford, one of our Mike linebackers. We've got guys, our Region Player of the Year, the offensive line right there. Offensive line, all Region Jackson Lawrence, B.J. Mullins. So we've got a number of guys behind me, another lineman in Quay Burdette, who made our region as a kicker, punter, and he plays receiver for us. So expecting big years for all those guys. Like I said, we got 16 seniors. So we're pretty excited for a single A program.
And what's been your favorite thing about this group so far? Obviously, you started in the spring, right? Spring practice or training and things like that, getting prepared for the offseason. What's been your favorite thing about this group so far?
I just think the bond that they have with each other. We went to FCA camp. We were the smaller school there. Everybody else was a 2, 3A, or even a 4 or 5A schools. And so just to see them compete and see them bond and take on that attitude, our quarterback would say, if we could take it, then you can make it. And so you look at, we took 40 guys to FCA camp, and everybody else had 70, some had 100. And just to see our guys go through that 3 days of 7 practices and not be worried about how many we had, but just that bonding experience was great.
Gotcha. And then, Coach, what position group, if you had to say, you're just most excited to see on the football field next year?
Our offensive line.
Tell me about it.
Well, we returned a good number of kids. Like I said, we returned 1 kid that made our region. We returned 3 starters, but the other 2 linemen got last year. Our quarterback loves to throw the ball, but we get off of play action and running the ball. So if we can run the ball, we'll feel a lot better about how we are. So I'm just really excited about our offensive line.
So basically a run-dominant team and then kind of build off play action with that.
Yes, that's who we are.
Got you. Well, that's all I got with Greene County, Coach. We're going to go to Kaylee right now with some more players from South Paulding.
Kaylee Mansell here with our South Paulding representatives, Kai Keller and Ryan Seymour. South Paulding went 8-4 last season, made it to the second round of the playoffs, had a tough loss to Gainesville. But one thing that I've learned in watching high school football all these years is that sometimes you can learn more about your team through a loss than through a win. So talk to me about what you learned through that loss and what you're going to take away from those lessons learned and apply them to this season.
Yes, ma'am. So last year, I feel like the discipline, we lacked a little bit of discipline, but and I feel like that kind of showed in Gainesville. A lot of dumb mental mistakes and penalties. And I feel like this year, the team, being a leader on the team, a senior, that's gonna be something that we're not gonna have as much. I'm gonna try to make sure and as a leader, and bring the team in to try to get that out of the way.
Okay, so let's talk about the offseason. I'm sitting here looking at your South Paulding guys right here. They've got big smiles on their face. I can see the support. So talk about how you guys build teammate chemistry in the offseason, not just through practice, but outside things, whether it be on the field or off the field.
I forgot what I was going to say. You can go.
That's okay.
So I feel like definitely we come together. We all hang out off the field, and on the field we're all the way 100%. And I feel like that brings a new team together, and especially with the new coaching staff. I mean, our biggest thing is believe, overcome, achieve, and toughness. I feel like that's our push this year. Get on the boat.
Hey, everybody loves a good acronym. I'm going to let you redeem yourself right here, okay?
Yeah.
You got a tough schedule coming up. I mean, y'all are in one of the better regions within your classification. When you take a look at this upcoming season, what expectations do you have for your team, and what team are you most excited to play?
I have some high expectations for our team. I hope we do really good, but I'm most excited to play Paulding County because, our whole coaching staff
That's
from
the
last
big
year.
one.
Yeah, whole coaching staff from last year went over there, so I'm really excited to play them.
Now, one thing I do want to know, it's always interesting. It varies per county, per region, and classification, but can you walk me through what the game day atmosphere at South Paulding looks like?
It's a really good atmosphere, especially when the game starts and when everyone's coming, because a lot of people come and watch our game. So it's a really good atmosphere for to play in and have a lot of fans watch it. And then before the game, it's very serious. At least the last couple years I've been here. I guess I'll have to see how it is this year with the new coaching staff, but.
Right, okay. So now moving forward, let's talk about some fun things here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we talked a little bit about game day atmosphere, but I want to know more so for you two individually. I need an answer from both of you on all the following questions. Who is a young guy that we need to know their name and number this upcoming season for South Paulding?
Definitely number 13, Cade Wigginton. He's our quarterback. He's young, but
that's a good shout out.
The kid has talent for sure.
That was who I was gonna say, but if not, I'll go with number 3, Ben Farmer. He's a place receiver. He's very good. Hasn't gotten any time on the field yet, but he'll be able to show himself this year.
Okay, so I'm kind of sort of from the same area as y'all, like that Northwest Georgia corner anyway. And I want to see, there's been a common theme with these Northwest Georgia teams. What is your post-game go-to meal?
Oh, Waffle House.
Waffle House, okay, yes, okay. I feel like that's the only acceptable answer.
Yes,
that's what we did too, so I really resonate with that. And the last thing I want to ask you guys, I want you both to answer is, I could ask you so many different things up here, but ultimately what it comes down to is, what do you want the audience to know about South Paulding football for this upcoming season?
That we're going to be a very physical and serious team, and we're coming out to play.
I feel like we're underestimated this year, losing a lot of seniors last year. But I think that with this young team, we get everybody to get on the boat and row in the same direction. And I feel like we could really shock some people.
All right, Ryan, Kai might just have to hop on that boat. Thank you guys for coming up here. I appreciate the both of you. Now it's time to head down to Najeh Wilkins, who has the coach with the best shoe game on this side of the Mississippi, Walton's coach Daniel Bruner.
All right, guys, so I'm with head coach Daniel Bruner. He was in the camera a little bit ago, kind of getting in the way, but you know how he is. But, Coach, let's talk about your group. Really impressive season last year. I know that was last year, but I thought you guys got a lot of things you could build on. Just what are you most excited going into this season, Coach?
I'm excited about this senior group that we brought down here. They've been amazing in the last 4 years for us. Helped get us to the semifinals, got us to the quarterfinals last year, and we're really trying to just improve in the back part of the season. You know, I think if you look at the last 2 years, the middle part of those games into the playoffs got the best of us, and that's where we got to get better. So we've been working hard to make sure we do that this year, but had a tremendous offseason, tremendous summer, and just fired up, get rocking and rolling. Kell next Friday, and then Grayson in a few weeks.
I can't wait. I've already said I think that's the game of the week for our Corky Kell Classic. That's going to be at 7 p.m. Both very talented groups, your group as well. But, Coach, y'all had a very impressive offseason. I think you won 4 out of 5 of your 7-on-7 tournaments. You just won 1 in Hoover. Just talk to me about that. You guys just seem like you guys are always competing at a high level.
You know, it's not real football, but it's real competition, and that's what I'm proud of my guys that competing day in and day out in those 7-on-7 tournaments. We did way more than we normally do, and I don't think we've ever won as many as we won this year. So 4 or 5 is pretty daggone good, but, you know, now we got to play real football. There's a lot of good that came out of that. We gelled. Taking that trip to Hoover's been amazing for our skill guys, our big skill guys. But I'm just excited to get the whole team together now and start doing some real football activities.
Now let's talk a little bit about the defensive back group, right? Super excited about that group. I know you got Jordan Bry coming over. I heard Sonderman might play a little bit of DB as well, but just what are you most excited about that group compared to just the others and what you can get out of them?
Yeah, I mean, it's a smart group. I think we've been able to do a lot more this all season with them than we have in previous years. Trying to create some multiplicity to our defense, and that's a big part of it. Do feel like we got great backfield that can be cover guys, allow us to possibly bring a little bit more pressure this year than we have in the past. But only time will tell. But it's been really, really good. I mean, talk about Wyatt coming over. He played both sides of the ball through the Hoover tournament and killed it. Really under-recruited kid. And Jordan Bride, he ended up getting defensive player of the game at the end there to win it and had 2 picks in the championship. So I don't know. I just feel really good about the growth we've had. And at this point, it's just continuing to gel up, get as tight as we possibly can as we get into these few weeks leading up to the first game.
100%. So, guys, we're going to see the Walton Raiders at the Corky Kell Classic against the Grayson Rams. So stay tuned for that. We're going to have 2 more players that's going to join momentarily from Walton. So get to know them a little bit, but we'll be back after this commercial.
In sports, an edge is everything. Hard work, practice.
Just stay focused out there.
It all adds up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
This is how we do it.
And we are back with Georgia High School Football Media Day, brought to you by Huddle. I'm Kaylee Mansell with our Greene County representatives, Justin Hill and Chris Lowe. Justin, I want to start with you. You guys had a 6-5 winning record last year. It's Terrence Banks' 3rd season with you guys. In your time at Greene County, how have you seen Terrence change the culture of the football program?
I believe he brought discipline to the team, because usually in the past years, we've kind of gotten away from that, but I feel like he brought that back to the team. And, he brought us back, like, closer as a team, Like, we feel like it's one. Like, we built a family here. So I believe he brought back.
I want to stick with that because I'm looking at your team right here. It's been interesting to see the players come up here today and how their fellow players are reacting. You can see they're super supportive, but how do you guys build chemistry in the offseason to help you connect better for the upcoming season?
Off the field, we spend more time with each other. We'll go out to eat with each other. We'll go to the pool with each other. Just building that team chemistry.
And next, I want to talk about the expectations that you have for y'all's squad coming up this season. What team are you most excited to play, and what can we expect from Greene County football?
We are very excited to play all the teams that we played this year. So there's really no one team in particular. We just wanted to go 1-0 every day and just get better.
And I want to talk about individual goals, too, because obviously as players, there are certain milestones that you want to reach. So I want to ask the both of you, what is an individual goal that you have set for yourself in this upcoming season?
I'll go first. I'd say make All-State.
Okay, that's a good one. I haven't heard anybody say that. I feel like that's a super original answer.
Same go All-State, but I also want to get some Division II offers, and get some more offers to play at the next level.
So now I'm a firm believer that talent recognizes talent, and I'm sure that you guys can agree with that. So, again, to both of you, who is a younger player on your roster that you think that more people need to know about?
I'd say Amari Ross. He's an incoming freshman, and he's really stepped up to the plate.
Okay.
And I'd say Melvin Reed. He's a very good running back, very talented, can play all over the field. Feel like he needs more recognition than what he has now.
All right, so now we're going to move to the fun questions. All right, there's no pressure here, super easy. Again, both of you will answer. We'll start with you. What is your go-to post-game meal?
We're from a small town, so I say
I know
Pizza
about
Hut.
that small town. Pizza Hut.
Yeah, Pizza
okay,
Hut.
like you have a whole pizza for yourself?
Yeah,
Okay.
I get a personal pan, a little small personal
yeah,
pan.
okay, I love that.
See, he gets a personal pan. I get
Eat the whole one.
Yeah, like a medium.
All right, now moving on. One question I've asked everybody today, but keep in mind this is one song. It's your go-to hype song, but you can only listen to this song for the rest of the season, throughout practice, throughout games. What is the one song?
That's a hard one.
Can't think about it too much. You got to know in your heart.
I'll probably say a song by NBA YoungBoy called War.
Okay, somebody else has said that today too.
And I go Freestyle by Lil Baby.
I've also gotten that one. I know that one. I don't know that one. But last thing to you guys, ultimately, what do you want people to know about Greene County football? What do they need to know about your team this season?
We're coming at everyone. I feel like this year is our year. That we're trying to go 1-0 every week, day after day, day after day, week after week. I feel like, yeah, this is our year.
I feel like that we're the best in the region, that we can do anything that we can. If everybody works hard and stay disciplined, we'll win this year.
All right, guys, I appreciate having y'all on. I think I might have to have some Pizza Hut after this. It's been a while, so I appreciate having you guys up here. Excited to see what Greene County does this season. Now let's head to the floor. We've got Najeh Wilkins on board.
All right, guys, so I'm with Mount Bethel's head coach. First, tell me a little bit about yourself. I know this is a first-year program. I learned some really interesting things off-air about your program, but tell me a little bit about what it means to be a Mount Bethel football player and just about the program.
Yeah, no, we're super excited about what we've got going on right now. We've got a wonderful administration that's poured a lot of money into what we're doing, and so really from us being a college preparatory school, we're trying to structure our program like a college. We focus a lot on our strength conditioning. We've gotten to be able to put a nutrition program in place, and then really for us, it's growing it in our rec leagues and our youth programs within our middle school, and really building it there, and then getting those kids and bringing those guys up into our high school, and then just teaching them from that. And again, like I said, being a college preparatory school, wanting to run that like a college, and so that's been a big push for us, just building this thing the right way.
100%. And tell me a little bit about the players you got in your program that we can look forward to seeing this season that you'll be kind of dependent on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We've got a young group. We've got a guy by the name of Clark Taylor, and he's going to be an athlete for us, kind of put him in a couple different spots and different positions. We've got a guy named Jake Marcuzzi. He's going to be kind of a bigger guy for us at the top. We'll also play some linebackers there. A young man by the name of Bilo, first name Gabilo, but we call him Bilo. He's a linebacker, middle linebacker for us, and he kind of leads us both offensively and defensively, verbally, and just his leadership position there. We got a freshman kid, Hayes, who will be our starting quarterback, and so we're really expecting a lot out of him and excited about what he can bring this year.
And I'm actually excited. I found out actually off air that you got the former quarterback for Alabama, Blake Sims, as your offensive coordinator. So tell me a little bit about what he's bringing to your program and helping your program bring players in.
Absolutely. Coach Sims is phenomenal. We were so lucky to get him and what he brings to our offense and just to our staff in general. I mean, he's a tireless worker, just as humble a person as I've ever met. To be in the position he's been in, and the way he talks to the kids and the way he coaches is unbelievable. And to be able to, again, have in our huddle, we've got Alabama cutouts from where he's played, and we're able to sit down and show those kids exactly what we're doing offensively, and then they're able to watch him and see where he's done it at the highest level. That to me is there's no value to that. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's invaluable for us, and so we're so excited to have him on board and in that capacity. And so we're really excited about that portion.
Yes, sir. And then tell me a little bit about your schedule this year. I know you said you're starting with GISA and GIAA before you go to GHSA later on. So tell me about who's on the docket for this year. Who are you going to be playing?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we're playing kind of a modified independent schedule. So we'll play some JV games, which again will help us kind of get into that because we have a lot of inexperienced kids who've never played before. So trying to get them used to football and kind of what goes on. So we're going to play what we call a modified schedule. We'll play some JV games. That kind of tails into our last game of the season. We'll play Lanier Christian at a 7:30 kickoff on a Friday night and really experience those Friday night lights. Going into year two, we'll probably split it a little bit where we'll still play a couple JV games, but more varsity games against some independent programs. And then in that year three, we'll go into single A private in the GHSA.
And then tell me a little bit about just NIL, let's talk about that real quick. What do you think about it possibly coming to the high school level? And what's your favorite thing about coaching? It's your first year, but what are you most excited about just being the first-year head coach?
So the NIL stuff, I actually came from Tennessee, and they let that loose this year in Tennessee. So I actually saw a lot of kids in different sports who got that. It's kind of some muddy waters there and how they handle it and some different things there. I think there are some positives to it. I also think there's a lot of drawbacks and how you utilize it. I'm kind of on the fence, especially at the high school ranks, but it can benefit kids in certain ways if they utilize it the right way. Really, to answer the question about the excitement this year, I'm excited about being able to come in and put our staff together and what we've done so far and being able to every day see the kids grow in the game of football. And so that to me is the biggest thing, is watching them start where they've not known what to do and not known how to put a helmet on and shoulder pads to now they understand what the game is and the scheme and what we're doing. To me, that's the most rewarding thing I can think of.
100%. Well, thanks so much, Coach, for telling us a little bit about the program. We're going to throw it to Kaylee on the other side.
Thanks, Najeh. I'm Kaylee Mansell here with our South Atlanta representatives, Tyler Perry and Cedric McGee Jr. Tyler, I want to start with you. Let's take a look at last season, right? You guys go 11-1, region champs, have a tremendous playoff run. So what did you learn not only about yourself but the South Atlanta football program based on last season?
What I learned last year was that we can come together as a team and always product good teamwork like that, stuff like that.
Now, Cedric, let's take a look at the offseason, right? You go through spring practice, you go through summer ball. What have you learned about your team this summer, and kind of what has been the overlying theme or message that your coach has been trying to portray to motivate you guys for this season?
So basically, we basically picking up from where we left off last year. So it's basically like we not rebuilding, we reloading.
Oh, okay, I like that.
So, yeah.
All right, now, Tyler, obviously you guys ended in a tremendous spot last year, almost a near-perfect record, which is a huge milestone in itself. But when you look at this season, what are the expectations that you have for your team? What are the goals that you hope to achieve?
The expectation for this year is to go to state and win.
Now, Cedric, when you look at this schedule, what teams are you most excited to match up against?
The main two teams I want to match up against is Heard County and Lovejoy.
And why those two teams in particular?
To me, I feel like they're the only competition we have on the schedule.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and this next question goes to both of y'all. We'll start with Tyler. In one sentence, what do you think the world needs to know about South Atlanta football?
Stop sleeping on us.
That's what you got? All right, what do you have?
We're not just a basketball team anymore. We're a football team now. So, yeah.
Hey, that record definitely backs it up. Now we're going to move into some fun questions here. All right, again, both of you will answer. We'll start with this one. Who is a younger guy on your team that the world needs to know their name and number? Who are you going to shout out right here? Now you got a long, you don't have that long of a bus ride home, but you got to think about this one.
Okay, so who I would say is we got a young guy named Sad. He play wide receiver. He starts for us right now. He going to 10th grade.
Okay.
And he number, I think, 13.
Okay.
To me, I would say our wide receiver, Bryce Bonner. He's number 10, I believe. He's like kind of similar to my height, like 6'2", like 216, I would say. But I feel like he gets it done. He was getting it done for us last year, so yeah, I feel like it's going to be a breakout season for him.
And he played DB too, so and nobody can guard him.
So in South Atlanta, shoe culture is massive. I'm a big shoe person myself. Good shoes recognize good shoes. Who on the team has the best shoe game?
In cleats?
It don't matter. Cleats, collection overall.
It's a lot of.
If you could swap with one player on your team and have their shoe closet, who's it going to be?
Him.
Really? Are you saying that because he's right next to you?
I'm serious.
What shoes you got on?
Right now I got on some Vapor Maxes.
Okay. All right, and last question for the both of you. Not necessarily a question, but I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to have the mic for a second. You can shout out your team, you can shout out your family, you can shout out anything you want, or just tell the world what you got going on in your life.
I want to shout out my mom. You know, she's basically like the cornerstone for me, and she always been there since I was a kid, you know, with me not having a father figure growing up. I feel like she plays both roles, and I really appreciate her for that.
I want to shout out my whole family, because without them, I wouldn't be here right now. And they pushed me to be the person I am today. And they the one who wanted me to play football, so I still play it. So I want to make them proud, make myself proud too. So I got a big chip on my shoulder.
All right, well, guys, I have appreciated having you up here today. I've loved your answers. I got high hopes for South Atlanta, so I'm excited to see what y'all do. Excited to watch you guys play a couple games. Thank you so much, and now let's hear from Najeh.
All right, guys. I'm with head coach Bonner for Rockdale. What really stood out to me was when we talked off air, he told me about what you're trying to implement in this program. And some things that stood out was brotherhood. So tell me, what are some things you're just trying to fix to get your guys to buy in?
What are some of the things I'm trying to do?
Yes, sir. That you're just trying to get them to buy in. You talked about brotherhood.
So one of the first things we do is we got this program where if you attend 22 out of 24 workouts in the summer, you get your name on the back of the jersey. So we believe that attendance alone will help build a brotherhood. Then we do a lot of team building activities. This summer we went to White Waters the Six Flag. We went there this summer. We had a team cookout for them. In the spring, when spring football ended, we had another team cookout. We just had a competition day on campus where just the whole day was nothing with X's and O's, just straight competing, having fun, laughing, and just kind of giving the guys the opportunity to see that their coaches sometimes can let their hair down too, and we ain't just all football 24/7.
How important you think it is, coaches, to get team building and just kind of get your guys all bought in and knowing that it's more than just football. We're brothers, we look out for each other. How important is that for a team's success in football?
That's big altogether, just because when we're off the field and guys are walking the hallways and you might have a guy doing something right or wrong that goes against one of our mottos, protect the program, and the program will protect you, your brother will be that guy that can call you out on that wrong behavior and have that accountability for you that should get you to straighten up and tighten up.
100%. And then tell me about some of the players you bought today. Who's some guys, some returning starters you're going to be dependent on? Who are going to be some of those seniors and underclassmen that's going to really play a big role for you this year?
Today, one of the guys that lead by example, his name is Justin Brown. Justin Brown is a guy who is going to give you 110 miles per hour, whether he's right or wrong. He's one of the guys that love to say, well, I don't like to talk a lot, but every time I say to the team, does a senior have anything to say, he always stands up and has some encouraging words for his teammates. Anthony Eason, extremely smart guy in the secondary, is going to do some big things for us. And then I brought two senior offensive linemen, Malik Mathis and Nate Williams, intelligent young men.
Gotcha. And then what's been your favorite thing about this group so far? And then what are some, big things that we can just, expect from Rockdale next season?
One of the things that I love about these young men is that they're funny. A lot of times people treat the game of football as just like X's and O's. It's just always serious. But these guys got a sense of humor, and I can appreciate that. And then one of the things that you can expect from Rockdale, this not just this season, but in the future, we got about 70 young guys between sophomores and freshmen, about 70. So we think that over the course of the next couple of years, that those young guys are going to really help us get this program turned around, and we're going to have a lot of success.
Well, thank you so much, Coach Bonner. That's all the time we got right now. We're going to throw it to Brendan Adams with Scout Smart.
Thank you so much, Najeh. Appreciate that. And as you said, we have a couple ladies here from Scout Smart on the set with us. And I want to hear a lot about what Scout Smart is, because I think for a lot of the folks in our audience are going to find this to be fascinating. Before that, would you mind just telling us each who you are, and so our audience can get acquainted with you a little bit?
Certainly. I'm Diane Bloodworth, the CEO and founder of Scout Smart.
Thank you, Diane, for being here today.
And then I'm Lillian York. I run events and PR and do a bunch of things like that for us.
Oh, I appreciate that as well, Lillian. And, getting acquainted with Scout Smart, one of the things that I've certainly seen is when it comes to two big problems that exist in football, like say the high school and the college level. College coaches want to find players for their team. High school coaches want to be able to get their guys to the next level. And it's amazing through the technology provided by Scout Smart, we have a chance to kind of solve both those problems at the same time. Diane, if you don't mind, tell us a little bit more about exactly how that happens.
Certainly. So we have more than 75,000 high school recruits in our database, and the college coaches subscribe to ScoutSmart. They can go in and sort and find the players that fit their program. Any number of ways, position, graduation year, height and weight. We project the level of play. Is this a guy that's going to play at the Power 5 level, or is this a guy that might be a D2, 3D player? So they can go and sort and find those. They can even set up based on their scheme and style of play to find the players that they're looking for.
And Lily, one of the things I think is interesting about that is when you talk to college coaches, especially across all levels of the sport, two of the things that you very commonly hear is, hey, who do I need to know about that I don't already know about? And something that Diane said that's really important here is, can I get a true height and weight here? Because it's those exact measurables that are so important for these college coaches as they're making the decisions about who might be a good fit for their roster. And I'm imagining that your product must be incredibly well received, because these are the kinds of things that college coaches have been asking for a long time, and maybe it's not necessarily always been housed in an easy database for them to kind of search and gain access to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those, we're being that kind of one-stop shop just to get all the data in the most accurate way it could be supplied by the coaches, by the players, by the people who know the players the best, and doing it with that analytical side of the data that you can't get just from a prospect sheet. So we take those prospect sheets and we add value to it. And
then, Diane, one of the things that we also hear from high school coaches there as well is, in a state like Georgia, there's so many players that can play in college football in the future, but a lot of high school coaches will tell you, hey, I don't feel like my guy's got enough attention yet. I don't think he's been noticed yet. I don't think he's found the right opportunity yet, because, listen, it's hard for college coaches to be everywhere and see everybody they can be seen. But a database like this gives those high school coaches one more opportunity to put that name, that player, what that player brings to the table, to kind of put that in the field of vision of these college coaches. So from a high school coaching standpoint, it just becomes another platform to get more attention on their players.
Exactly, and it's free for recruits and for high school coaches, so why not put it there? We also do a number of promotion. We send out top recruits every week to over 330 coaches, and we also have a very active Twitter, so we love promoting, especially in our home state here of Georgia.
Because I'm sure you see the fun, and when we do these games on Peachtree TV on Friday nights, we certainly get a chance to enjoy this. As a fan of the sport, I love it. I'm sure someone who's built a business around this, you must love it there as well. The experience when the player and the program, the college program, kind of find that perfect match with each other. It's a dream come true for the players. It's a solved problem for the college programs. But that sense in which the young man lives out his dreams, the parents get a chance to sort of celebrate that. To know that your business kind of plays a role in that must be an incredibly exciting thing.
It is incredibly exciting. I'm very passionate about it. I've always loved football. Growing up in Georgia, you're going to love football, but it's amazing to be able to do what your passion is.
No doubt about that. ScoutSmart doing incredible things right now. High school coaches putting their players in, college coaches getting a chance to find out more about them. Let's make sure people know how to access this online. Yeah. If folks want to find out more about ScoutSmart, if they want to see the kind of program in action, how can they find this online?
So if you find us online, we're at scoutsmartrecruiting.com. Also follow us on Twitter at scoutsmart_. That's two of probably the best ways to find us. Any form of email, those kind of things. It's just Scout Recruiting. scoutsmart@scoutsmartrecruiting.com, just to email us too. So super easy.
Great name, very easy to remember, and a whole lot of fun out here today. And let's keep the fun rolling. Our buddy Najeh standing by. He's got another coach to speak to. Let's do that right now.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. Right now I'm with Landmark Christian head coach Tommy Lewis. Last year had a great start to the season. Went 5-5, made the playoffs, played South Atlanta group really, really hard. Coach, what were your takeaways from last season? What did you really enjoy about that group?
Well, I think they helped us continue to lay the foundation we need to continue to be a playoff contender. And the group we got coming back this year is bought into it, and we're really excited about the season ahead.
100%. And then, Coach, tell us a little bit about the group that you brought with you today. Who are going to be the returning starters? Who are going to be some of those key players for the Landmark Christian program this season?
Sure. Well, we start with our seniors, of course, and fortunately we got a couple of our bigger kids coming back. Michael Rogers starts up front for us on both sides of the ball. Micah Tate this year is going to try his hand at running back. He's been playing defensive end for us. We're going to move him in the backfield, see him handle the ball a little bit. And then we have some key underclassmen as well coming up. But Carson Bear, our starting quarterback, he's returning this year. Will Patman starting center. So we got a lot of experience up front, and so we might be a little different than we were last year. We threw it around a little bit last year. We might be mixing up a little more this year.
Now, what really stood out to me, Coach, was when you mentioned some of the mantras in your program. And I like the Hebrew term that you use, and I like the word you use, lead. And tell us about that specifically. What does lead mean in your program and that Hebrew term that you use?
Yes, sir. Well, LEAD, L-E-A-D, stands for lead courageously, eliminate passivity, accept responsibility, and desire the greater reward. And we try to instill that in all of our students, not just our football players. It's kind of a landmark thing. And then also for football, we know there's a lot of hard work that goes into football. And so the Hebrew root word is found in Genesis, avad. That means both work and worship. And so we want our work to be worthy of worship unto the Lord. And that's where these guys attack the day every day.
And how important is just faith and then using Jesus Christ just kind of into your program to get the guys to buy in? How important is that in the Landmark Christian program?
Absolutely. Well, we're not just a faith-based program by Banneker. We really want to instill that in our kids. And the way we view athletics, again, not just football, but athletics, is it's just a platform to pour into the young people and encourage their relationship with the Lord. So everything we do is biblically based, and we make no apologies about it.
Well, I'm going to ruffle some feathers with this question a little bit. But what do you just think about NIL possibly coming to the high school level? What's your take on it? Just give us your honest thoughts. Be transparent with us.
Sure. Well, I mean, there's always going to be collateral damage, and that's what we got to figure out, try to get ahead of the curve on that, because obviously it's kind of, wheels have kind of come off in the NCAA. And so hopefully at the high school level we can learn from their mistakes and be a little more prepared for it so it doesn't get too crazy.
Well, guys, Landmark Christian program, a team to watch out for. We're going to throw to Brandon right now with another interview.
Najeh, thank you so much. Yeah, hanging out here with a couple of the Jackson County Panthers here right now, and I hope you guys realize you got a lot of your teammates over here watching you right now, so no pressure here. Not only do you have the TV cameras on you, you got a lot of your teammates, and I can promise you those guys are going to be a lot more judgmental than anybody else in the audience is going to be, right?
Yes, sir.
We've got a couple of guys here, MJ Sperlin, running back and linebacker on the scene. Daniel Stites there as well, a middle linebacker and a fullback. A couple of guys playing a couple of different positions. And this is obviously an exciting time for a Jackson County program right now. Corey Mobbs comes in as a brand new coach. Daniel, how much new energy does that bring about for a program when you do introduce a brand new coach and really kind of give a fresh start to the players on the roster?
Oh, it gives a lot of new energy to the program. We're very violent now. We really want to play hard, and we want to win this upcoming season.
Absolutely. And MJ, I guess give us a little bit of an outlook here about what the summer's been like. Talk about the idea of going out there, full contact, violence every day, really competing at the highest level. How has that already shown up for you guys thus far this summer?
So basically, we have morning mayhem, which we wake up like probably 4:30, get there before school. Everybody as a team collectively get there, work out.
So I'll tell you this, when I was a high school guy and a teenager, I'm not quite so sure how well I would have taken to waking up at 4:30 in the morning. How about for you? Is that an early alarm clock for you?
Yeah, but we all want to get better, so we push through.
Boy, what an amazing commitment to excellence that is, to say, hey, I want to get better, so therefore I'm willing to wake up early and do what needs to be done. And plus, I guess the benefit to that is, yes, you're waking up early, but at least you're not practicing in the absolute heat of the day, because they're in Jackson County on a August day. That can be pretty hot, right?
About 98 to 100.
You guys are also a part of a county that's obviously had a lot of great football success over the years. Go back, look at Jackson County through the years. You guys just down the road from Jefferson there as well. A lot of pride about the way that you guys play football in your part of the state. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Well, as I said before, you guys got a lot of teammates here today. They're hanging out, having a good time. MJ, tell us about some of these guys and maybe some of the ones we need to be watching out for on Friday nights later on this fall.
Well, personally, my best friend, Jaden Hibbert, number 0, he really just started, but he help us a lot out on Fridays. He's so good and just so good. He's really good receiver. We have Elijah Ling, another one of our receivers that really help us out on Fridays.
He gave us a little bit of a flex right there, so he's clearly looking forward to the upcoming season.
Another one of our really good monsters on defensive line, number 66, Peyton Scott.
I like it.
Yeah. We have a lot of good people in there, really.
Daniel, anybody want to add to that list?
He covered a good bit of it, but
another one of my guys, my outside linebacker, Bo Soto.
All right.
He's been there. He brings it every single day. And then my other middle linebacker that's right there next to me is Abbott.
Oh, very good.
Oh, he's a dog.
That's good to know. You guys brought a lot of guys with you here today.
Yes, sir.
Pretty good, strong representation there. I think that clearly speaks to the fact that you guys are looking forward to this upcoming season.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, MJ, I'll finish with this. What else about Jackson County football does our audience need to know? You said, hey, brand new coach, we're ready to be violent, we're ready to attack every single day, ready to compete at the highest level. Leave us with the thought about what this Panthers team is going to be able to do here this season.
This season, we're really focusing on the run game a lot, and we really have an offensive line that can compete.
I like it.
And with me back there running the ball, there's no doubt in my mind that we can't compete with the best of the best.
Hey, the game starts in the trenches. I think that's a really good thing to think about there. A couple of great Jackson County football players, a part of the fun we're having today. And, in fact, that continues right now. Let's check back in with Najeh.
All right, guys, so I'm with head coach for the Prince Avenue Christian Wolverines, Brock Vandergriff. Coach, incredible season last year, went undefeated, won it all. I mean, I want to talk about the toughness of your program, right? Bailey Stockton plays in the state championship game, had a broken collarbone early in the season. What's that culture, that grittiness that you've instilled kind of in that program?
You know, our kids just really believe in, you know, just the process, the culture, hard work. It all just pays off at the end. So, you know, again, it's easy to forget those guys motivated.
Got you. And then, Coach, tell me about the receiving corps this year, just the skill position players. I know you graduated a lot. No Ethan Christian, no Bailey Stockton, but you still got a dynamic quarterback in Aaron Philo. So tell me a little about the skill position guys this year.
So in the last 8 years, every other year, we sort of have to rebuild our receiving corps. So this is the other year. So we got some kids got to step up. Again, those three you mentioned, 3 1,000-yard receivers. You know, it's a lot we have to do. We spent all summer working on those guys. Gaines, Scoggins, BT, you know, Tolbert. We hope those guys are going to come through and perform for us.
Gotcha, Coach. And then tell me a little bit about the defense. Well, actually, let's talk about the trenches a little bit. Tell me about offensive line. We mentioned a player you said is kind of underrated, kind of flying under the radar. Your center, 6 foot, but does a lot of good things for you. So tell me a little bit about him.
Well, what we try to do, actually this year, our best O-line and D-line may be this year. We have 4 out of 5 starters coming back. You know, so it's a thing where Austin Head's going to lead us at center. Jake Eighth at left tackle is going to be dynamic for us. Mason Townsend, Caleb, those 4 guys. Our D-line is anchored by Christian Garrett, 4-star, 6'5", 275. So we got our work cut out for us.
100%. And then one more position group I want to highlight was the defensive backs. Tell us a little bit about that group this upcoming season. It's a pleasure you'll be dependent on.
Well, again, the same 3 receivers we talked about, Bailey, you know, Ethan, Josh Britt. They played safety and corners, so we got to replace them. So our corners will be the Bennett brothers. We got twins playing corner. And then we have, again, Gaines Scoggins. We have Luke Darling and another young man, Gideon Garland, going to help us out.
Now, Coach, how do you follow up a great season like that? You already said you got to replace some of those players. So how do you just get those guys ready for week 1 and then you're ready for the season to kind of defend your crown?
Well, fortunately, everybody in our team have never done anything but play in the state championship. So just think all these seniors have finished every year in the state championship. So it's easy to get them motivated just because they want to get back there. The hard thing is the schedule. We play 7 non-region games where every team's a playoff team, with the first 2 having played the state championship last year. So, you know, we're just going to take it a week at a time, try to get better, and be healthy for the fall.
100%. And every year you get a new group, Coach. What's just your favorite thing about this group so far that you've liked in the offseason and in spring and everything like that?
Just great leadership at the top. Again, Aaron Philo, Austin Head, great leaders, lead by example. You know, our kids jump in line behind them, and good things will happen.
And let's talk about Hoover. I know you were there. You guys played Gainesville in the consolation bracket, but you guys competed hard. Some really talented groups nationally. So what did you do most about that tournament?
Well, we needed to find, again, these DBs, receivers we're talking about that we replaced. We needed them to get a little better. So we normally don't jump in all those things, but we went over there, you know, played Gainesville, played Walton, and grew up a lot. For day 1, we went 2-3. Day 2, we went 4-1-1. So, you know, again, super excited about our guys.
And last question, what's your take on the NIL, just on the high school level? I know you got a son that's at UGA. Just what do you think about the whole NIL thing and possibly coming to high school?
You know, high school is probably will be minuscule, to be honest. I mean, very few people in high school will do it, I got to believe. But at the college level, obviously it's a game changer. I really think the rich are probably getting richer, to be very honest. And, there really just needs to be some limitations on what's expected, like, again, sort of like a salary cap.
All right, guys, so this is Prince Avenue coach Brock Vandegrift. We're going to throw it to Kaylee on the other side with the Walton interview.
Kaylee Mansell here with a group of Walton Raiders. Ashton Woods, Jeremy Hecklinski, Daniel Calhoun, and Daniel Bruner Jr. That is really fun to say. I could definitely get used to that. You guys are no stranger to the camera. I've had the opportunity to get to know some of you over the last couple of years. So this first question is personal, and it's going to go to Ashton down here. All right, Ashton. 2.5 years ago, you were one of my very first interviews. I was probably just as nervous as you were. So talk to me about how your interview skills have gotten better over the years.
They have gotten a lot better. And when we did the first one, I was begging you to tell me the questions.
Yes.
And I was over there thinking about it with my brother, and he's just as bad at interviews as me. So, but I've gotten a lot better. Last year I struggled in the Marietta one, but now I feel like I'll do better this time.
Allegedly, you had a double ear infection, so we'll let you walk with that one today.
I cannot hear the question.
But it's all good. All right, Jeremy, moving on to you. One of the themes that I've talked with teams about is I feel like you learn a lot about your team through losses more so than wins. You guys had a tremendous season last year, beat Buford in the second round of the playoffs, shocked the nation, but fell short in the next playoff game against Carrollton. What did you learn about your team after that loss? And with that lesson learned, how are you going to apply it to this season?
Learned a lot about the loss. We weren't invincible. We beat Buford. We were coming off that win pretty high, and I think we just let it get the best of us, and we didn't come down as much as we should have to play Carrollton, and they're a good team. But it doesn't matter at this point. We're going to come back this year and strong and ready to play everybody.
Mm-hmm. Now, Daniel Calhoun, you are the man of the hour. I think I've heard your name more times throughout this entire thing than anybody else. So we're going to stick to the high school stuff today. All right, you fell short in a super, super tight matchup in Corky Kell last year, but y'all are in that prime time, 7 p.m. spot on Saturday night. What have you guys been doing in the offseason to prepare for your matchup against Grayson, and what can we expect to see from y'all in that first game?
Oh, yeah. We've been working really hard this season, this summer. Been going early in the morning to the afternoon. But it's going to be a really good game. Grayson's a really good team. So, it's going to be a really good game.
And this next question goes to both Ashton and Jeremy. I got to talk to you guys off the set about this a little bit. Ashton just recently committed to UNC. Jeremy, you're headed to Wake Forest. What is it going to be like playing it on opposite sides of the field?
I can't wait.
Obviously, he wants to hit me, but
I know. He might juke me out
Are you a little bit scared?
No, I'm not. He might look tough, but he's a teddy bear.
Whoa. He hasn't seen me on Friday night.
Okay.
He might escape the pocket on me a couple times, I won't lie. He's a little mobile.
Yeah.
All right, Daniel Calhoun, I know that y'all got a tough strength of schedule. Everybody knows that Walton faces some of the best teams in the state during the regular season. But I want you to give me 2 matchups that you're excited for. Who are you excited to play against this season?
Like Grayson, most definitely Grayson, and then North Cobb.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so this last question goes to all of you guys. I was going to have my man Daniel Bruner Jr. answer, but I think I've got something different I want him to answer. So we're going to start with Ashton. What do you think the world needs to know about this year's Walton football team? What makes it different than last year's?
This year we got a bunch of leaders on the team. We're very smart. We know what we're doing. Everyone can make a call on the defense, make a check. So I feel like that's what we're going to really stand out and do. We got a lot of experience in the room, so I feel like we can make checks while we're on the field. So
okay.
Yeah, experience is definitely a big thing. We have 19 seniors starting this year, so it's going to be, it's going to be a lot of gelled seniors that have been playing for 4 years, and I think we had a lot of heartache last year, and those seniors are still feeling it, and we're not going to want to go through that again.
Oh, yeah. This team's going to be really great. We got a lot of guys returning, so it's going to be really good.
Okay, so we do have a little bit more time than I thought, so I do want to ask you guys one last question. You're all seniors. This is your final year of high school football. I know it's bittersweet and it's coming to an end, so we'll go down the same. Ashton, what moment or memory are you most excited to experience in your last season of high school football?
Probably
winning state.
Just winning state and winning with my guys. After getting a win with your high school buddies is the greatest feeling you can ever get. And just being in the locker room with them, I can't wait for just winning every game.
Yeah, just winning state, just being with my guys one more season before I leave. But win and stay is all I can say.
Can you repeat the question? I can't really hear you.
Oh, no, you're good. Since it is your last season of high school football, there's a lot to look forward to. So what is a goal you're hoping to accomplish, or just a memory that you're looking forward to making in your last season of high school football?
Yeah. Most definitely trying to win state, just trying to be really the best team really in Georgia, just trying to win state.
Okay, Jeremy, I'm going to get you to hand the microphone to my man Daniel Bruner Jr. over here. I imagine that's a name that we're going to hear in the years to come. DC, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot right here. There's a lot of eyes on you. I've seen you running around the field. I know you know this team better than anyone. Who is your favorite player on the squad?
Jeremy.
Why Jeremy? Why is that your boy?
Because he throws the ball with me a lot.
Okay, that's a good answer. All right, DC, I'm thankful to have you on. I know you're not on the team yet, but I think that you might be my favorite Walton football player now and for the years to come.
Thank you.
You're welcome, guys. Thank you so much. Excited to see you guys in that 7 p.m. matchup versus Grayson. Corky Kell have very high expectations for the Walton Raiders, as always. Now, Najeh, back to you.
All right, guys, so we're with Alpharetta head coach Jason Curvin for the Raiders. Really impressive program. Coach, I want to walk through a certain moment last season. We've seen you guys on TV multiple times. You guys played for the region championship against the Roswell Hornets. Tell me about what you remember about that game. I just remember you guys battling and being very impressive. But what you remember about that game?
Yeah, well, the thing that sticks out is they had a bye week the week before us, and I just felt like they started out playing faster than we did. They were stronger. They got off to a good start, but I felt like our kids weathered the storm, even though we didn't play real well, and we had our shots late in the third quarter, and we tied it back up to take the lead, and we just couldn't finish the deal. You know, we spent too much gas, if you will, kind of climbing back out of it in the first half, so too little too late is how I remember it.
And I want to talk about kind of an underrated player, but I think he's going to be very impressive for you this season. Sean Wilson, he's starting to get some offers coming in, but he really impressed me at our Corky Kell 707 Invitational. Tell me a little about him and what he means to your program.
Yeah, we call him Dub, and we don't like to use the word underrated. I hate that. Like you get what you deserve most time. You just got to keep working, man. People aren't sleeping on you, but he is a kid that's a late riser, so to speak, in the recruiting world, and he's a guy that's a dude. He's been a dude for us for 2 years. We've had a lot of really good receivers, and he's worked, and he's put in the work and developed his craft. Had a really good year for us last year, even though I think statistically he was kind of our wide receiver 4. We knew at any point he's the guy that we were going to go to win a game if we need to. We have that much confidence in him. And he's just one of those guys, if it's 50-50, you want to give him a chance, he's going to go get it.
100%. And then tell me about some of the guys you brought today. Obviously, I see Ethan Barber, heavily recruited player, but tell me about kind of his skill set and some guys you brought with you today.
Yeah, Ethan Barber, is our leader on offense. He's a highly recruited 2025 kid, deservedly so. It really sets the tone for us from a physical and emotional standpoint. He's a team player first. He wants to win more than he wants to catch balls. He wants to lead and do other things as opposed to just being the guy. So he's a program guy. He's the kind of person that you want being one of your best players because he's selfless. He's doing the right thing. And then we've also brought 2024 senior linebacker David Omine. Same thing. We've got a good linebacker group. We got 3 really good seniors coming back that we're proud of. That's been a group that we've worried about since I've been here, and we've really worked hard to get them caught up, and we're really proud of our linebacker group. But specifically, he's here because he's also kind of an emotional leader for us. He's a team first guy. He knows what we're trying to do. He's going to put himself above the team. We're expecting him to have a really good year this year.
Yes, sir. And then let's talk about the quarterback position this upcoming season. Who's going to be your starter? We know you're placing a really great quarterback at Ben Guthrie, who showed out and was player of the game in our Georgia Elite Classic event. So tell me who's going to be replacing him this upcoming season.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a challenge, not just when you lose your quarterback, but when you lose a 3-year quarterback. He's eating up a lot of reps, a lot of experience. So, we're going to miss him. But we've got DJ Bordeaux, who's a rising 26 quarterback, who's going to be our starting quarterback, who's a phenomenal player. The sky's the limit for him. The throws he can make, the things he can do. He's athletic. He's 6'2", 195, 15 years old. So it's just one of those things. The more reps he gets, the more experience he gets, the more the game's going to slow down for him, and the better he's going to be. So we know we got a young team with a young quarterback, and that's what makes Ethan so important because he gives us that stability with all that youth in there. So we're excited about the challenge and the opportunity we have to continue to improve throughout the season. So hopefully we're playing our best when we get to the playoffs.
And tell us a little bit about your trenches this upcoming season, offensive and defensive line. Just highlight some guys that you're going to be dependent on this season.
Yeah, well, it starts up front. We brought Dalen Moore. He's a 2024 offensive lineman, a kid that got hurt, tore his labrum early in the season, and we went ahead and did the labrum repair. So he really missed his whole junior season. But he's a guy that has exceptional feet. He's strong. He's big. He's going to give us that power and that leadership up front that we need. He understands the IDs and what we're doing. So we're proud of him anchoring our offensive line. And then we've got a bunch of young offensive linemen. We brought Ike Glue with us, who started last year at left guard. You know, he's a guy that's been a program guy, been with us since he's been a freshman. We brought Sammy Seals with us. He plays left tackle. He got a lot of playing time last year on that vaunted, highly rated offensive line we had. So we're high on him. So we really like our offensive line. We're young there, but we got some tough athletic guys. They're going to give us an edge, and they're going to play hard, and they're going to give us a chance to win in the trenches. And then we brought Julius Holly, a 25 recruit. We brought Emmanuel Talabi, a 24 D lineman. So, for us, we're good at skill positions. We're always good in 7-on-7. We just need more depth up front to be able to sustain the physicalness of playing Georgia high school football at 6 and 7-8. There's going to be some attrition there. So we're proud of the guys we've got. We've got to continue to build that competition and build the depth. But as everybody knows, you're only going to go as far as the offensive line and defensive line take you. So we put that challenge on them, and I think they've accepted that challenge this summer. So I'm looking forward to seeing them this fall.
Well, thank you so much, Coach. We're going to throw it to Kaylee with another interview in the podium. Thanks so much, Coach Curvin.
Kaylee Mansell here, and it is an honor to announce to have a first-year program with me. It is Mount Bethel with their representatives Clark Taylor, Jake Marcuzzi, and Bilo Olawa-Thomason. Now, Clark, I want to start with you. So the beautiful thing about being a first-year program is that because there was no one in front of you, you can kind of come up with your own legacy and kind of put out the reputation that you want your team to make. So in this first season right here, what is the legacy that you guys want to leave? What do you want to be known for as the inaugural group?
We just kind of want to make a statement, show we're out here, giving it our all, and give a path that everybody else can follow coming up behind us.
Right, you guys are kind of setting the precedent for the teams to follow. And so, Jake, continuing on with that, I want y'all to take me back to when y'all first found out that y'all were going to have a football program. What was the morale kind of like at school? Did you guys know it was coming? Was it rumored, or did it just happen out of nowhere?
So, yeah, there had been some rumors going on, and one of my teachers came up to me, and they were like, hey, Jake, we're having a football team next year. It's official. I think you'd be a great player. And I was like, man, that sounds awesome. I've never played football in my life before. This is a first-time thing for me, and so far I have loved it, and I can't wait to see what the season brings.
And Bilo, since y'all are a first-year program, y'all haven't had the same years to be able to develop like some of these other schools have. So how have y'all spent time in the off-season building chemistry with one another so that y'all can come together and play as a team during the season?
Thankfully, we have a great coaching staff, so he's scheduled a lot of scrimmages and programs we can go to advance our game and develop ourselves as players. So shout out to our coaches for that. And obviously, we've been doing a lot of conditioning because we are a small team and we have to get on and off the field for offense and defense and work around the disadvantages we have. So, yeah.
So, Clark, one thing I want you to walk me through, I know y'all's coach talked about it when he was on air, but what is this season going to look like for you guys? I know y'all will start out playing some JV teams and y'all will end the season with somebody else, but walk me through what this season looks like and how y'all are going to progress through the teams that you play.
Yeah, so, we're coming out. We're not playing any, super small schools. They're pretty good programs, but we want to give it our all, show them what we have, what we can do, and just give it our all, yeah.
All right, and Jake, one thing I want to ask you is, obviously you guys, it's your inaugural year. This is also our inaugural first ever Georgia High School Football Media Day. I know it's a lot for somebody who's in their first season, so just talk about what your experience here has been like. Have you gotten the chance to interact with other players or other coaches, or just give me the overall vibe of what's happening here?
Yeah, I have, as I've been waiting in line, I've talked it up with a bunch of different players, and they're all great people. I've met with a couple different coaches. They've asked me some questions about myself, about my school and my team. And everyone's just super friendly, and I'm super grateful to be here. I think this is an amazing thing that you guys are doing. And, yeah, it's been great.
And Bilo, one thing I want to ask you, I know it's kind of tough to hear me because I'm right here in your ear, but did your coaches or any fellow players give you some advice before you walked up here, or did they just say good luck?
Oh, yeah. My boy Sri over there he was really bugging us about the advice, but, you know, that's just love. That's just camaraderie right there. But, our coaches beforehand, these two guys, gave them a little rundown, gave them a little, like, what was going to happen, what they want to expect. And obviously you talked to me beforehand as well to give us a little more comfortability how we can talk on this media day, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you didn't say that, you would have never known this was your first time up on air for any of you. And so I want to go down the line. Because y'all are a new team, we have no insight on the roster, what you guys look like. So I want you to go down the line and tell us a player that we need to look out for this upcoming season. We can start with you, Clark.
Hayes Stevens, upcoming freshman. He's great, coming out there, giving it all. Plays baseball, hasn't been there that much, but he's out there. He's working. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, we're a fairly small school. We have a pretty small roster. There's a lot of players that are going to be playing both sides of the ball.
Right.
But I'm with Clark. Hayes he's shown up and he's shown out, and he has impressed me a lot. And looking at him, you would have no idea how young he is.
The right answer would be me, but I'm going to
Don't be so humble about it.
Yeah, but I want to go. I would probably go with my little freshman over there, Hedden. He loves that go route. He's going to get a lot of head taps this year, so you want to look out for him.
Well, Clark, Jake, and Bilo, it's been my absolute privilege to have all of you up here. I'm really excited to see what Mount Bethel accomplishes this season and to see what legacy you'll leave in your first season there. I mean, you got to set the expectations high, right?
Yes.
All right, now down to Najeh with Gainesville head coach Josh Niblett.
All right, guys, I'm with head coach for Gainesville football, Coach Josh Niblett, last year, first season. But before we even get into the football, man, let's talk about this outfit he has on today, looking fresh to death. Coach, I think one time I seen you might change your clothes 3 or 4 times, man. So just tell me, where does that sense of style come from?
I don't know, man. I'm just comfortable in my own skin, so I have a standard for myself, and so whatever that may be, I don't mind wearing joggers on the sidelines and, you know, Jordans, and, you know, when I dress up to go out, I mean, like, it's not anything that, you know, I'm not trying to do to impress anybody. It's just who I am and what I stand for, and so I don't have a problem with it.
Now, tell us about an impressive year one, right? You went, I believe, 14-1, made all the way to the state championship game. You're coming over from Hoover, and you just hit the ground running. So tell me, what was those things that you implemented year one to get those guys, you know, going early?
Well, I think the biggest thing for us is just building that culture and that character. You know, that's what our program's about, and the standard in which we wanted to do things off the field first, and then, you know, try to emulate those same things on the field, which was a byproduct of who we are. And I think that was the key, because January, February, and March, we didn't even talk about football. You know, once we got in April, getting ready for spring, we started talking about it a little bit more. Then, you know, in the summer, we amped it up a little bit more. And then I think when the kids started grasping, you know, how we practice, how we meet in the, you know, and how we do things in the morning before school, then I think once they got a grasp of what we were doing, we kind of got in a rhythm, and our kids had a good grasp of what we were doing. Our coaches did a really good job preparing our kids, and then we had tough kids. I mean, we really did. We had tough kids that had an expectation they wanted to win. And you know, when you got that, and you got every opportunity to be successful.
And I'm going to ask a little bit about Hoover. I know you guys competed in the National 707 tournament. You guys made it to the consolation bracket and won, beat Pitt Avenue Christian. But just what impressed you about that run there, playing against some nationally ranked teams and really some of the top teams in the country?
Well, being that I've played in that tournament for 15 years, you know, being in Hoover, you know, I already knew the level of competition that you get to play, and, you know, our kids get to see some different competition besides the state of Georgia. Or when I was at Hoover, the state of Alabama, you got people coming in from all over the country. And so every level of talent, every level of programs, and, you know, just a great opportunity for us to go and compete, you know, our back, you know, against the wall a little bit a couple of times, see how we're going to respond. You know, we didn't feel like we started off very well in the tournament, and then, you know, we kind of got on a run to where we started playing really, really good complementary football as far as 7-on-7 goes, and had an opportunity to win the consolation. Our kids did that.
And then, Coach, tell me about this season. Let's talk about your offense. You have Trevion Watts, you got Baxter Wright coming back, but tell me some guys I'm missing that's going to be, you know, big additions to the offense that you're going to be depending on this season. I know you got Gavin Hall coming over as well.
Well, you know, I think it starts up front with us offensively. You know, we got 4 guys back on the offensive line, which is huge for us, so there's some stability there. with what we're trying to do in the run game, passing game, pass protections. So those guys really understand, what we're doing. So now we're kind of able to add to it. Sky Niblett and Callum Frazier, those are 2 tight ends for us that we feel really good about. We play with a tight end, and, Sky was an X-factor for us last year. It was a really good, matchup deal for us in the red zone, and he's very physical. When you got people like, Eric Hart, and you got Marcel Hensfield coming in at receiver, both those guys add speed and length. Like you said, Gavin Hall. Mikael Stevens, another kid that's going to be a freshman for us running back that, we're excited about. He's had a really good offseason, really good summer, and just matured so much. But offensively, our biggest thing is as we go at quarterback. And, having Baxter back for a second year, I thought by game 7 or 8 he started kind of really understanding what we were doing, why we were calling what we were calling, took what they gave him. I mean, anytime you throw for close to 3,500 yards and 70% percentage completion rate and then 40 touchdowns, you're going to have an opportunity to be pretty successful.
Well, thank you so much, Coach Niblett. Appreciate the interview. Probably one of the best well-dressed coaches here, but we're going to throw it to Rusty.
Thank you.
Yeah, Coach Niblett, he's looking fine over there. Nice. I knew he would be ready to go today. So here this afternoon at the Georgia High School Football Media Day, and we are here presented by Huddle. I'm here with Landmark Christian. And young man, tell me your name.
Michael Tate.
Michael Rogers.
Both of y'all are senior?
Yes, sir.
Defensive lineman?
Yes, sir.
Talk about Landmark Christian. Let's talk a little bit. Let me ask you about last year. What was it like for you, and what did you kind of learn as a junior defensive lineman there at Landmark Christian?
Well, as a junior, I just learned that everybody's going to have a place on the team. We didn't have that big of a team last year, so we had a lot of guys stepping up, just doing their job and giving it all in practice to, just help out in the games, and even when they don't expect it, just do whatever they need.
Michael, what did you learn out of your junior year?
I learned that everybody is going to have to support each other.
Yeah.
We got great football players on the team, but we also need great people supporting those great football players. So just like you said, everybody has a place on the team, and just having those guys to support and just be around each other.
Tell me about the football experience at Landmark Christian. What's a game day like for y'all? When you come to school on Friday, how is the entire atmosphere for games at Landmark Christian?
Well, we're all just focused. As soon as we wake up in the morning, we know what time it is. We put on our jerseys and we walk around the school with pride because we know what's going to happen in the afternoon. And, we just get mentally ready, mentally prepare ourselves. And then after school, we're just looking at film even before the game and just talking to each other, hyping ourselves up. And yeah.
What's been the off-season message? What's the team talk about? I know the coaches talk to you a lot about stuff, but what's been the message in the locker room about how we can finish this thing right in the locker room? What do the players talk about?
Well, what the players talk about is just being great. There's no time to be mediocre on the football field, especially when every play, it's valuable to the game. So you have to be great every play, and you have to be willing to put 100% into every play because you never know if that play could change the game.
Let me ask you this. You guys were chosen to be up here by your head coach. Give me a player that's standing over here or maybe a guy that's at home that I should know about and everyone else should know about at Landmark Christian that maybe he's flying under the radar. Give me a player on your team like this guy's going to have a really good season. Who would that be?
It's a lot of people, to be honest. I want to shout out Carson, our quarterback, though.
Okay. What's his name? Carson what?
Carson Bear.
Okay.
Yeah, number 5. He was a good quarterback for us last year, and he really just stepped up for the role of coming in as a junior, now a senior, and yeah, he just finished off the season really strong.
What's it like playing for your head coach? What makes him special for you?
Oh, it's great. He's more than just a football coach. He's a teacher, and he's like a father figure. So his teachings don't just apply to the football field. They go off the football field too, especially in school and just in life. They help you become a better football player and just a better overall, a better man.
When do y'all start school?
We start on the 11th.
The 9th.
Yeah. 9th.
Out of y'all two, which one's going to have the best pair of shoes on day one?
Me.
Nah, it's definitely me. But.
Definitely me.
All right. Well, good luck to you guys this year at Landmark Christian. And Najeh, we'll come back over to Najeh. We're going to commercial this time, and we'll come back to Najeh. He'll have Central Gwinnett head coach. But thank you guys from Landmark Christian. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
That leads to success. But peak performance takes more. It takes a surface that works as hard as they do. One that allows them to train effectively and safely, so that when the lights come on, they're ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
All right, guys, so I'm with the head coach for Central Gwinnett, and I'm with a Midtown player here. So we're going to start with Midtown first, man. Only player to show up. So tell us a little bit about your program. What can we expect from you guys this season?
Just expect really hard work and dedication, and make sure that we keep up a lot of intensity. We're trying to make sure that we get our name out there and make sure that, we just have fun for it, and also make sure that everything that we do for our practices wasn't a waste of time, you know what I mean?
And what's your name and what position do you play?
My name is Corey Ball, and I play offense, lineman, and defense.
And let's go to Central Gwinnett. Last season, Coach, you guys were 5-5 or 500, but you guys play in a tough region. Got Collins Hill in there, Buford, Mill Creek, Mountain View. Just what were some building blocks you could take from last season, kind of build on and going into this season?
Well, we had a mantra this year. We had the best start last year since 1980. Started out 5-0, as you alluded to. But we got to focus on that next 5. Being able, like you said, compete in the strongest region. I tell everybody in America, again, 3 of the final state champions have come all out of our region. So just being able to get bigger, stronger, faster was the biggest part. This past off season, we see a change in the guys. Had one of the coaches comment at our OTA that he could tell the physical difference. So hopefully that'll help and help us to bang in that physical region.
Sir, and then tell me a little bit about the Midtown program. Just what's the culture that you guys got there? What's your favorite thing about the group you're going to be playing with next season?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what's your favorite thing about the group you're going to be playing with next season at Midtown?
I like the love, I like how we feel more like a family and not just, just a group effort, like not just like a bunch of random people that we're with. I like the teamwork and the effort that we put into the plays that we put in, and the days that we spent through. We always have to make sure that everybody just keeps in line,
And then, Coach, tell me about the players that you brought with you today from Central Gwinnett. Who are going to be some of those players you're going to be depending on this upcoming season?
So we got our junior quarterback, Mekhi Cunningham, threw for almost 800 yards, ran for about another 400 or 500 yards. Got another junior linebacker, Cortez Mills. Got a senior running back coming back that's here with us today, Jason Jackson. We got Darren Coleman that came in January from Grayson High School. That's going to help us out at receiver and DB. And we got our offensive guard, Will Tynes, who's a senior and is bulked up, is going to do a great job for us as well on the line of scrimmage.
And then tell me a little bit about what's your favorite thing about playing the sport of football, and then what would you tell your teammates when you go back home about this Georgia High School Football Media Day?
What I love is just, it's a lot. There's a lot to love, and there's a lot to a lot to take in, because it just feels right at home. It feels like it's like nothing too problematic. It feels like something that you can go to like at the end of the day, get your stress off, and for everybody that sees this, I'm I'm glad to be playing with you guys. We've been through for so much, and we've been through so much hard times. But at the end of the day, we still pull through, and we still keep going, and we still just keep up everything that we've been trying to build up for this whole time.
All right, Coach, and then what are you most looking forward to this season? What are some things that you want just your group to kind of buy into so you guys can have a successful season?
Just, again, enjoying the process, enjoying the moment. These guys have worked extremely hard since January. We had a great summer, and just being able to just week by week improve, get better, grow closer, and seeing our hard work paying off on Friday nights is the biggest key. Again, like I say, we want to try, if possible, I think it's been since 2017 to qualify for the playoffs. That's going to tell winning some of those region games and the next 5 that we talked about earlier.
All right, guys, so this interview, we're going to throw it to Rusty with 3 more players.
Well, we're back here with defending state champions, Prince Avenue Christian School out of Bogart, Georgia, a team that I am very familiar with. Covered you guys and Coach Vandergrift's team for the last 4 or 5 years. Seems like been over there 100 times to see y'all. And here with Aaron Philo, quarterback, Christian Garrett, defensive lineman, and Austin Head here, the center.
Yes, sir.
Center. And I want to go to Aaron because I've never really asked Aaron this question. Aaron, a verbal commit to Georgia Tech, but I'll tell you this. I stood on the sideline of the state championship game against Swainsboro, and you probably didn't have your best first quarter, but something in you switched, and I'm telling you, from the beginning of the second quarter, you were like a different player. What was your mindset in that game? You kind of guys got behind a little bit there and maybe some adjustments, but what was your particular change there? Because I'm telling you, you were off on your throws a little bit, and next thing you know, man, you didn't miss a throw the rest of the game.
Yeah, sometimes you get off to a slow start, but a big thing for me is you just got to keep going. You never give up. You never let anything get to you. You just got to keep going and don't stop.
Bailey Stockton and what he did in that game. We got to talk about that. I mean, the kids there I don't even know how he was playing. I mean, but what was it like for you guys to see a teammate knowing he was in pain, but he was going to play his last game with y'all? What was that like in the locker room before the game?
I felt like that put an extra chip on our shoulder, too, to know what he would do for us and how much he would give for us on a daily basis, and that he was willing to go out there and put his health on the line for us. So, I felt like that put an extra chip on our shoulder, and we played a little bit harder than maybe we normally would have.
Coming back, Austin, playing with a quarterback like Aaron, you're the center, you help him, you make the calls. What's it like having a quarterback like that in the huddle with you?
I mean, it's great. It really is. Like, knowing I have a guy back there I can trust all the time, and he's going to help me with my calls, I'm going to help him with his, and we really feed off each other. And, I mean, we run the offense quite well, I'd say. So.
Everybody, when I kept going around Prince last year, everybody kept bringing up this name, Christian Garrett. Everybody said Christian Garrett. This guy's going to be the next one. Watched him play a couple times, watched him play that state championship game, and all of a sudden, Christian, I don't even know how many offers you have now, but what's it been like from the moment you won that state championship game to now being a national recruit?
It's just amazing. Like, it's a feeling it's unmatched, really, knowing all your hard work just paid off.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's early in the process for you, but, you don't have to tell me who's on top, but who's 4 or 5 schools that you feel like are really recruiting you hard right now?
I feel like Georgia's on me, Clemson, Florida, teams like that, Tennessee, but I'm not really focused on that right now. I'm just focused on this season and enjoying the process.
Aaron, I'll come back down to you. You lost a lot over there, Josh Britt, Bailey Stockton. There's a lot of guys there that caught a lot of balls from you, played both ways. Give me a couple guys, a couple names that, these some younger kids, but they got to step up in big roles. And what do you see now this summer out of these guys?
We've done a lot of 7-on-7 this summer, and I feel like that's really helped us a lot. Just identifying some of the guys that are going to be guys for us this fall. Brody Tolbert, Thornton Hester, Gaines Scoggins, Peyton Talmadge is another one of them. A bunch of guys that are young, but are going to have to step up into some big roles.
Austin, you guys, you go against Christian some days? Oh, yeah. What's that like?
It's fun, man. We get after each other a lot. Lining up across from him, I mean, it's a little intimidating. He's got the size on me, but, we get after each other, and we compete, and we make each other better all the time. So.
Every time I come over there, y'all have a great playlist, but it's old school. It's like 1980. So does Coach Vandergrift control the playlist? Oh, yeah. Y'all might be the only school I've heard Bon Jovi play in the last 30 years. So y'all get any choice on the playlist?
No choice.
No choice at all.
What's it like? Christian, let me ask you, what's it like playing for Coach Vandergrift? What's he like as a person?
Coach Aiden, he's an amazing person. You know, like he's always going to tell you right from wrong, treat you like a second son almost.
Guys, I've seen your schedule. I didn't see it till this weekend. It's crazy. You're going to South Carolina. You're going to Nashville. You're going to Pensacola, Florida. What's that going to be like? Because you're going to be on the road a lot. Defending state champs. There's going to be a bullseye on you. You're going into different states. What's it going to be like with the schedule?
You know, I'm really excited getting to go to some other places and play some other teams. I feel it's going to be some unique experiences that we haven't experienced in the past season. So, you know, I'm really excited to go to other places and play other teams that we normally don't play.
Yeah. Austin, give me one player that I don't know about right now, but in December or November, the end of the year, from Prince, I'll know his name. Give me a player under the radar.
I mean, I think Brody Tolbert and even Gaines Scoggins both are going to have a huge year for us. I mean, young guys, but they're going to step up into huge roles. Like you said earlier, I mean, Josh Britt and Bailey Stockton, that's huge shoes to fill. But I think they'll both do great. I think they'll both step in and have amazing years. So.
Yeah. Y'all been stretching my man Brody Tolbert because I saw him this weekend, and like Brody was like 5 inches bigger than I saw him in January. I've been working my man out. So
Coach Rick over there.
Yeah, Coach Rick. Let me get you a quick question on Coach Rick. Aaron, John Rick, obviously very close to you, quarterback coach there, offense coordinator. What's he like?
You know, he's just a great person to always be around. Really big in his relationship with Christ, and I think that's a huge thing for me to be surrounded by those kind of people on a daily basis. It's really, truly a blessing. With him, you know I can go to and talk to him about anything I need, you know, and so it's really just nice to have a mentor like that in my life every day.
Prince Avenue defending state champs. They're going all over. They're playing in South Carolina. They're playing in Nashville. They're going to play in Florida. Who knows where they're going to end up. So we're going to go to Najeh right here with the next head coach. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. So we were with Chamblee head coach Bob Swank. They've been having a great, summer. They were 8-3 last year, 4-1 in the region. Coach, tell me a little bit more about your program. Who are some guys you brought today? I know you got a stud running back. Tell me a little bit more about him.
Yeah, we brought all of our senior class today, a couple underclassmen. We have some really good players coming back. Our running back is Larry Harris. Larry started for a couple of years now, looking for a big senior year. Actually, probably like an Atlanta Falcons deal. We move our guys all over the place, so Larry's a great running back, but now he's playing a bunch of receiver too. We throw the ball a lot and real good in the screen game. We've got some other good receivers. Tristan Sizemore is a standout wide receiver. Has Division I offers and has had a tremendous summer. Really, really done well.
And then we were talking a little bit off air, but tell me about that stud tackle you got, 6'7", used to play basketball, but he's going to be starting for you. Tell me a little bit more about him and what he's going to bring to your team.
Yeah, like every football coach in here, I'm walking the halls looking for guys, and we finally talked our basketball player into coming out. Eli Starr's about 6'7", 260, and he's starting at offensive tackle for us, and a tremendous athlete. Pass is excellent, and we're expecting big things from him this year.
And then tell me about those 4 seniors you got for your returning class. What are you just expecting from them, just being leaders on your team, leaders on your group, and kind of, conveying your message that you want to send to the team?
Yeah, so we have a huge senior class for us. We have 22 seniors, but we have 4 guys coming back that are returning starters. Ashton Bolston, talk about leaders. He's got Division I offers as a linebacker, but he's willing to move over and play quarterback for us and has really become the leader of our team this summer. Tristan Sizemore is a tremendous athlete. Larry Harris is, year after year been good at running back. And Aiden Herron is started at left tackle for us last year and back at left tackle for us this year. And as far as leadership, I mean, these guys have been in the heat of battle. We lost the region championship last 10 seconds of the game last year, so they know what that feels like. Blowout in our first round of the playoffs, went down to Ware County, went down to Waycross, was beating those guys 7-3 at halftime last year. So these guys have been in the fire, and they expect to do it again this year.
100%. So let's talk a little bit about, we talked about the offense. Let's talk a little bit about your defense, right? What can we expect from that group this upcoming season? Who are going to be some players you're going to be dependent on?
Yeah, so on defense, we're small, but we're fast. We got a really fast defense. A couple seniors stepping up at linebacker, Josh Hosmer and Lamario Dukes. Undersized guys, man, but they'll fly around and hit you. We got 2 basketball guys out playing corner that are good-sized guys, 6'2" corners. So James Adiambo, Justin Saley, we're excited about those guys. Even though a lot of new guys starting, a bunch of seniors starting. So these are guys that have been around the program and done everything we've ever asked them to do.
And let's talk about the Week 1 matchup. Who are you playing Week 1, and what are you most looking forward to in that matchup?
Yeah, so week one is a new game for us. We play South Cobb. We didn't play them last season. We know literally nothing about them. We don't have film on them yet or anything. So we'll find out soon, I guess. But, whoever it is, we're going to line up, try to play as good as we possibly can on all three phases of the game. And hopefully it's a good game to get us going.
And then walk me through what was kind of the off-season regimen, kind of what you did with your group and your team and your program during the off-season. What were some things you kind of harped on?
Well, I mean, as a head coach, I don't necessarily love this, but we play 7-on-7 all summer long, and we're a big passing team. I mean, we've averaged about 45 points total over the last 3 seasons, so we're a high-scoring offense that throws the ball. We have a new quarterback, so we 7-on-7, I mean, seemed like every day. We were at Holy Innocents every Tuesday. We went to Kennesaw State tournament. We went to Reinhardt tournament. We went to UGA tournament. So, I mean, we were underwear Olympics all summer long. But, yeah.
All right, guys. So this head coach, Bob Swink, we're going to go throw it to Brandon with Alpharetta.
Najeh, thank you so much. And as you said, we have a couple great members of the Alpharetta Raiders here. Got Ethan Barber, terrific tight end, David Amino, a linebacker there as well. And guys, I don't know if you got a chance to hear Coach say that a moment ago about the difference between the 7-on-7 stuff that you do during the summer and the actual 11-on-11 football. Do you guys, have that experience and that feeling of, hey, when you're out there, competing in a summertime situation, you're not playing full football, totally different game than what you do on Friday nights in the fall, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, they're different. 7-on-7 is fast-paced. You're going every second. Every second counts. You only got 4 seconds, so you're trying to complete the ball, move your way downfield. Defense, they're trying to make stops, and then with the 11-on-11, you also have the D-line in that pass rush. So time, it can either expand, shorten up depending on how people play. O-line give quarterback time. D-line not giving quarterback time.
So, David, we were talking a little earlier about what's been going on this summer, waking up early, getting ready to put that work in each and every day. Give us an idea how it's gone for the Raiders thus far this summer.
I say this summer we came into work every day. Like, we knew as soon as we came back from dead week, like, this is the plan. We have one goal, and this is what we're trying to get to. So I think our coaches have done a great job of keeping us, focused on our goal and helping us, to understand that we have one goal and we have one big dream aspiration, and we're going to do anything we can to get there.
Ethan, you're a guy that a lot of folks who follow recruiting know you're thinking about a lot of things right now. You got a lot of schools showing a lot of interest in you. How do you kind of keep that off to one side while you kind of focus on the task at hand of going out there and being the best football player that you can be?
I focus on what's important in the moment. The team. That's really what I'm about. Coach Kirvin, he really stresses that with me. Just take your time, but also focus on things that are important. So when it's time to play high school football, it's time to play high school football. So I lock in for that. And, when it's time to interact with the colleges, it's time to interact with the colleges.
David, we saw a lot of really good football from Alpharetta a year ago. We had you guys on Peachtree TV near the end of the season, region championship battle there against Roswell, two teams that know each other very well, close proximity. Also, a tough playoff loss there to Rome. How does this Raiders team take that next step on the field here this year?
I think this Raiders team has a big chip on their shoulder. Last year, we came out trying to prove everybody we were better than what our record was. We went 3-8 my sophomore year, so everybody kind of rid us off. But this year, we're already ranked top 10 in the state, and we wasn't ranked top 10 in the state not one time last year. So we know we have a big target on our back, and we know we have big rival games such as Roswell and Milton, Cambridge, and we know that we want to go out and attack those games. We don't want to sit back. We're trying to make a statement this year.
It's amazing when you have so many schools so close together. I'm sure that creates a lot of bragging rights, probably a little trash talk back and forth a little bit too.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of good schools within a short proximity to each other.
Yes, sir.
And then, Ethan, when you talk about the tremendous turnaround that Alpharetta kind of saw take place in 2022, what would you attribute that to? How did you guys show so much year-over-year improvement?
I mean, it starts with Coach Kirby. He was bringing in that mentality that we were going to be a great team. And, it's going to start by every day, going in, putting in that work, being disciplined as well. You can't be a good football team without being disciplined. And then also working on specifics. We have great coaches working with our position groups. Tight end coaches, receiver coaches, DB coaches, etc. So I just want to give a big shout out to our coaches. Developing in that point of view.
David, last thing for you. Give me a couple other names here worth noting. Obviously, you guys doing a great job representing your team right now. But who else on this Alpharetta Raiders team is worthy of being shouted out here right now?
I mean, obviously, Ethan Barber, he a big player. Obviously, he helps us make a lot of plays, helps us win a lot of games. He's the kind of face of the franchise. But I say Sean Wilson, he was the receiver number 1. Cole Walker, Emmanuel Talabi, Ryan Fletcher. and I mean really everybody on our team. But I'd say those are most of our biggest playmakers, and our quarterback DJ Bordeaux and Ashton Moore.
Yeah, I would like to add some more.
Please.
Yeah, Julius Holly, Dalen Moore. I think he already said Cole Walker already.
Yeah, I said Cole.
Tajeh
Hopper. That's a big one.
And then JaQuinn Madison.
There you go.
JaQuinn Madison, big one too.
Hey, an Alpharetta Raiders team, very good a year ago. Expects to be that way again. Long list of good players make that so. Ethan, Dave, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate that. Best of luck to you guys this season.
Sir. Thank you.
Man.
Najeh, we'll send it back to you here right now. Let's go to a quick commercial break. We'll come back right after this.
In sports, an edge is everything. Hard work, practice.
Just stay focused out there.
It all adds up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
All right, guys, so we're with Mount Pisgah head coach Ryan Livesey. I said that right? Livesey. Gosh, I was trying not to butcher that, but I did. All right, but let's talk about week one from last year. It's such an electric game. Guys played Fellowship Christian, came down to the end. Just what do you remember from that game, getting that victory, setting the tone for the season last year?
Well, I think the biggest thing is the few years leading up to that game, we really had not played well, and I don't think our senior class had beaten them in their 4 years of high school. So it was really something that we kind of, beyond the fact that we're playing in the Corky Kell, that we really were aiming towards. Last year we had a great senior class, worked extremely hard, and they weren't intimidated. And we talked about that all the weeks leading up to it, is that we had to come out and play hard from the beginning. And we went toe-to-toe with them. They're a great football program and had a great team, and we were just able to make one more play than they were.
And then, Coach, let's talk about this season, right? You're replacing 16 seniors. So tell me about some of the guys you're going to be depending on this upcoming season. I think you said you might have a new quarterback, but what are you guys going to be depending on this season?
So the guys that are here today, we have Chip Scarborough, who was a part-time starter last year, will be a full-time starter this year. Ian White is new to Mount Pisgah this year. He'll be our quarterback. Behind me here, our defensive coordinator, Elijah Martinez. Jack Garver, who's a linebacker for us, but will play some on offense. Brandon Bostic, who will be a 3-year starter at our running back. Zed Ahmed, who's an offensive tackle, couple-year starter. Jake Schmitz will be a defensive end for us. Hunter Gruby, 2-year starter at offensive guard. Praise Chain, who last year started for us as a freshman, be back. It'll play outside linebacker and running back / receiver. And then Ryan Dean. Ryan is also new to the school, plays some safety and also receiver for us.
And then when you have a new group like that, as a coach, how tough is it to kind of implement what you want and kind of get them to buy in and kind of be that dude? Because now they're playing a new role, so you need them to step up. So how do you get the most out of them?
Well, I think it's been challenging, especially in the preseason. When we do our install and how quickly we're going to go through things, we look at last year, and because of the experience we had, we were able to move pretty quickly. This year we've had to slow some things down, take a little bit more time installing, really repeating a lot of things so that they get it, they get comfortable with it. And I think the biggest thing for a lot of these guys that are stepping into new roles is the transition from being the guy that goes in for a few plays on a Friday night to the guy that's there starting the game. And then, that's a big change for high school kids.
And then, Coach, last year made it to the quarterfinals. So what can you build on from that to kind of implement it to this season so that you can finish the job and make it to state?
Well, I think it was a great experience for all of our kids. We brought all of our kids with us to all the games, got to play in different environments at other private schools, at public schools. I think the biggest thing that these kids saw was how fast the game moves when you get into that level of football. I think it was something we hadn't experienced in a long time. Hopefully, it's something that they now realize this is, you want to play for a state championship, this is how teams play at that level. And, it's not just that the regular season goes out the window. Because once you get in the playoffs, beyond that first round, everybody's good. And it just gets better each week, and you just got to keep raising your game.
Well, thank you so much, Coach. Pleasure talking to the Mount Pisgah program and learning more about you guys. We're going to throw it to Brandon right now with some more guys in the podium.
Thank you so much, Najeh. Of course, that Mount Pisgah Patriots team, big winner last year in our Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic. Certainly an exciting thing to know that's on its way back here in just a couple of weeks. Also exciting as well to welcome in a couple of members of the Chamblee Bulldogs onto our set here right now. We've got Ashton Bolston, the quarterback and the linebacker, Tristan Sizemore, a wide receiver and a defensive back. Ashton, we were talking a moment ago, you guys 8-3 last year. You go on the road the second round of the playoffs. Probably fought Ware County as hard as anybody did all year long. What do you learn about your team in a tough road environment like that? Waycross, very difficult place to play, but also to come so close to really almost beating an eventual state champion.
To be honest, it was more of like oh my God, like we were in the game with them. We were up halftime it was 7-3. We were up, and then we just lost our starters. But knowing that we can play with teams like that is just unbelievable.
Tristan, is that one of those things that allows you guys to bring a lot of confidence into this upcoming year, as he said, knowing that you kind of were right there with somebody that didn't lose all season long?
Yeah, it showed us a lot about what our team is capable of and who we're able to play, and we can compete with any team that steps in our way.
Tristan, give us an idea of how things have gone for your team here this summer, early stages of practice, looking ahead to the upcoming season. What kind of vibe exists around your team right now?
It's been a lot of getting used to new things. We've lost a lot of seniors, and we have a lot of young guys stepping up that are ready to fill in those spots and make sure we're better than before. So,
Ashton, how tough is that when you have that process of welcoming new guys into a lineup? You're obviously in a leadership role in your team. What kind of role have you played in terms of getting players more comfortable for what they're going to be doing here this year?
It gets to a point where you just got to know, okay, I have to be vocal. I have to show some of them, this is how stuff's supposed to be done, and this is how we're going to show you how to do it. Because some of those kids, they're all worried about messing up and just doing the wrong thing. And what we try to help them is me, Tristan, and a lot of our guys, we're trying to help them just be more confident in themselves, because we wouldn't put nobody out there that we felt like they couldn't do it.
I think it's a really good way to say that. And Tristan, as you know, there's really no substitute for that Friday night lights atmosphere. It's a different feeling than practice, right? And those butterflies are going to come up in your stomach. And there's really almost nothing you can do to prevent that, right? You just kind of got to try to help guys be as ready for it as they possibly can.
Yeah, especially my first game, I know how I was feeling, and even now, I still have those butterflies. So they're just gonna have to gain the experience over the games that come up, and hopefully they, get better and better, and it doesn't affect them as much as it would their first game.
Ashton, real quickly, how about the outlook for the region overall? What does it look like for you guys this season, and are you already thinking about some of that kind of stuff?
To be honest, our region is going to be pretty tough this year. We have some of our better teams, Decatur, Tucker. We're just taking it week by week, taking it game by game, making sure we know, okay, they're doing this, how are we going to stop it? Or we have this offense, how can we use our certain plays to get through it? A lot of our region is really good right now.
Yeah.
All of these teams, they've either been playing with each other, or they just know each other and know their offense or defense. So now we're just getting to a point where it's just okay, take it week by week, game by game, and let's go get it done.
Tristan, you guys brought a lot of these Bulldogs teammates with you here today. Give us a little bit of an idea of some of the guys that we're not getting a chance to speak to right now. Who else is it that you're kind of expecting a big season from, or you've already seen some great work from thus far during the offseason?
All the guys that we brought here are going to be a big part of our team. They might have not played that much in the past, but they're definitely going to have to take steps and fill in the spots that are going to be missing. We have a whole lot of people here. They should be a great part and play a big role in what we have going on this year.
No doubt about it. This Chamblee Bulldogs team, 8-3 a season ago. Hard-fought playoff loss to an eventual state champion, but a chance to build on that even more here in 2023. We are certainly looking forward to seeing where it goes from there and happy to have them as a part of our big Media Day event here today. I think we're also going to get ready to see some other folks taking place, interviews with coaches and players still on the way. But before we get there for that, let's pause for a quick commercial timeout.
In sports, an edge is everything. Hard work, practice.
Just stay focused out there.
It all adds up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
All right, guys, so I'm with Westminster head coach Jerry Romberg. Went to Marist himself, the second longest tenured coach in the state of Georgia, 32nd year coaching Westminster. So, Coach, why do you continue to do it every year? What keeps bringing you back year in, year out?
I'll tell you what, we just have a great community at Westminster, great administration. I have a fantastic coaching staff and great kids. They're highly motivated, they work hard. And I just wanted to stay at one place and try to build a program, and never thought I'd be there 32 years, but you know, time flies when you're having fun, and it's been a great ride for me.
100%. And then before you came on air, you told me about some of your players, so elaborate a little bit more on that. Tell me about that stud safety that you were telling me about, Armstrong. That's really made a difference for you.
So Armstrong Jones really came into his own last year at safety for us, and he's also a really good receiver. He's got a chance to play college ball, hopefully, at the D1 level. His older brother was on our state championship team in 2015 and is with the Kansas City Chiefs now. So, you know, Armstrong learned a lot, you know, from his brothers, and he's got a chance to be really good. And he's a great kid, great leader, and we're looking forward to a good season from Armstrong. He got hurt late in the year last year and missed our playoffs, which really hurt us, but he's back strong and ready to go.
And then who are some guys you brought today to Georgia High School Media Day? Tell us a little bit about them and who are some of those key players.
So we have a couple of really good running backs we feel really strong about. Fane Barton, who's a talented running back and defensive back, and Wade Penn, both of them are seniors, and I really feel like they're going to be keys to our season this year. We have two quarterbacks that are competing for the position right now. Kemp Perkins, who's a senior, and Michael Buhay, who's a junior, both working really hard, and I think both of them will play for us during the year. A couple of offensive linemen, Leo Fleury and Lawton Soderman, are going to anchor our line, and a young defensive lineman, Johnny Jackson, has a chance to be really good for us as well.
And then last question, what's your take on NIL? We see it's really big kind of topic in high school football and college football. What's your thoughts on that?
I'm not really excited about NIL coming to high school. It looks like we already have the portal in high school right now. And you know, as I get towards the end of my career, I think it's gonna tarnish high school football. But you know, I think it's coming. It's just how we're going to have to be able to handle it, and hopefully we'll have a plan. But hopefully I'll be retired by then.
Well, guys, head coach Jerry Romberg from Westminster. We're going to throw it over to Brandon.
Najeh, thank you so much. Coach Romberg there as well. We got a couple members of the Mount Pisgah Patriots joining us here right now. Got Chip Scarborough, the left tackle, Ian White, the quarterback, and obviously we saw Mount Pisgah a year ago get a thrilling win to kick off our Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic last season. We'll get a chance to see them against Fellowship Christian here there as well to sort of start this off. Really in just a couple of weeks here right now. Looking forward to all of that. How much fun was that big win last season, and how excited are you guys to be back playing in the event here again this year?
I mean, you know, it was great being on TV and everything, and just everything about it was really fun. And it's exciting because, like, they're one of our biggest rivals, you know what I'm saying? So just being with them, I have a couple of friends on the team, so it's fun playing them again.
And, you know, Chip, one of the things that's kind of fascinating to me is just the degree to which, in that small area in which Mount Pisgah is located, that Roswell, Johns Creek area, how many good schools are just a couple miles down the road? It's just amazing how dense that population is with a really good high school football team.
Yes, sir.
So, Ian, you're now on this Mount Pisgah team. What's it been like getting acquainted with these teammates and kind of getting, I guess, comfortable in this culture here? What kind of transition has that been like for you?
It's been a great transition for me. I mean, Chip, I just met like 6 months ago, and I'm really close with Chip. All the guys have been really great to know. I mean, I've made a ton of friends coming here. I did not think it would be such an easy transition, but I mean, they've made it a great time for me.
Yeah, because you're really like trying to learn what to do on the field, but also learning guys off the field, getting comfortable going to class every day in a new place. There's a lot to think about in a situation like that, right?
Yeah.
And then when you look ahead to this upcoming season, 8-5 a year ago for the Patriots, what are the goals here for this year, and what next steps do you think it's possible for this Mount Pisgah team to take?
You know, I think we could really replicate that success we had from last year. You know, like we lost a good amount of dudes, but we got a good amount of dudes improving, and like a lot of dudes just waiting for their shot next year. They're going to get it this year, and I think we're going to be solid.
Ian, what have you seen from some of your teammates thus far, summer workouts, practices so far?
I mean, we're pretty early into the season, but so far in practice, we've looked like a very talented team from what I've seen. You know, you just take it one game at a time every week, but I think we can make a deep playoff run this year.
Well, that's great to hear. I know Mount Pisgah fans be excited about that. And I guess, Chip, you look around here, you see a lot of these Mount Pisgah folks who are here. Give us an idea of some of the other players we should maybe be aware of here right now.
You know, Praise, he's crazy good. He's already only a sophomore, but he's gonna be crazy good. He already is. Ryan, he's new this year, but crazy versatile. He's gonna be really helpful for us in a lot of areas. Zed, he's a fellow O-lineman.
Okay.
He's really good. You can see he's really strong.
That O-line bond's got to stay strong, doesn't
exactly,
it?
Yeah. Hunter back there, he's also really good. He's about to be a junior. He was all-region last year. Brandon, crazy athlete. Jake was all-region last year at DN, and then Garver is about to be a junior. He's going to be a great leader for our defense at the middle linebacker.
Boy, that's great to hear. Ian, give me one more thought here. What do you want to leave people with when they look and watch Mount Pisgah Patriots football here this year? What kind of team are they going to see?
I mean, I hope that they see an exciting offense, and I hope they see a stifling defense, and I hope they see us win every game.
Right.
No doubt. A lot of Patriots fans certainly excited about that there as well. A couple of members of this Mount Pisgah team, a really fun part of our Dave Hunter Corky Kell Classic a year ago, and certainly right back there in that same spot here for 2023 there as well. We got some more fun to check in on right now. I believe Najeh standing by the coach's interview, so let's throw it to him here right now.
All right, guys, so I'm with head coach for Creekside, Marist Dixon. Last year had an incredible season, 10-3, 7-0 in the region. We got to see you guys up close and personal in the Corky Kell Classic when you guys played Rome, very defensive game. Really impressive group from Fairburn. But, Coach, let's go back to last season. Let's go to Warner Robins, right? Electric playoff game, 31-28. Just what you remember from that, what were some building blocks you could take from that going into this season?
We've had a really big push of having character. You know, we want to be selfless. Character shows up on the biggest stages and the biggest opportunities. So we had a lack of character. We had some kids on our team and then perform at that time. So the big push is no voluntary acts of selflessness. We want to be selfless. We want to be the tribe, Creekside.
And then, Coach, tell me about the study you brought with you today and some of the other guys that are centered into the camera. Caleb Holmes, committed to Pittsburgh. We're going to be on that interior offensive line. I know you like to run the ball. Tell me a little about what he brings to your team and some of the players you brought with you today.
All right, well, you know, Caleb was a 4-year kid, and this is what I tell all the college coaches. If you had to build an offensive guard and interior offensive lineman from scratch, you make them about 6'3", about 285, long arms, athletic and lean. That's Caleb Holmes. I'm blessed to have a senior class of 14 kids who all have college scholarship offers, you know, from 4 stars to the guys who got an opportunity to go play Division II. We're just blessed with the opportunity, and they're going to play like it every Friday.
And then back to that, who are some guys you brought with you today?
I go through them all, man. This is Ricky McQuarrie. He's one of our captains. Brian Williams Jr. He's committed to Jackson State. Travis Terrell, probably the best player in 6 and 5A football. Our quarterback, Vincent Berry, Carter Hicks, Mount Mackay. Kevon Gray, Rod McQuarrie, David Milford, Braylon Gilbert, Shane Kelly, Dwayne Gary, and Clifford Aya.
Gotcha, Coach. All right, so tell us a little bit about the big matchup you got this season. You're going to be playing some really good programs nationally. First, I know you're going out there and playing Mater Day, playing another team at Morehouse. Tell me about making that tough of a schedule so you can prepare your group for the region again.
Well, it's about going out there and playing the best teams you can, all right? we have trouble getting games in state, so we got to reach out national to play games. We just look at them as opportunities. Us playing Mater Dei is no different than last year. Us playing in the top 10 ranked East St. Louis, and the year before that playing the top 10 in the nation ranked Grayson. We just looking for the best competition, like you said, to prepare us for our region play and our push to win the 15th game of the year.
So that's the goal. We reach back to state. Just tell me a little bit about, I know you won't have that stud cornerback that you had last season who's going to Eastern Michigan, but tell me about the defensive side of the ball. What's going to be some guys you're going to be depending on?
I really feel like on defense we're going to be better than we were last year. Daquan White was a very great player for us, but I feel like his development and his leadership into the guys that we got coming back makes our group even more equipped. You talk about on the back end, we got 5 guys with college offers. You know, our front three, I feel like our front is not a better front three in the state. We young at linebacker, but those kids are good kids, and they come in every day, they bust their butts. And I trust the coaching that we have to get them prepared to play on Friday nights.
And what are you looking forward to in that first matchup in the Corky Kell Classic against Kennesaw Mountain? Just what have you seen so far? If you've looked at film, that just stand out on the tape.
You know, Kennesaw Mountain, year in, year out, they're a really good team, well coached. They throw the ball around. They do some things on defense. They're exotic. We just want to go out there and play Creekside football. We want to run the ball. We want to stop them from running the ball. We want to be special on special teams, and we want to take advantage of their mistakes and play turnover-free football.
And then real quick, just your thoughts on NIL, just possibly coming to the high school realm. What do you think about that and possibly players getting paid, you know, early on even before college?
This is how I feel. You know, at Creekside, it's nothing bigger than the sea. You know, while we want our kids to get opportunities to explore those options of being able to make money off their name, image, and likeness, it's something when it comes, we'll look at it then. But for right now, we worried about Creekside and how we can expose and build a brand of Creekside. We want to preach tribe pride across the globe.
And then last question for you, Coach. Just tell me a little about Roger McCray. I know you led you in rushing last year. I know he's here with you and then got his brother as well. Tell me about what they mean to the team.
Man, Rod been here like 8 years. You know, he's old, bro. You know, like, I love him to death. He's like my son, man. You know, we go through the ups and downs together. I can remember in 9th grade him playing, and it was just because we had to play him. And for him to develop into the player he is today, the team is on his shoulder. We're going to go as far as he takes us.
All right, so this is head coach for Creekside, Maurice Dixon. Expect to see him in the Corky Kell Classic. They're going to play a national schedule this year as well. Look for them to be back where they were last season and get even further. So we're going to throw it to Kaylee on the other side.
Kaylee Mansell here with our Gainesville representatives. Transfer from Meadow Creek in his first year at Gainesville, Champ Thompson and Travion Watson. Travion, we're going to start with you. We've obviously got to talk about Coach Josh Niblett, a man with so much energy, so many outfit changes, so much shoe game, and he completely transformed the Gainesville football program in just 1 year. So talk about some of the shift in culture that you've seen. What has he brought to Gainesville football to bring some life back into it?
I really just think it's the language that he speaks. You know, he talks about chasing best and being a winner, and winning is everything to us. And some of the things we do, like today we had a meeting today, just mindset, get in the right mindset to be able to play on Friday nights and be able to come out and practice and have a good practice and only have a bad play, not a bad day. You know, and I think that really instills a lot in us, and I think that's really what pushes us beyond other teams.
So, Champ, coming in as a new player, you've only had a little bit of time to spend with these guys, but from what you've gathered in your time with them, what makes Gainesville football so different? What are the changes and differences that you have seen coming in as a transfer?
Coming in, what makes Gainesville different is really like the family bond and connection we got. And we don't have rules, we have standards. So people look to break rules, but we got to withhold standards. So, and we really it's very well structured. And we grind different. Like, it's just all one big family chasing the same goal, and we're not only going to be good players, but we're going to be great people too.
Now, Travion, one thing I do want to touch on, and one thing that makes Gainesville stand out in my eyes, is the game day atmosphere. When you walk into the jungle, it's those red lights, it's loud, the crowd is rowdy. So walk me through what game day looks like for you guys, and how does the atmosphere that Gainesville puts into place help hype you up for the games?
We start off with a great pregame meal.
That's how it always has to start, right?
Yeah, it's always great. Long Street treats us great. And once we get there, we have an elephant walk. And so once we do that, and it really gets us hyped up. You know, channels are like inner excitement, and once the game starts, you have all the flashing lights, the Go Big Reds. It just gets you more excited and hyped up. It's more of a college atmosphere than a high school atmosphere, I think, and it really helps me play because all that stuff just gets me amped up and makes me play better.
Now, Champ, since you have only been at Gainesville for the offseason, talk to me a little bit about what your team does in the offseason to bond with one another, to be able to connect with each other. And it doesn't necessarily have to be on the field, but off the field things as well.
Really, we have a lot of shared experiences. Like, we'll go to Coach House, we'll eat, we'll have what's it called? We have Bible study on Wednesdays, so it gives us a great time to like connect, and we eat together. We all eat together in the lunchroom every day, and we try to all interact with each other, like no matter who it is.
Okay, Travion, I'm going to put you on the spot right here. You've been at Gainesville. You know what that schedule looks like. You know who you're going to face. What matchup are you most looking forward to? And if you could give my man Champ a piece of advice on what he's going to face in that matchup, what would you say?
For Champ, I think just it's going to be tough. It's going to be a four-quarter game for everybody. You know, I think we play a lot of good teams this year, but I think our first one, Milton, is going to be a great test for us, just to see where we are and how we match up in our season.
All right, and Champ, based on what you have seen so far, obviously Gainesville is the state runner-up, came so close to that title. How far do you think they can go this season?
This season, I think we're going to bring it all the way home. We're going to bring it back to the Ville. We're going to go 15 games. We're going to win the state championship, and we're going to stand on business.
If you could bet on your team, how much money would you put on Gainesville to bring that title back home?
All the money I got. Everything.
Everything.
I'm betting the
house.
house.
All the money in the world.
Okay, last questions for the both of you. Champ, I'll let you go first. In one sentence, what do you think the world needs to know about Gainesville football?
In one sentence, what do I think they need to know about Gainesville football? Gainesville football is a program that's not only going to win in football, but we're going to win in life.
I like that.
We're winners. That's it.
All right, Champ, Travion. Champ, maybe I'll take you for all your money this season. But I do have high hopes for the Gainesville Red Elephants, as does everyone in this room. Excited to see what you guys do, not only on the field, but also as people. Thank you guys so much, and we will be right back after the commercial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In sports, an edge is everything. Hard work, practice.
Let's stay focused out there.
It all adds up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
All right, guys, we're back with head coach Bobby Rose from Georgia Military Prep. Man, I was really blown away and astonished by some of the things you were telling me off the air. So first off, let's go to the program and how it's really getting these players prepared to play on the next level, and talk about some of the things in the facility and some of the things you guys have there at Georgia Military College Prep that people don't know about.
Well, the core values of our school are what really do a great job preparing our kids. You know, we live by the three words: duty, honor, country. Our regimental accolade is character above all, and those are the things that we stress every day in what we do. Our academic programs are some of the best in the state of Georgia. We have great facilities for a school our size, not just from a football standpoint, athletic training to rehab injuries. We can provide kids with the best material things to get ready to play to the best of their ability. You know, our tie-in with the junior college is something that's very unique. Our kids will be seen by more college coaches really than probably anywhere, because we share a facility with our Georgia Military Junior College, which is one of the best junior college programs in the country. Our practice field is right next to theirs. Our locker room is right next to theirs. So every college coach that comes in to check out the great talent that they have at the junior college, they see our kids too. academically, our kids can go anywhere in the country and be successful. If you're a success academically at GMC Prep, you're ready to succeed at Georgia Tech, at Vanderbilt, at Georgia, at Stanford, in the Ivy League. You can handle that type of academic rigor because of what you get with our school.
And then, Coach, tell me about some of the players you brought today. I know you didn't bring your other 3 starters, but I know you brought some underclassmen today. Tell us a little bit about them, what role you expect from them this season.
Well, we've got 3 seniors, Jesse Washington, who's a running back, linebacker, Jonathan Roach, who's a free safety wide receiver, Joe Taylor, offensive and defensive linemen that are seniors that I think are next-level players. They are some of the most experienced players coming back on a very young team. About 2/3 of our team is probably freshmen and sophomores. So we're going to rely on a lot of young talent this year. Jesse is an outstanding running back, a lot of power and speed between the tackles, hard-hitting linebacker. Jonathan Roach is a free safety that can cover a ton of ground on the back end. Joe Taylor is a big kid, 6'2", 280, that can move. So those are guys that we're going to rely on very heavily. And I brought some young kids today. Matt McDade, who's a freshman linebacker, Gonzalo Caballero, freshman linebacker, Parker Edens, who is a senior H-back, and Walt Green, who is a sophomore wide receiver. These are all kids that are going to play vital roles for us this year. We've got a challenge in replacing a very experienced team from last year. We got a lot of kids that are going to play important snaps that have never played a meaningful snap of high school football. So we're going to have some growing pains probably moving forward, but what's exciting about that is watching these kids grow. The things that we do with them every day, not just in football, but in the classroom and throughout their time as a part of GMC Prep, they'll be ready when the season starts.
100%. And then, Coach, let's talk about a little bit about your pedigree. Coming over from Alabama, this is your first year as the head coach. What are some things you want to just implement this upcoming season that you're driving home to your group?
Well, I'm a coach's kid. I've been around this game my whole life. My father, Rick Rhodes, is in the Troy Hall of Fame, won 2 national championships there, won an SEC championship at Alabama. I've been around people like Bill Curry and Dabo Sweeney, Mike Norvell, people that I've crossed paths with during my time as a coach that have been huge inspirations for me. But one of the things that stuck with me when I was younger, when my dad went to Troy with Chan Gailey, they had a motto that was up everywhere. It said, "Do everything the right way." It's a really simple rule that kind of covers everything. And really it kind of ties into the things that we're about at GMC Prep. Do everything the right way. You know, if we approach things that way in the classroom, in the community, on the field, that's really what I want to bring to our program, is that mentality of we're going to do everything the right way.
All right, guys, so this head coach, we're going to throw it to Brendan now with Cherokee.
Great thoughts there, and we transition now to welcome in a couple of members of the Cherokee Warriors here. I've got Tanner Savas here, the quarterback. I've got Javon Hobbs, the defensive end. Guys, thank you so much for spending some time with us, and thanks for being a part of this inaugural, Georgia High School Football Media Day. We're glad to have you here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So obviously a lot of excitement about this Cherokee program this time of year. Tanner, one of the things we were talking about a little earlier before this interview began is you guys actually bring back a lot on that offensive side this year. Guys that played a year ago, I believe, 9 starters, I think, returning on that offense. How much does that level of experience benefit what you guys are going to be doing on your side of the ball?
Man, it's really helpful. We got a new offensive coordinator last year, and Coach Kevin Burnett, and it's been a great system. Everyone's been in the system for a whole year now, so everything's been, it feels the same. And when you're comfortable with the system, it's easy to make little wrinkles in the offense, so that makes it a lot easier, and everyone's more comfortable. It should be a good season.
As a quarterback in particular, that second year in the system, how much more do you feel like terminology-wise, decision-making during the game, how much more comfortable do you feel now?
Yeah, it's like second nature. Coach brings us in the winter. We have a lot of meetings, so in our quarterback meetings, we'll go over the same plays every day, so make sure it's solidified in our brains that we know what to do. And so, it feels really easy when he helps you like that.
Javon, you guys found a couple of region wins last year that got you in the postseason. You had a chance to match up against a very good Milton team. How do you build off that coming into here this year?
Definitely by the work we put in all summer, and definitely the returning seniors that we had. Our team was made up of a lot of younger classmen, and they just needed that extra year to develop.
Now, on the defensive side of the ball, the side of the ball that you're on, seems like, you may not have quite as many returning starters on that side as you do on the offensive side of the ball. So what's been your role as a leader, kind of getting everybody up to speed and kind of getting everybody acclimated with what to expect on those varsity Friday nights?
Definitely the teamwork. If I can't trust somebody to do something, they definitely cannot trust me. And I need all their trust to definitely proceed as a one unit, because if we're not together, we're just all for one.
Tanner, that idea of trust is important in football, right? You got to have guys blocking for you. When you got a defensive assignment, you got to depend on the guy next to you to do his assignment there as well. The notion of trust in teammates, that's a big part of playing football, is it not?
Yes, sir. We have the 3 T's at Cherokee. We have trust, we got together, and we got toughness. And, this summer that's been our main focus, and I think the team's done a great job of showing all that.
Javon, what's it like, I guess, on a daily basis, trying to, obviously repeating those words, but also making sure everybody can, fully understand what that means for your program?
Definitely preaching it every day, and we have small groups that we go through with those 3 words every morning. And with those words, it's definitely brought a lot of, teamwork together and family bonding, because we definitely changed a lot about the program, and we've been spinning in the right way.
Javon, give us an idea of some of the guys that are here with you and maybe players you're expecting big seasons from here for the Warriors.
Definitely our running back, our junior, Christian Irwin, our defensive lineman, now right guard, J.D. Byrne, and then a returning starter, Pat Crowley, is definitely going to be a key factor with our offensive line, and then our DB, Trey Walton, and we just have a bunch of guys that are guys.
Sure.
And we have our linebacker, Jace Carson, which he's going to be a big part of it too.
Tanner, anybody to add to what the list of names we just heard?
Yeah, all our receivers. We got Pops Jameson. He's going to be a senior this year. He's a big track guy, runs a 10.8.
Nice.
So
wow.
He'll have a big season for us. We got Grayson Sexton, Israel Conway, Wyatt Tash, tight end. They're all juniors this year. So I think we'll have a great year.
Tanner Savasier, quarterback, Javon Hobson, defensive end. Cherokee Warriors, as they said, they're expecting to have a big year this year, and we'll certainly be watching them very closely as they do all of that. We're going to have more coaches and players interviews coming up for you. But before that, though, let's pause for a quick commercial timeout.
All right, guys, so I'm with head coach Josh Shaw of the Cherokee Warriors, a team that's made 5 straight playoff appearances in a very, very crowded, tough region that includes Walton, North Cobb, Kennesaw Mountain, and several other teams. But, Coach, what was your biggest takeaway from last season that you can build going into 2023?
Well, the fact that we started so many youngsters and were able to still make the playoffs was a major accomplishment. So really, it gave us something to build on in the offseason, attack the weight room, and get through the summer and look forward to getting into this season.
And tell me a little bit about your defense this upcoming season. Who are going to be some guys you're going to be depending on kind of to carry the load for you?
Yeah, we're defensively, we're led by our guys up front. I mean, we've got six seniors on the D-line, definitely a strong point for us, and so expect for us to be pretty stout up front. Got a good linebacker core, a lot of size, a lot of speed. So, and then secondary-wise, got some new starters in the secondary, but really excited about the 3 new starters that we have as well. And then we've got a returning starter at free safety and Weston Bergman coming back. So excited about where we are at defensively.
And then I think you've been 12 seasons at the Cherokee program. So walk me through what's kind of the culture. It's something you're doing right if you're going to 5 straight playoff appearances. So what have you instilled in that culture there to get the guys to buy in and have so much success?
Well, we a lot of times some of the same cats that we have to play in 7A. So, but our kids buy into to our program. They work extremely hard in the off season and in the weight room, and they're just a lot of fun kids and great kids to be around. They play together, and I think that compensates a lot for maybe some of the 4- and 5-star kids that you don't have. But they buy into to what we are doing and work. We just try to outwork everybody.
And then tell me about some of the guys you brought today. It looks like you got a big class with you, but just tell me about some of the guys you brought with you today.
Yeah, I mean, we brought our entire senior class down here and then brought a lot of the underclassmen that are playing. So really excited, too, about some of the guys we got coming back offensively that we brought down here. We got Pops Jamison, one of our receivers, an all-state track kid. We've really got an explosive receiving core and got some really good guys up front as well that blends in with them. And then Tanner, our quarterback, Savis here, be a returning starter as well. So.
Gotcha. And then, Coach, what are some things you've just enjoyed about being here at this kind of Georgia High School Football Media Day, the inaugural one, and just being able to kind of give your program some exposure? What have you enjoyed so far?
No, that's the name of the game right there. Any opportunity we have to talk great about our players or our program, we always want to take advantage of that. So I know this has been a great event, and I'm excited the fact that we had the opportunity to come down and talk about our players and our program.
And then what were some things that you want to just accomplish this upcoming season that you kind of just set forward for your guys, some of your returning starters and things like that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said right
No
there.
problem. I just said, what are some things you want to accomplish this upcoming season?
I mean, one of our goals, beyond having fun and playing together, is one of our goals is to make the playoffs again. We would like to host a playoff game. So in the region that we got, that we're in with North Cobb and Walton, going to have to knock off one of them to be able to do that. So, but just to keep the playoff streak going, as I try to tell our players that if you make the playoffs, you get to put a sign in the stadium, and that's something that no one can ever take away from you, and it'd be there for as long as that stadium's standing. So,
all right, guys. So we're going to throw it back to Kaylee on the set right now.
Kaylee Mansell here with a pair of Creekside Seminoles. Here I have with me Jordan Soup Cardenti and Caleb Holmes. Guys, last year you went 10-3, and Caleb, I want to go to you first. So let's take a look at last season. You guys were on a 10-game win streak. What do you think that said about your program to win 10 games in a row on a tough schedule, I might add?
Yeah, it's dominance. I feel like it shows dominance. Like you said, we had a tough schedule every Friday. We respect all opponents, but these people got to line up against us, show dominance. There was 11 games that we had to work hard to win. So it's something that Creekside has always focused on.
And Soup, let's talk about the off-season culture. What does this summer look like for you guys? How have y'all been preparing for the upcoming season? What's the culture been like in the locker room?
I mean, it's a lot of hard work. Coach always talked to us about mentality, never leave nobody behind. He wants us to lead the younger ones, so when they come up, they lead the younger ones, and everybody just work hard, mentality.
Now, Caleb, alongside of opening up at Corky Kell, you guys are going to play a national schedule this year. So when you look at that national schedule, how do you think that's going to benefit and impact you in the regular season?
I mean, the biggest thing is exposure. We want to open up the season with our, biggest games, show not only Georgia but the whole country what Creekside is about, what we stand on, and what we're really capable to do. You know what I'm saying? People think that just because we lost some all-state seniors, some great seniors, that, it's a fall-off. But Coach emphasizes, we don't fall off, we reload. And that's what those first couple of national stage games will prove for us.
All right, so let's talk about Corky Kell. You guys are going to face off against Kennesaw Mountain on Friday night. And I want to focus more on what is it like playing week one, haven't played a game yet, and you're playing on national television. Is that exciting, or do you feel like that adds some pressure to the game?
Oh, no, ma'am, no pressure. It's
right.
exciting, straight excitement, ready to work, ready to have some competition, do our thing.
All right, Caleb, give me a matchup you're excited to take on this season.
Mater Day, of course, simply because it's the top program in the nation. But like I said, we respect everybody and we're ready for anybody.
All right, guys, give me your go-to post-game meal, and then I'll get y'all out of here.
After the games, I like to get a 20-piece, honey hot, lemon sprinkle, probably a Sprite or iced tea, large, extra fried, extra crispy flats.
What you got?
All flats, lemon pepper wet. Give me an orange high C. Make my fry extra crunchy. Straight after game, touchdown wings.
All right, Caleb, Soup, I might have to have a post-game meal with y'all after Corky Kell, because that sounds like my kind of thing. All right, Najeh, take it away.
All right, guys, so I'm with Gainesville quarterback Baxter Wright. Coach Nibley just raved about you, 75% completion percentage last year. I think one of my takeaways was when you played in the region championship game against North Forsyth, you really lit it up. But just what did you enjoy most about last season, man, being the quarterback?
I mean, just the brotherhood that we had, how much we loved each other, how much we loved playing for each other. And, we didn't finish the way we wanted, but we're going to finish this year. And then tell me, what are some things you've been working on as far as your games to continue to improve and get better, kind of just to continue to take that next level and be ready for college? I mean, obviously continuing, mastering the offense and the deep ball and all the stuff that comes with that. And then tell me a little bit about how's your recruiting been so far, Baxter? What teams have been, calling you that's interested in you? What's some teams that just been recruiting you heavy? I mean, Navy offered in April, and then I've talked to a few schools like Charleston Southern and that, but, I mean, nobody really else. And then last question, just obviously I know the goal is state, but what are some personal goals you just want to accomplish real quick and that you want to achieve, that you set forth on your calendar or, sticking those things like that? I mean, honestly, give my guys as many touchdowns as possible, but just winning state's the only goal I got. All right, guys, quick interview with Baxter Wright. Man, y'all go check him out. Under-recruited player, just received the Navy offer. Going to throw it to Brandon Adams right now.
So thank you so much, Najeh. Hanging out here with a couple of members of the Westminster Wildcats here, one of the heritage programs in the Atlanta area. We got Fane Barton, a running back and a safety, as well as Armstrong Jones, a safety and a wide receiver, two outstanding players. And guys, thanks so much for being here and being a part of this. And I guess, Fane, I'll start with you here. Give me a little bit of an idea about the lead up to the start of the season for you and your Wildcats teammates.
So far, after coming off sort of a rough loss in the playoffs last year, we played Lovett first game this year. I think everyone's very excited to get back in our stadium. So is that right? We're going to do a rematch. So for the first time in program history, you guys played twice in the same year a year ago, right? Correct. And now you're going to play to start this season there as well. Yep. I'm imagining there's going to be a good bit of juice in the building for that game there, right? Yes, there will be. And, Armstrong, obviously for those of us who watched that game, and I called it for Peachtree TV, and for those who tuned in to see it, we know how much emotion there was in that, kind of the wild back and forth affair, exciting all the way to the end. I'm imagining that's the kind of thing you guys sort of live with, for an entire offseason, right? Right.
Yes, sir. And it just fuels us to be back next year, and it's going to be a packed-out stadium at home, and we can't wait. We can't wait for it.
Fane, for a lot of the people who are maybe tuning in watching right now, what they see is, football all across the state. Maybe they don't quite realize they're inside the city of Atlanta in that Buckhead area, just how big a, Westminster and a Lovett rivalry can kind of be. I certainly experienced that firsthand a year ago. Yes, it is. And a lot of us grew up playing football together, and then as you get older, you go to separate schools. And so some of our best friends from when you're younger are now your biggest rival and your biggest opponent, so it makes it a lot of fun. So Armstrong will finish with this beyond hopefully getting a Week 1 win against a rival like Lovett and revenge for last year's playoff loss. What else do you guys have as goals here for this upcoming season?
Just keep building our brand, keep getting closer as a team, and just keep furthering ourselves as young men and just being coachable and doing everything we can as seniors and just as a team doing everything we can to be successful. The Westminster Wildcats certainly have been doing that for a long time around the city of Atlanta and high school football here in Georgia. No doubt 2023 will be no different. Fane Barton, Armstrong Jones, a couple of great Wildcats football players hanging out with us right now, and I believe we're going to check it over to Najeh, who's got another coach's interview set up for us.
One step forward.
All right, guys, so I'm with defensive coordinator Ryan Davis for Woodward Academy. So tell me a little bit real quick about the program and some of those defensive studs that you have. Then you got C.J. Hurd, other guys. So tell me a little about the program.
Hey, program's doing well. Kids been working hard in the summer. We're looking forward for a great season this summer. And everything's just falling in place. These kids have been putting in their time and their effort, and we're excited about what's coming this year.
So tell me, Coach, why defense? You could have chose offense, but why you enjoy coaching the defense? What's your favorite thing about it?
Well, I played defense in college. Me and Bill McGarry, he's my co-defense coordinator. We do a good job. We've been together. We've been working together for a long time. So we got great chemistry, and I just love working with the guys that I work with, Coach Sellers, and the rest of the staff. We do a great job on defense with what we do. Same with on offense. Those guys have been together a long time with Coach Hunt running the show. So we're excited about what we have coming.
And what are you most looking forward to this season, right? Last year had a pretty good finish. I think you guys made the semifinals and losing Langston Hughes, but what are you most excited for this upcoming season?
Actually, we were 11-2, lost to Langston Hughes in our third round of the playoffs. So graduated some very, very good seniors. So but we're excited about what we got coming back. You know, we got some good guys on defense. Like you mentioned, C.J. Hurd, London Merritt, Andrew Hines, those guys on defense, Bradley Smith. You know, we got some new kids coming in, Ben Grice, Josiah Abdullah, Jerome Bittis, those guys on offense. So should be a very good season for us. We're excited about it.
All right, and then last question, just throw it over. Just what's your favorite thing about kind of just the defense? Is it defensive line? Is it the linebackers? Is it the safeties? What's your favorite thing about the defense, man?
Well, I'm a secondary guy, so I always going to lean forward to the secondary, but I know games are won in the trenches. You got to have O-linemen, you got to have massive D-linemen, you got to have kids that are willing to grind in the trenches. But me personally, I'm a secondary guy. I love to be a secondary. I've been doing it a long time, so that's where my claim to fame is. But you got to have very, very good defensive linemen and guys up front. That's what win games for you.
100%. So this is head coach, defensive coordinator. We're going to throw it to Kaylee right now.
Kaylee Mansell here with our Woodward Academy representatives, Bradley Smith, Andrew Hines. I have to add that y'all might be the best dressed I've had up here tonight, so at least you can take that away with you. Bradley, we'll go to you first. You guys won 11-2 last year, had a tough draw in the playoffs, had to match up against Langston Hughes. But what did you learn about Woodward Academy's team from last season, and what lessons will you take from last season that you apply to this season?
Last year we had a good group of seniors. I think they developed a good culture for us to grow and build on. We got a lot of guys coming up still, good group of guys out over here looking at us. But I think that even though the season didn't end the way we wanted it to, that they laid a foundation for us to get better over the offseason and to develop into the team we want to be.
All right, Andrew, let's move into the offseason. What have you guys been doing to prepare for this upcoming season? What have you guys done to build team chemistry, not just on the field, but off the field as well?
Okay, so we've been lifting and running a lot. We had a few guys running track. We've been working out together and all that. In the summer, we started doing 7-on-7. We stayed overnight in Florida State. That was a great thing for our skill guys to come together because we have so many new guys on the team. It built a lot of chemistry, so we feel very comfortable coming into the season, defensively protecting the pass game.
So, Bradley, we've got a lot of people watching at home, coaches, players, people from all across the state. Ultimately, what do you think that they need to know about Woodward Academy football heading into this season?
We're gonna be a team to fear, definitely. We got some guys, got a hard schedule at the beginning of the year, but I think we should pan out in the playoffs and do what we do.
All right, Andrew, this is a two-parter, two quick ones. Who are you most excited to match up with this season? And give me a young guy on your team that we should be looking out for.
Oh, definitely most excited to see McCauley again. You know, we went up there last year and lost a close game. So going back up there this year and playing them again, we hope to beat them. We probably will beat them. So that's my most excited for. And a young player who's coming up who we should look for is Amari and Lucas Farrington. Those two are really young, and they're both coming up, and we should see big things out of them.
All right, Bradley, Andrew, I appreciate y'all's time up here. Excited to see what Woodward Academy does this season. Good luck. I got high hopes for you guys.
Thank you.
You're very
Go
welcome.
Deeks.
Bleed blue.
All right, now we're going to cut back to Najeh, who's got another head coaching interview coming right up.
All right, guys, so we were with Sequoia's head coach, James Teeter. We're going to talk a little bit about their program. Coach, tell me about last season, made the first round. What did you enjoy most about last season in the group? What are you looking forward to in 2023?
I just enjoyed watching our kids grow and get better every week. We struggled a little bit early, started out 0-3, they found a way to fight our way back into it and make the playoffs. This year, we've got a lot of kids coming back, so we're just hoping that they can continue to grow and we can fill in the spots that we missed and be able to make it back again.
And then tell me about the stud player. You got Jackson Hancock. I think he's a 4-star player. He got invited to the NBC All-Star game, All-American game. Tell me a little about him and the impact he's been having on your group, on your team.
Jackson's one of our team leaders. He's one of our best players. I mean, he can do a little bit of everything. When he was being recruited, coaches like him because he can play special teams, he can play offense, defense. He'll start for us at running back. He'll start for us at safety, probably more of a safety in college. But, he's one of our main team leaders.
And then last question, what are some things you want to accomplish this upcoming season that you kind of just set forward that you're telling your group every day, hey, we got to hit these 3 goals, we got to hit these goals this upcoming season?
The biggest things for us is we just talk every day about our discipline, be disciplined to be able to do our job, take care of our business, and then, not worry about the outside, just worry about what we're doing and getting better every day, just 1% better every day, and I think we'll be all right.
And that's head coach Sequoia. Guys, go check him out. We're going to throw it to Brandon right now at the set.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we turn our attention to the banks of the Yellow River right there in Lawrenceville, Georgia. The Central Gwinnett Black Knights, one of the great nicknames in all of Georgia high school football. We got Daco Coleman, Jason Jackson stopping by to see us here. Guys, thanks so much for being a part of a really fun day. I hope it's been fun for you there as well as people get more acquainted with you and your Black Knights teammates. How has it been talking to reporters, talking to media? You guys had a good time here thus far?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been really good to be out here. You know, it's a blessing to be able to, be in front of the cameras, everything, and talk. So I appreciate that.
So I guess go ahead and give us a little bit of an idea here about what to expect from this Black Knights team here this season.
You want to go?
Go ahead.
Really, it's going to be like a better season than last year. We went 5-5. We started off great 5 games, and then when we got to region play, it just went downhill from there. So we're looking to get better and do better this year in region play.
I think one of the things we've talked to some guys from Gwinnett County already about here today is how challenging that county is once you get into region play and once you start playing some of those, very good, deep teams. I think Gwinnett County not only stands as one of the most talented counties in the state of Georgia, if not the entire country in terms of the overall depth, and I'm sure being right there in the middle of it all, I'm sure you guys must sense that. Is that right?
Yeah, we do. We know it's a tough region and everything, but we know we just got to bring our A game every game and just come in strong and come in tough. So.
But at the same time, though, you take a lot of pride in knowing that, hey, you represent a county that's so well respected across the entire country.
Yes, sir, we do. We take a lot of pride in that, and we go out there every day and try to show it and get work and get better in practice.
So obviously the goal to kind of build on that. You said nice start of the season last year. Obviously you have the challenges there in region play. How does this Central Gwinnett team do that? What's the couple of key steps that have to happen for that to take place?
I feel like the main thing is bonding as a team. The chemistry is a big thing within the team. So I feel like it's more than the coaches, because the coaches can only do so much. So I feel like within building with the team and bonding as a group and being able to be friends and everybody know where everybody's supposed to be at. The quarterbacks and receivers be on point, because that takes time. And the defense, be able to talk, communicate. So all the whole thing just comes together, and that's how we're going to be able to do better.
You guys want to give a couple shout-outs to some of the other teammates you brought with you here today?
Shout out Makai Cunningham.
William Tynes.
Cortez Mills.
There you go. A lot expected from the Central Gwinnett team here this year. They're certainly looking forward to a fun campaign and obviously a big part of all the action taking place there in Gwinnett County. Certainly a talent-rich part of our state. Najeh, we'll send it back over to you. You've got another coach's interview waiting for us here right now.
All right, guys, I'm with Booker T. Washington head coach Justin Rivers. Last year they made it to the first round of the playoffs, got some stud players. In a moment we'll be joined by Cameron Fountain, who's going to USC on the booth. But let's talk a little about last season, Coach. What are some things you can take away from there and kind of just implement going into 2023?
Last year we lost to a good Callaway team. I figured that we'll step it up a little bit more this year. We got a great group of seniors. I feel as though if we got a player-led program, it'll be a great situation that we'll step into.
And then tell me a little bit about the defense. Who are going to be some returning stars? You mentioned them a little bit on the onset, but who are some guys you're just looking to have big roles for you on the defensive side of the ball this season?
Of course, we're going to let Cameron step off the bus first. He's about 6'5", 240, committed to Southern Cal. We got Cornelius Kemp. He's probably our heart and soul of the defense as well. Not as big, but 4.2 GPA, so he's going to lead his team mentally, and he's heart and soul. We got Willie Hicks behind me, Marvin Scott, Quindarius Warren, and then our athlete, Tyreek Woods.
And for those that don't know about the Booker T program, just kind of describe for us what's the culture, what's the program there at Booker T Washington that you just implemented and you enjoy?
We implemented a be a dog culture, trying to be the hammer and not the nail. That's what we're trying to do. Just go hard work. We're going to punch the clock every day. Not white collar, want to be blue collar every day. So trying to just be a hard working team.
So that's head coach for Booker T. We're going to throw it to Kaylee on set.
Kaylee Mansell here with a pair of Booker T. Washington players. I have Cameron Fountain and Cornelius Kemp. Cornelius, let's start with you. What have you guys been doing in the off-season to prepare for this upcoming season? What has been the underlying theme in the locker room within practice?
Well, what have been the underlying thing in practice is more about closing games. So we did a lot of team bonding this summer, whether it was competing with each other, racing, relay racing, dodgeball. We did a couple where we go out, play with each other, went bowling. So it's basically like team bonding to where we can be best at closing games. And in the summer, just like Coach said, we want to be a player-led team. Being a player-led team means that us leaders and seniors has to step up and, make changements, make adjustments, and, you know, make sure everything going good as playing as a team. Like locker room, we made a schedule for the locker room, keep the locker room clean.
Nice.
It's the little things that matter to better. This year we want to win state, so we got to make sure the little things matter. Going back forwards to school, you know, we the bigger brother to them, so that's basically what we was focusing on this summer.
All right, so Cameron, we will see you guys for the Great Atlanta Bash in week 2. You guys are going to match up with Douglas. So what is it like to match up with such a big rival early on, and what's it like knowing you're going to be playing on television week 2?
To my prior knowledge that we playing Doug, it feel good, man. Like, for years, that been a big rival school. Some of our staffs have went there, so, you know, it been a little talk and all that type of stuff, so. And playing on national TV feel good, man. Everybody in London get to see what Washington do, man. People been down us for a long time, especially in this upcoming season, because we lost. We just go fall apart. We just hit to prove everybody wrong.
Cornelius, other than Douglas, what's a matchup that you're looking forward to this season, my man?
We have a lot of great matchups this season, but one I'm mostly prepared to play is Sterile. You know, when you play inter-school teams, there be a lot of smack talking. You know,
oh, yeah.
They think they better than us, but at the end of the day, it depends on who wanted more. And I feel like back to summer, you know, we've been working hard, putting in the work, more team bondage, and we're gonna close out the game. We're gonna shut them up first half.
Hey, before I go to Cameron right here, who's the best trash talker on your team so I can make sure to listen for him?
It got to be Ty or Cam.
Okay.
Cam a pretty good trash talker too now. Don't let her fool you.
I can see that. All right, Cameron, give me a younger guy on the team to look out for this season.
His name is Kell Fight.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being here. I'll see you guys again for week 2 at the Greater Atlanta Bash. Now we're going to head over back to Najeh, who's on the floor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we're with Dunwoody head coach Mike Nash. We're going to talk a little bit about their program. But, Coach, 14 seniors, you have 56 juniors you just expressed to me. So tell me about the guys that you brought with you today.
Well, we brought our seniors with us today. We've got a great group of senior leaders. They've done a good job. They've been with us. I think all of them have been with us for 4 years. And they do a great job of leading our other guys and setting the example. So we wanted to bring them with us today and highlight them.
And then tell me a little bit about Luke Cole, kind of on the radar, but he's a really great player for you, leads you. Tell me a little bit about him and what he means to your team.
Luke's right here, number 13. Luke's a great player. He's a great kid. He's a champion on and off the field. Again, he's just the kind of kid you love to coach. All my guys are, but Luke stands out. He works his tail off. He's got an incredible motor. Plays 3 sports at Dunwoody for us, so he's a good kid.
And last question, a fumble away from making the playoffs. So how do you kind of one-up that and just, make the playoffs this season and kind of finish the job?
This will be my 9th year here, and our kids have worked harder this year in this offseason than they ever have. And I think that's where it comes from. When it means a little more when you put a lot more into it, and I think that helps you make those couple plays that maybe you miss.
All right, guys, so that's it for the interview with Dunwoody. Coach, we're going to throw it to Brendan Adams right now.
Thank you so much. Obviously, high school football fans in Georgia know all about Creekview. Big expectations here again for this upcoming season there as well. Their fans very excited about what's going to take place here in 2023. So let's find out more about that. Welcoming in a couple of players here. Austin Guest, the quarterback. Andrew Rosinski, the left tackle there as well. Austin, thanks so much for your time here today. And I guess how much fun has it been kind of allowing some of the media folks and the folks tuning in to watch today get more acquainted with this Creekview team here this season?
Yeah, it's been fun today.
Absolutely. Well, what do you think that we ought to know about your team here right now? And give us a little bit of an idea about how the preparations of the upcoming season have kind of gone.
Well, this offseason we've worked hard in the weight room, just getting 1% better every day, and looking forward to next season.
Andrew, how about you from that standpoint, about kind of what you've seen from your teammates? Austin talked about the weight room. Obviously, that's a big thing for those offensive linemen that you share time with there. How's that group kind of gelled and come together here thus far?
Oh, it's a different feeling. Everyone's just kind of turning into a unit. It's nice to see, especially the depth that we've built. With the weight room, everyone's stronger than I've ever seen. It's just awesome to see the improvement and all of that.
And, of course, Andrew is also, like many of the people we've had here today, major college prospect on his way to the University of North Carolina. He told an interesting story about the fact that, hey, it kind of took a while maybe for you to start getting some of that major college attention, kind of transition the offensive line, but now moving into your senior year, you've got that taken care of and solidified. How nice is it for you to know that college decision's behind you and you can kind of go out there and focus on having the best senior season you can possibly have?
It's great. I don't regret my decision at all. It's great to just have the peace of mind of knowing that I know where I'm going and I can focus on my senior season.
Of course, that Tar Heels offense, fun to watch, scoring a lot of points right now, maybe a number 1 overall pick at quarterback. That's certainly a fun thing to know that you can one day kind of be a part of there too, right?
Oh, absolutely. Watching Drake May is something different.
Absolutely. Well, Austin, as a quarterback, you talk about Drake May or whatever else, who are some of the signal callers that you maybe kind of pattern your game after, and who is it that you kind of have sort of looked up to as you've kind of grown into the role of a quarterback?
Yeah, well, when I came in as a freshman, I had a really strong senior leader quarterback, Mason Hicks, followed in his footsteps, and I think he helped me a lot get into the offense and how things go.
Well, absolutely. Well, we wish you guys the best of luck for the upcoming season. Thanks so much for sharing some thoughts here about your Creekview season here coming up. We'll look forward to seeing you on the field here this fall.
Yes, sir.
Najeh, we'll send it back over to you. I know you've got another coach standing by.
All right, guys, I'm with head coach Trevor Williams for Creekview program. Last year just fell just a little bit short of the playoffs, but tell me about some of the guys you brought with you today and some things you can build off of from last season.
Yeah, we're fortunate. We've got a really strong senior class that has done a really good job from the middle school level all the way to high school, staying together, playing together, and feel good about those guys. We've got 11 of them that played significant time as sophomores that are going to be 3-year starters for us, so we feel really good about that group.
And then tell me about some of the guys behind us.
Yeah, we've got Pearson Sears, one of our captains, center. Michael Roach, 3-year starter at tight end. Josh Tootin, outside linebacker. Cal Schubert, wide receiver and DB. And Reed Anderson is a 4-year letterman, 3-year starter at Mike linebacker for us, the heartbeat of our defense.
And kind of final question, Coach, what are some things you outlined that you just want to accomplish this upcoming season and just build on what you did last year?
We talked to our guys a lot from December to now about kind of the climb of the season, the journey that they've got to take together of winter workouts, spring football, summer workouts, all that stuff's been checked off, and now just getting a little bit better each day and continuing to grow closer as a group.
Gotcha, Coach. All right, guys, so quick interview with the head coach. We're going to throw it to Kaylee right now on set.
Kaylee Mansell here with our Sequoia Chiefs representatives, Jackson Hancock, Bretton Darling, and Brady Curl. Bretton, let's go to you first. Let's talk about last season. What did you learn about your team? What lessons did you take away that you were going to apply to this season?
So we came out slow. We started off 0-3, and I learned that our team came around towards the end of the season when Colby Martin came in, and he flipped the switch for us, brought something to this offense.
All right, Jackson, let's go to you next. You got the chance to play in Georgia Elite Classic this past winter. What was that experience like? Did it benefit you? Who was it fun to play with?
It definitely benefited me a lot. I met a lot of new people, learned a lot of new coaches, just a different environment, a lot of great athletes to play around, and it was just fun to compete with the best, honestly.
Mm-hmm. All right, Brett, and when you look at this year's schedule, what team are you most excited to match up with?
Oh, Creekview for sure. They're always our rivals every year, so I'm looking forward to playing them.
The battle for the Elite Creek.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. Okay, now moving on. Jackson, tell me a young player on your team that you think we should look out for.
I definitely think y'all should look out for Colby Martin. He's a young guy, came in as a freshman for us, led us to, it was like 6 straight wins, I think, as a freshman, and he just came out and did a really great job for us, so I think he should be on the lookout for sure.
All right, Brady, this is your moment to shine right here. Know you've been practicing for it. Make Mama proud right here. What does the world need to know about Sequoia football?
We're coming, and if you got to be ready to play us, or if not, it's going to be bad.
All right, guys, I appreciate your time. Excited to see what y'all do. Najeh, back to you.
And then what's your name, real quick? All right, guys, I'm with the head coach for McNair football, Coach Mario Drake. Coach, incredible what you told me off air. 29-game losing streak, but you came in and won 4 games in year 1. So just what were some things you implemented with that team just to kind of get them going?
I mean, one of the biggest things was a sense of discipline. A lot of what the kids didn't go through, that discipline went in there, and a lot of the things that we had to change in the program, just kind of nailing down the little things. We always preach about the little things, and I think the little things really helped us to be able to do the things that we did, going from 0-29 to 4-6.
And then who are some guys you brought with you today?
I have my quarterback, Jeremy Victor. We have Malik Jackson, offensive line, defensive line. Right here we have Emmanuel Clark, linebacker, running back. Sophomore offensive lineman Keandre Roberts, offensive line, defensive line Evans Johnson, and running back / athlete Sadarian Williams.
And last question, I know you want to raise the standard from last year. You did a great job in your first year. What are some goals you've set for this group that you want to kind of hit on in the 2023 season?
I mean, we want to make the playoffs, man. I know it's a lofty goal coming from 0-29, but at the end of the day, man, our kids have been putting in work. My coaches work hard, man. I know not many people know about our program, but at the end of the day, we want to make a splash. We want to make a big splash in the state of Georgia, and so we want to really make the playoffs and try to set our name as a staple of DeKalb County and the state of Georgia football.
100%. So, guys, go follow them on Twitter and all the social media handles. We're going to throw it to Brandon Adams right now with 2 more players.
Thank you so much. Got the Georgia Military College Prep Bulldogs hanging out here. Got Parker Edens, one of the running backs. Walt Green there as well, a wide receiver and a safety. We had a chance to hear from your coach a little earlier about, kind of his experience and what it's been like kind of building that program there. And I know you guys are looking forward to a big campaign here in 2023. I guess give us a little bit of an idea. How have those off-season preparations going, practice, workouts, things like that? How ready do you think you guys are for the upcoming season?
I mean, we're prepared. We're there all day, every day, 5-6 days a week. We're preparing as much as we can every day.
So a 10-0 season, I guess, in 2022, 4-6 there last year. How do you, take that next step there in 2023? Individual goals for the team or anything like that?
I mean, we've never won a playoff game ever at our school, so that's probably the goal, is to get one under our belt.
Is that something that you guys spend a lot of time talking about
Definitely.
and kind of thinking about? How about the bond that you have with your teammates and some of the stuff that it's been like? Who have you seen impress and who have you seen kind of work hard and do a good job for you guys so far this summer?
Jonathan Rhodes, Jesse Washington, and Joe Taylor are 3 of our better players. Obviously Parker right here.
Sure.
Those are probably going to be our biggest leaders, and they're just going to go far this season.
Parker, I would imagine you create a special bond with a team like this when you're working to get ready for season. You talk about a big goal of winning a first playoff game in program history. I'm sure that makes you feel incredibly close with your teammates, knowing you're kind of all fighting towards that same mission and that same goal together.
Yeah, definitely. It's just the 4 seniors have been together since freshman year, and that's been our goal the whole time. So we got one last run at it.
So, Walt, if we want to get one final thought from you and kind of, what you expect from Georgia Military College Prep here this season and what folks can kind of know about your team, any kind of final thought you want to share with us about what you can expect here this year?
I can expect, I would say, probably a good 6-4 record around there. Probably going to be second or first in the region.
Okay.
Around there. Yes,
well,
sir.
listen, you guys have certainly done a great job here today. I think a lot of folks have learned a lot of great things about your team here for this upcoming season. We're certainly excited to see what you guys put together, and we'll look forward to following you as it takes place here this fall.
I appreciate it.
Great job there. Parker Edens, Walt Green as part of Georgia Military College Prep. And, of course, we've got a lot of more fun coaches and player interviews throughout our time here today. So make sure you stay right there where you are. We've got a whole lot more coming up. But for now, we're going to check in with Najeh, who's got another coach standing by here right now.
All right, guys, so I'm with the director of the Georgia Athletic Coaches Association. Tell us a little bit about your role within that and what are some things you have to do as far as with that role.
I'm currently the president of Georgia Athletic Coaches Association, but I'm also the director of our football all-star game that we have every December. Our GACO football all-star is also the oldest football game in the country. So we have representatives. We pick 4 coaches. We have a sophomore and junior game, and we have it down in Brunswick. And any coach that's a member of our coaches association is able to nominate their kids, and then we pick teams based off that.
So basically, the All-Star game to get in is based off of the coaches. There's no outside group kind of just picking players to get into it.
We do have Joe from Prep. What's Joe Winden from?
Scouting. He does scouting, right?
Yeah. And Joe Winden helps us a lot with the teams as well because he's able to, he does a lot of work behind the scenes. We're getting top recruits up there, but we feel our All-Star game is the best one there is, and we want all the coaches to nominate their kids because we want to keep the game to being the best it is.
And final question, just what are you most looking forward to in the 2023 season, and it should continue to be the director for the Georgia Athletics Coach Association?
Well, we feel like football in the state of Georgia is the best. High school and then, definitely in college as well. So we're looking forward to another great season. We have great coaches, great players, and we have a lot of great support from our fans.
All right, guys, that's all I got. I'm going to throw it to Kaylee back on set right now.
Kaylee Mansell here with our Dunwoody representatives, Owen Painter and Reed Neal. All right, Owen, let's start with you. When you take a look at last season, What did you learn about your squad, and what lessons are you going to apply to this season?
Well, I think we have a great team, but a big lesson that I would take away from last year is just keeping your foot on the gas. We started 4-1, had a great start, and then we just kind of slipped up after that, finishing 5-5, which was obviously really disappointing to us. So just like not letting off and finishing the second half of the year region play strong.
And Reed, when you take a look at this offseason right here, what you guys have done this summer, what have y'all done to prepare for this season, and how have you managed to come up with teammate chemistry and bond, not just on the field but off the field as well?
Yes, ma'am. So as a team, I feel we've worked really hard in the weight room, and that's something that we might have been lacking years past. We really focused on that this year, and then we went on a team camping trip. A lot of team bonding going on there, a lot of fun hanging out with each other.
All right, Owen, what is the matchup that you are most looking forward to on this year's schedule, and why?
It's got to be Chambly, just because we don't like them, they don't like us. It's just gone back for years and years, and we're ready to take the golden spike back from them. So.
Well, I have to ask, I saw them in here earlier. Did y'all cross paths, or
no, we
y'all
did.
missed
We
each
did.
other?
We missed each other.
Was that
so.
maybe on purpose?
Maybe.
We saw him. I saw him from the back of the room, but never got close to him. No.
Okay, I can see the mean mugging looks on y'all's face. All right, we'll go to Reed for the last question. Who's a young guy on your team that you want to shout out, deserves some recognition? The name and the number. Who is it?
I have to go with Julian, number 24.
Okay, what position?
Back.
Got you.
He's a baller.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being up here. Good luck to you this season. Excited to see what y'all do in that 6A classification. Najee, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm with Meadow Creek head coach Todd Walford. Had a good season last year. Coach, what are some things you're looking to build upon last season to continue to build your way deeper into the postseason? And tell us about some of the guys that are behind us that you brought with you.
Thanks for having us. But, we're going to try to continue to build the culture that we started last year. Had a good start, good base. We've built, a good foundation that first year. Worked hard in the weight room this off season and spring, getting bigger, stronger, and faster, whatnot. Trying to keep going in that same direction and, take it, 2 or 3 steps further than we took it last year. These guys behind me make it easy for the skilled guys because they two-way guys, offensive line and defensive line. But on any level, it's always going to start up front. So, I think that's probably going to be one of our biggest differences this year coming up is that we're a little bigger than we were last year. So hopefully that'll make a lot of difference in positive outcomes.
And then tell us about the two guys that are behind. What's their names? And then I know you said this is probably one of the better offensive lines you coached in probably a long time. So just tell us a little bit about that as well.
Well, right here we have returning all-county lineman Jaden Brown, big baby, and 6'4", 270 Isaac Canizaro. Guard, tackle, center, basically the same thing on both sides, and they both play DN as well.
All right, guys, so we're going to throw it to Brandon Knapp. That's all I got for Coach Walford. We've got 2 more stud players up there, JB and Donovan Thompson, 2 highly rated players.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We got a lot of fun going on here. Got the McNair Mustangs hanging out here. Got Malik Jackson, Darian Williams. Right now, we heard your coaching staff talk a little earlier. Big goal. They want to see that Mustangs team make the playoffs here. So what has been the preparations been like this summer? How do you feel like these early practices have gone as you guys are getting ready for the upcoming season?
I feel like they're always great to have in the morning because in the morning, most times kids are not up at that time.
That's right.
And it's always good to be up and be the first one to go get it.
Yeah, so Malik, how does that alarm clock sound when it's ringing well early in the morning like that? We've heard that from a lot of players here thus far this week or thus far today. It seems like those early practices are something they're actually, kind of getting a little bit used to. Do you like the early practices?
I actually do like the early practices, and, it helped the team, get a good feel of, time and, getting everywhere. They say early is on time is late. So that's a good way to stress that.
Yeah, and, Sedarian, trust is a big part of playing football, right? If you can trust your teammates to be on time to practice, you might be able to trust them during the game on Friday night there, too.
Oh, yeah, you always want to make everybody on time, to leave on time, and even if you don't when you're there early, you don't ever want to pay attention to the time because you always out there working. So there's no need to look at the time.
And Malik, the good thing about the early practice is maybe the alarm clock goes off a little sooner than you want it to, but you're missing some of that intense Georgia heat. Obviously, we've had a very hot July. You're missing some of that if you're doing the early morning practice.
I mean, we have a lot of practices where we, outside, we getting used to the temperature, so it's really not no big deal for us.
Yeah, it sounds like you'll practice early in the morning, you'll practice in the heat of the day, you'll practice pretty much whenever.
Yes, sir.
That's what you want from one of your guys right there, somebody who's ready to take on the football, whatever it brings and whatever it brings to the table.
That's how we got to run the program.
Yeah, listen, I love the idea of that. Give us an idea of some of the other McNair teammates here and kind of who you're kind of leaning on this year to have this be a special season for the Mustangs.
With me personally, I'm the running back, so I look at my linemen. I love my linemen. Got to take care of my linemen. They do good. I do good. They do good. They do good. I do good. So it's always it's a foundation. I always have to just start from somewhere.
And Malik, how about you on that defensive side of the ball?
Well, I actually play both sides of the ball, but on my defense side, we got Evans Johnson. This is his first year playing defense, so he was actually like left tackle last year, and he moved to defense, so he playing both sides of the ball with me now. So it's good to see him, moving position and seeing that he's versatile.
Great to hear that. McNair Mustangs, a big part of what we're doing here today. It's been great to have them here. And by the way, speaking of Mustangs, we've got some other Mustangs, different Mustangs team we'll show you here in a moment. Before that, though, let's take a quick pause here for a commercial timeout.
Your athletes put in the work that leads to success. But peak performance takes more. It takes a surface that works as hard as they do. One that allows them to train effectively and safely so that when the lights come on, they're ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
All right, guys, I'm with Bernard Goodwin from Best Academy. Coach, tell me a little bit about your program, some guys you brought with you for today.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Proud to be here. Best Academy Single Junior High School, Atlanta, Georgia. I brought my singers with me right here. I got a singer. Xavier Holman, offer from Shorter University. Second team all region last year. He led 2A in sacks. I got Kente Palmer right here, senior O-line, D-line, really good talent, 3.2 GPA. I have senior Amir Robinson, Army commit right now, 3.6 GPA, honorable mention, all region last year. I have Taboris Denson, receiver, second year playing football, third overall in his class, 3.7 GPA, 42 triple jump kid, really athletic. Expecting a really good year from him this year. I have Vance Reed, senior, 3.2 GPA. Trenton Pless, second year playing football, all region honorable mention last year, 3.0 GPA. And I got Kevin Scott. He's currently number 2 in his class right now, 3.7 GPA, honorable mention last year at safety, really good football player as well.
So, Coach, just tell me a little bit about last season. What are some things you're looking to build on from last year? Some goals that you set forth in the offseason that you want to accomplish?
Yes, sir. Our whole thing has been BTY, so it's a hashtag for better than yesterday. So last year was kind of rough for us. My first year as a head coach, kind of a rocky start for us, but a lot of learning lessons. We returned 9 stars on both sides of the football, so we're looking for a really improved season. We want to be the most improved team in 2A, Region 6, most improved team in 2A, and most improved team in the state of Georgia.
Well, Coach, we'll certainly be watching. Hate to cut it short. We're going to throw it back to Brandon Adams on the set with the Mustangs.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Najeh. You got a couple of these Meadow Creek Mustangs hanging out with us right now, and a couple of good ones there as well. Javon Bailey, defensive back on his way to NC State. Donovan Thompson, a lineman on his way to Maryland there as well. Guys, thanks so much for stopping by and being a part of this here with us this evening. Hope you've been having a great time today telling folks about this Meadow Creek football team for this upcoming season.
About the Meadow Creek football team coming up this season, I feel like we have a really good chance, really. Like, our offensive side is with these old linemen that we got. We got Donovan, we got Jaden Brown, and we got hey, it's cool, but look, it's so much of them, and Isaac. But I'm really confident about our O-line. And then we have some strong pieces to finish that with offensive players and receivers like Savon, and we got Denarian and Moxie, so I feel like we have a good chance. And our defense is really good.
Donovan, one of the things we've talked about with some of the other Gwinnett County teams that we've seen here today is just how deep the county is and how deep it is once you get into region play. And on the one hand, it makes for a challenging year, but I'm imagining on the other hand, it makes for a sense of pride knowing that you play in one of the most talent-rich counties in the entire country.
Yes, sir, it does. Being deep within the county means a lot to me, but also means nothing at the same time, because anyone can go anywhere that they want to, wherever in the county. Because say you're in the last seed last year, okay, you do a good season this year, you're in the first seed, you can take it all the way. It just depends on how you want to do it this year.
Since Michael Oxley's been coach at Maryland, we've seen him really bring in a lot of impressive talent there to that Terrapins program. What was it for you that made that an interesting college choice?
Oh, my gosh. Everything, really. His mission, his work ethic, and also his motto, TBIA, the best is ahead, which I really believe in, because today is today, yesterday is yesterday. The best is ahead for everyone in this country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of the best being ahead, I know you've got an optimistic future there as well. Javon, on your way to NC State there, Carter Finley Stadium.
Yes,
we see that rocking a lot on Saturdays. I'm sure you must have had some fun visits to Raleigh over the years.
Yes, sir. Raleigh over there is amazing. Like, that feels like a second home to me, really.
Great to hear. And for both of you, I guess, Donovan, I'll start with you. The idea of having that college choice behind you, now you're focused on the upcoming season. It makes that, I guess, level of preparation so much easier, knowing that all you have to worry about now is the 10-game season ahead of you.
Yes, sir, it does. But my work doesn't stop just there. In my eyes, I see everything clearly. We're going to go 10-0. We're going to go to the playoffs, and we're going to win it all. Straight like that.
Boy, you love that kind of confidence from your teammates, right?
I love it.
Absolutely, indeed. A couple of great Meadow Creek Mustangs right there. Looking forward to a really fun, big season this upcoming year as well. Very good, guys. Thanks so much for being here for today, and obviously watching Meadow Creek closely here this season. We're going to hear from Best Academy here coming up in a moment. Before that, though, let's pause for another quick commercial timeout.
In sports, an edge is everything. Hard work, practice.
Just stay focused out there.
It all adds up for your athletes. But what about your field? The right surface is a powerful advantage that allows them to train effectively and safely. And when the lights come on, your team will be ready to win. You bring the vision, we'll bring it to life. Sports Turf.
This is how we do it.
Boy, what a great way to close it out here today on this first ever Georgia High School Football Media Day. And from our friends at Best Academy here, a couple of terrific football players. Amir Robinson, a senior linebacker. We've got Xavion Holman as well, a senior outside linebacker there too. Save the best for last here. How about we say it like that, guys? Thanks so much for coming by and taking some time to spend time talking with us about your team in the upcoming season. We appreciate you doing that. Have you all had fun here thus far today?
Yes, sir. Thank you for inviting us.
What's it like having all these media cameras and microphones, things like that in your face? You guys used to play in football. This is one of those days where you're asked to talk about football. What's that like for you?
It's surreal. I'm not used to it at all.
You'd rather do your talking with your helmets, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, Amir, you've got a great college future ahead of you on your way to, I guess, West Point and Army there. One of the most distinguished college choices you can make. What was that experience like for you, I guess, kind of zeroing in on West Point and all the history and tradition associated with that? What was it like making that college decision?
First of all, beat Navy. But I grew up in a military family. So the decision wasn't so hard because I've had people who gone through this, so they were able to talk to me and tell me about their experiences. And from everything I heard from the people I know, and then when I went on my visit and talked to the coaches and all the players, I realized that's where I wanted to be. And the long-term benefits, they suited me.
Xavion, you've also got a lot of college offers and interest there too. How has Best Academy kind of helped prepare you for all that, both on the football field, but in the classroom there as well. How is the school going to help you kind of get to the point now where in the very near future it sounds like you're going to be making a college choice of your own?
Yes, sir. The school is very hands-on. Like our counselors, everybody, you're loved in that school. You're not just another number. Everybody is looking at you. Everybody is taking care of you. Everybody is watching out for you.
So you've got a second-year head coach coming up here, expecting a big growth year after a season ago. What's it going to take for Best to go out there and show on the football field all of the goals that I'm sure you guys have been talking about a lot thus far during the offseason?
Well, of course, we have to be well-conditioned. We're a team with not so much depth, so we've been running hard, working harder, trying to stay on top of everything that we need to stay on top of to get ready for this next season.
Absolutely. And I guess before we wrap up here, anything else about Best Academy, whether it be teammates you brought with you here today or just, things you've seen thus far from practice thus far this year? What else kind of final thought would you like to leave us with about this Best Academy football team here for this season?
Best Academy is always going to be better than they were yesterday.
BTY.
It's certainly a great thought to share right there to Xavion Holman, Amir Robinson, two great members of Best Academy's football team, and a good example of what we've seen all day long today. Great players, great coaches, terrific programs. Obviously, the state of Georgia has never been stronger from a high school football standpoint. We were certainly able to celebrate a lot of that today when it comes to this first ever Georgia High School Football Media Day, and so much fun to think about how this event can grow in the years to come. For now, though, big thanks to our friends at Huddle who've made it all possible. Our friends here at IBEW have given us a great place to be at here today. And I.J. Roseberg, the entire team from Score Atlanta, and all the production staff who've made this such a successful day. I, myself, thrilled to be a part of it. And for Rusty Mansell and Kaylee Mansell, I'll say goodbye to you, but see you very soon for the Dave Hunter Corky Kell Classic here coming up very soon, and all kinds of great excitement and action after that as we roll through on the drive for the GHSA state title. It's all on the way. We'll look forward to seeing you later on this fall.